Chapter 1340 Aftermath. The Heavenly Emperor level could already traverse the 10,000 realms of the universe. Among the countless ninth-level civilizations in the universe, there were very few that possessed Heavenly Emperor-level powerhouses. Throughout the history of the entire Spirit Land domain, it had even never appeared. Di Jiang had lived from the ancient war until now, and was only at the half-step Heavenly Emperor level. Although he was at the pinnacle of the half-step Heavenly Emperor level, and was already infinitely close to the true Heavenly Emperor level, he was still a hair's breadth away in the end. And that line might be a chasm that could never be crossed. Upon hearing Di Yuan speak of this Heavenly Emperor, Emperor Jiang visibly froze for a moment. Before he could react, a terrifying and violent force exploded out of the Xuanwu shield. Rumble! It directly lifted the entire Xuanwu shield. Countless mysterious runes were shaken apart. Emperor Jiang was caught off guard by the sudden change. It was too late to make a response. The terrifying energy had already rippled in front of him, landing heavily on him. In an instant, Di Jiang's body was blasted out. Di Yuan's figure appeared in the void. An aura that caused even Di Jiang to feel fear emanated from his body. Those who could do this. Without a doubt, there was only the legendary Heavenly Emperor-level powerhouses. Di Jiang's entire body was confused, his eyes wide with disbelief. Di Yuan had broken through to the Heavenly Emperor level? He actually broke through to the Heavenly Emperor level? How was this possible? How could the Heavenly Emperor level be so easy to break through? He himself had lived for endless years, and with the violet secret art of avoiding misfortune, he had found countless opportunities in the universe, but he hadn't been able to reach this step either. How old is Di Yuan? How did he suddenly achieve Heavenly Emperor? Reaching a realm that countless Emperor realm powerhouses could only dream of. Di Jiang somewhat couldn't believe his eyes. However, with the facts in front of him, he had to believe them. The aura emanating from a long distance away could make him, a half-step Emperor realm, feel palpitations. Only a true Heavenly Emperor level could do that. Empyrean River, I didn't want to take this step. All along the way, you've been doing your best to help me, but I can't think of a way to understand why you have to definitely stop me from going to Empyrean G? Do we stand to turn against each other over this? Di Yuan asked seriously. Di Jiang didn't answer this question, but instead asked back, are you really Di Yuan? I said that I am Emperor Abyss. You've achieved Heavenly Emperor? Emperor Jiang continued to pursue the question. Not bad. From now on, the Spirit Land domain will be guarded by me, Emperor Yuan, and all of the soul-devouring race and the ultra-armor race will completely disappear into the universe under this Emperor's heavenly might and become the dust of history. Emperor Yuan said in a domineering manner. Can you tell me how you did it? There was a slight expectation in Emperor Jiang's eyes. He had become a half-step Heavenly Emperor for a long time. Obviously, he was only half a step away from the true Heavenly Emperor level, but he had never been able to cross over. Just this half-step was like a chasm, causing Emperor Jiang to feel despair. When one understands, realizes, and understands, one will naturally be able to break through. The reason you're still stuck at the half-step Heavenly Emperor level is because the time has not yet come. Di Yuan replied. After achieving Heavenly Emperor, he understood a lot. Even if he took a shortcut, it was still a solid Heavenly Emperor level. There were many things that could only be known when one reached that point. I thought that I had mastered the most mysterious Ziwei Stardo secret art, that I could calculate everything in the universe, and that I would be the first to step into the Heavenly Emperor level in the entire Spirit Land domain, but I didn't expect to have this step taken by you. The things of the world are truly ever-changing, making it difficult to anticipate. Empyrean River said in a disoriented manner. For thousands of epochs, he had been studying how to take the final step and achieve Heavenly Emperor. Based on the information he had gathered, as well as extrapolating through the Violet Stardo secret art, he had finally come to a conclusion. The Spirit Land domain would spawn a Heavenly Emperor-level powerhouse in this generation. Emperor Jiang had always thought it was himself. The joint invasion of the Spirit Land domain by the Ultra Armament clan and the Soul Devouring clan was a test for himself. As long as he succeeded in surviving this calamity, collecting all of the Spirit Land domain's good fortune in one place, he would take the final half-step and achieve Heavenly Emperor, traversing the 10,000 realms of the universe. As a result, he didn't expect to be robbed by Di Yuan. Di Jiang didn't know how Di Yuan had done it. He only knew that the Spirit Land domain had already birthed a Heavenly Emperor level. It would be difficult to breed a second one in a short period of time. In other words, he would continue to be stuck as a half-step heavenly emperor for countless years. Di Jiang, I don't want to talk to you about this right now, so I'll ask you one last time, where is Emperor G? Di Yuan asked. Di Yuan, do you think that if you reveal your heavenly emperor level strength, I will be pressured to reveal the whereabouts of DG? Then you're underestimating me, Di Jiang. No matter how strong your strength is, I won't tell you, because this opportunity is not trivial. It will be related to the future path of Emperor G, and I can't allow you to jeopardize it. Di Jiang still refused sternly. The stronger Di Yuan was, the more he dared not tell the other party. This was because the stronger the strength meant that the consequences would be more severe when the truth was known. Although DG was a woman, her character belonged to the category of being soft on the outside and strong on the inside. As long as it was something she had determined, she would never change it easily. It was the same even if Di Yuan had achieved Heavenly Emperor. If you don't like it, you don't like it. Forced oppression would only backfire. Once the time came for Empress G to stand against Emperor Yuan, it was hard to imagine what kind of things Emperor Yuan would do. Di Jiang understood Di Yuan too well. There was only one person he cared about since the beginning. That was DG. If even DG was lost, Di Yuan would no longer be the guardian of the Spirit Lan domain and might even bring disaster to the entire Spirit Lan domain. In a fit of rage, the idea of annihilation was not even impossible. At that point, who could stop him? It was only a matter of time before a Heavenly Emperor-level powerhouse wanted to exterminate the Spirit Land domain. Emperor Jiang, do you really want to force me? You know I don't want to take a shot at you. A hint of pain appeared on Emperor Yuan's face. He was forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart. This was the aftermath of a successful dual personality fusion. Di Yuan, can't you think for DG? She needs to face it alone now, and once you go, the ending will be rewritten. I couldn't care less. I have the ability to control everything in my own hands now, so why should I go listen to fate? DG lost her opportunity, I will help her get it back tenfold and 100-fold. Di Jiang, I've already given you several chances today, since you don't cherish it, it's not my fault. Di Yuan gritted his teeth and insisted on finishing this paragraph, finally unable to suppress the anger in his heart any longer. Boom! A violent energy violently erupted from his body and swept towards Di Jiang. Even though Emperor Jiang poured all his strength into resisting, it was still like a flatboat in a raging storm that could capsize at any time. This was still the result after Di Yuan showed mercy. Between a half-step Heavenly Emperor level and a true Heavenly Emperor level, it seemed like there was only a thin line of difference. In reality, it was a world of difference. The two were simply not at the same level. Chapter 1341, No Separation. While Emperor Jiang was fully resisting the aura emanating from Emperor Yuan, suddenly, he felt danger coming. When he tried to respond, he realized that he couldn't move his body. Then his neck tightened. It was pinched by Emperor Yuan's hand. Then a force belonging to the Heavenly Emperor level surged into his body and began to massively destroy Di Jiang's flesh, instantly causing him to lose his fighting strength. Intense pain struck, causing Emperor Jiang to feel helpless in his heart. At the same time, a bitter expression appeared on his face. Was this the strength of a Heavenly Emperor-level powerhouse? It was indeed terrifying to the extreme. It simply wasn't something that he, a half-step Heavenly Emperor level, could fight against. Soon everything returned to calm. The terrifying aura came and went quickly. By the time the two men's bodies were revealed, Di Jiang, a half-step Heavenly Emperor level, was being choked by Di Yuan like a chicken, unable to move. It was evident how great the gap between the two was. In a one-on-one situation, one was simply defenseless, wanting to stop Di Yuan. Unless a powerhouse at the same Heavenly Emperor level made a move, or dozens of half-step Heavenly Emperors launched an attack at the same time. And it was that kind of life-threatening fight that made it possible. Otherwise, if they were fighting individually and were afraid of getting hurt, even if there were more half-step Heavenly Emperor level against God Abyss, it would be nothing more than a delivery. Emperor Jiang. This is all because you forced me. Where is Empress Dowager? Are you going to tell me or not? If you don't say it again, I'll kill you. The expression on Di Yuan's face became extremely distorted. Di Jiang had seen this expression on Di Yuan before. It was when the other party's berserk personality appeared. The D Yuan of that time was almost identical to the current D Yuan. The same expression. The same tone of voice. There wasn't the slightest bit of emotion to speak of in his eyes. All there was a gaze that scorned everything. Di Jiang suddenly figured it out in his heart. It was reasonable to say that Di Yuan was also injured when Emperor G failed to reshape his physical body, and it was simply impossible for him to break through to the Heavenly Emperor level so quickly. A forced impact would only backfire. But not only did Di Yuan do it, he also succeeded, which was clearly not in line with common sense. To say that the most special thing about Di Yuan was that he possessed two personalities. Di Jiang had searched through the Spirit Lan domain's history in ancient texts, but he hadn't been able to find this kind of dual personality physique. It meant that it was rare to the extreme. When the berserk personality dominated his body, Di Yuan's strength would increase, though he would lose his mind. Nowadays, Di Yuan's state. Berserk with a hint of sanity. Could it be that the two personalities had fused together? Was this the reason he had achieved the Heavenly Emperor level? It had to be said that Di Jiang's reasoning ability was indeed strong as hell. The Ziwei astrological secret art brought him more than just accurate predictions, but also clear thinking. After some conversations and observing Di Yuan's behavior, he guessed the truth of the matter. Di Yuan, you. Calm down. Di Yuan was strangled and had some difficulty speaking. I can't calm down. Tell me where DG is. Otherwise, I won't stay my hand. Even if you taught me a lot of things and are considered half of my teacher, I will still kill you. Di Yuan said frantically. Sensing that Di Yuan's aura was becoming more and more frenzied, there was a possibility that he might strike and kill himself at any moment. Di Jiang was also starting to get a little anxious. In his mind, he was constantly calculating how to remove the crisis in front of him. He had seen Di Yuan's berserk personality before. There was absolutely no sanity to speak of. Struggling hard for a few moments. Thinking that Di Yuan was about to reveal DG's whereabouts, he slightly loosened his grip. Emperor, who was able to catch his breath, thought for a moment and began to persuade. Di Yuan, I know that DG is very important to you, so important that you can give up everything for her, but have you ever thought about it? If DG saw you in this state now, how distressed and disappointed would she be? What she wants is the once joyful and angry you, not the current you who is going to destroy the heavens and the earth if the slightest thing doesn't go your way. He knew that if he wanted Di Yuan to recover, he could only start with DG. It was DG who was Di Yuan's obsession. After speaking, Di Jiang manifested a mirror in front of his eyes. It illuminated Di Yuan's appearance at this moment. When Di Yuan saw his own hideous appearance in the mirror, he froze. Was this himself? Why was he showing such a horrible expression? If Emperor saw herself like this, would she hate herself? Dislike herself? Leave herself? No. No way. Must not be seen like this by Emperor G. Di Yuan let go of the hand that was choking Di Jiang's neck, then held his head with both hands and cried out loudly in pain, "Get out! You get the hell out of here! Get out of my body! Isn't it too late? If it wasn't for me, you would have already gone up in smoke. How would you have the chance to achieve the Heavenly Emperor level? Want to cross the river and tear down the bridge? No way! You promised me that you would let me dominate the body, you bastard, you lied to me." Emperor Yuan gritted his teeth. Then he resumed his cold smile. "It is true that you are doing the dominating, I didn't lie to you, it's just that after the fusion, we are already indistinguishable from each other, there's no such thing as dominant or not dominant, and when the time is long, it will completely synthesize the two personalities together, and in the future, this kind of talking to yourself will be more and more scarce, so slowly you will be accustomed to it. Don't! I don't want this. You get out of here. Ha ha. Delusion. It's already impossible, we are originally one and two, the rarest twin in the universe, together we will rise to the top, apart we will fall into the mortal dust. Now that we have fused successfully, what awaits us will be a bright future, and all the worlds of the universe will leave our footprints, waiting for us to conquer. I don't need to. I only want Emperor G. As long as I can be together with Emperor and Empress and live in a double life, I'm willing to give up anything. Even if I have to live in seclusion in the mountains and forests, without ever leaving my home, I'm willing to do so. It's just one woman. When we rule the universe's 10,000 realms in the future, the Emperor Realm women will be at your disposal, as many as you want, and there shouldn't be too many that are better than the Emperor's concubine. I only want the Empress. I only want the Empress. I don't want any others. Not wanting them now doesn't mean you don't want them in the future. When we are completely fused, you won't think so. After Di Jiang regained his freedom, he quickly backed away, maintaining a safe distance. Of course, saying it was safe was just Di Jiang thinking to himself. As long as Di Yuan wanted to strike at him, no amount of distance was safe. Looking at Di Yuan, who was constantly changing his two personality exchanges, Di Jiang knew that he had guessed correctly. Di Yuan's ability to achieve the Heavenly Emperor level was the result of the fusion of the two personalities. According to what the other personality said, there was no longer any distinction between them after the fusion. In other words, there was no such thing as suppression. In the future, Di Yuan would always carry a berserk and irritable personality. If the slightest thing is not as good as it should be, he will even kill himself, just like today. How can this be? With strength at the Heavenly Emperor level and a preference for killing, wouldn't the entire Spirit Lan domain be in danger? A worried look appeared on Emperor Zhang's face. Chapter 1342, No Speculation. Ah! Di Yuan screamed out in pain as he clutched his head. In fact, his quest was very simple. He only wanted to keep to the Spirit Lan domain, be with Empyrean, have his own home, his own children. But another voice in his heart told Di Yuan, you have to go out, leave the Spirit Lan domain, conquer civilization after civilization, set your footsteps all over the 10,000 realms of the universe, and become the Lord of the universe. That's what you should do. The two ideas kept colliding, causing Di Yuan to go nearly insane. He didn't know how he should choose, and for a moment, didn't even know who he was. Shoo! In the end, he couldn't take it anymore and instantly disappeared as a blinding light. Di Jiang looked at the faraway Di Yuan, his heart relieved and at the same time a little worried. Although it was temporarily safe. But the real danger was still behind. Emperor Yuan had achieved the Heavenly Emperor level and his strength was already in an invincible state, no one could suppress him. Coupled with the fact that the dual personalities were fused together and could go berserk at any time, there was no place in the Spirit Lan domain that was safe. What should we do now? Di Jiang pondered for a moment, ready to take a look at DG's situation before making any plans. Forcing himself to endure his physical discomfort, he waved his large hand, and an intricate nebula diagram appeared in front of him. He then began to quickly flick the nebulae, using the Z-Way starfighting secret art to deduce it. Suddenly, the nebula that Emperor Jian had just flicked bounced back with such force that it shook him back several steps. His body had already been damaged by Di Yuan's Heavenly Emperor level power, and his injuries were severe, and then he was shocked back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This is? Emperor Jian looked at the nebula diagram in front of him, a shocked expression on his face. Exerting the Z-Way starfighting mysterious art, he was unable to project everything about Empress G? How could this be? It worked in the past, so why was it not working now? There seemed to be only two possibilities that caused this to happen. One was that it was due to Empress G herself. For example, if her strength exceeded that of Di Jiang, if she had learned a secret art that was on the same level as the violet algorithm, or if she had obtained a certain ancient artifact that had a concealment function, it was all possible that she would not be able to project. The second was the interference of external factors. This was going to be much more complicated. According to Di Jiang's speculation, the first was unlikely. It was mostly the second. And there was a high probability that Empress G's karmic entanglement with Lin Dong was too deep and was affected. As for why the person Lin Dong could not be projected, since he had not seen the other party, Di Jiang could not judge it well. Taking a few deep breaths, he tried to calm himself down. Too many things had happened during this period of time. The Ultra Armament clan and the Soul Devouring clan had teamed up to sneak attack, and DG was forced to blow up her physical body. Her soul entered the spirit cage realm to warm up, and she met a mysterious man, Lin Dong, whom not even the Violet Star Dipper mystic technique was able to peek at in the slightest. Then after DG's soul recovered, it was destroyed by Emperor Devouring Sky while remodeling her physical body, and in the end, her soul was so severely damaged that she was forced to enter the spirit cage realm once again to recuperate. Now Di Yuan was recklessly forcing the fusion of dual personalities to achieve the legendary Heavenly Emperor level, causing him to lose his heart and become a source of danger that could go berserk at any time. The once unfavorable Violet Way starfighting mystic death was now failing on Emperor devouring Sky and Lindong one after the other, causing Di Jiang to lose his heart. The Z-Way star domestic art was his greatest dependence, helping him to avoid good fortune and turn misfortune into good fortune on many occasions. Once it lost its effect, he could only scurry around like a headless fly. Every single thing that happened signaled that the spirit land domain was about to be in for a great calamity. Whether or not it would pass through safely was anyone's guess. Emperor Jiang knew from the current situation, the Ultra Armament clan and the Soul Devouring clan were definitely finished. They couldn't stop the Heavenly Emperor level Di Yuan. But that didn't mean that the Spirit Lan domain would be better off. As long as Empress G rejected Emperor Abyss, the Spirit Lan domain would fall into an even greater crisis, and might even be destroyed in this way. How could one save themselves? Di Jiang didn't have any good solutions for a while and couldn't help but sigh. Ugh. One could only take one step at a time. One had to find an opportunity to meet this mysterious Lindong first, who was the most uncertain factor. Then consider what to do next. If it was not possible, one could only tell Emperor how serious the matter was. Even if she did not like Di Yuan, for the sake of the safety of countless living beings in the entire Spirit Lan domain, she still hoped that she would make the most correct choice. After all, only she could stabilize Di Yuan and prevent him from going berserk. But even if that was the case, it was still treating the symptoms but not the root cause. Di Yuan's danger was too high. There was no room for even the slightest mistake. Otherwise, the entire Spirit Lan domain would suffer. After leaving, Di Yuan directly ran towards the outside of the Spirit Lan domain. He desperately needed to vent his anger now. However, reason told Di Yuan that it wouldn't work here and he had to change to another place. So he targeted the lair of the Ultra Armament race, the Mother Brain. Not only had this race repeatedly tried to invade the Spirit Land domain and occupy its resources, it had also seriously injured Empress G, causing Empress G to have to blow up her own flesh to survive. And DG is Di Yuan's scales. If he dares to hurt DG, he will have to endure his retaliation. For the Ultra Armor clan, Emperor Yuan could be said to hate them to the bone. He had long wanted to eradicate them. However, he did not have the strength to do so. However, it was different now. Having achieved the Heavenly Emperor level, Di Yuan's strength was already above the vast majority of 9th level civilizations. The overarmed ones obviously did not have any Heavenly Emperor level powerhouses. Otherwise, it was unlikely that they had tried to invade the Spirit Lan domain several times without success. How strong was the battle power of a Heavenly Emperor level? It was completely possible to easily exterminate a 9th level civilization, it was just a matter of taking a little more time. Of course, the prerequisite was that the 9th level civilization did not have any Heavenly Emperor level powerhouses. At this moment, in the lair of the Ultra Armament clan, countless robots were working methodically. From afar, the mother brain of the Ultra Armament 1 race resembled a human brain. It was suspended in the void. Hence it was called a mother brain. It was just that the size of this mother brain was somewhat terrifyingly large, even larger than the largest planet in the Spirit Lan domain. There were numerous tentacles around it. Each one was thick and long. It was simply a huge alien monster. The rest of the Ultra Armament clan couldn't even be considered a grain of sand in front of the mother brain. Anyone who saw the mother brain of the Ultra Armament race for the first time would feel the ultimate shock. The way this race survived and reproduced was completely different from the races of life that were naturally bred in the universe. The mother brain would constantly devour all sorts of resources and energy in the universe, creating countless numbers of Ultra Armament ones to fight for it. They had no fixed abode. When all that a civilization had was devoured, the mother brain would move its massive body and continue in a different place. The location where the mother brain of the Ultra Armament 1 race was located was once a level 8 civilization. However, it was almost devoured by the mother brain, and its resources had been depleted, and it was dead, no longer having the prosperous scene it had at the beginning. The lives that once lived in this civilization have long since disappeared. It was said that a very small portion had fled into the Spirit Land domain, languishing in a corner somewhere. Regarding these fleeing beings, the 5 Emperor Realm powerhouses guarding the Spirit Lan domain were aware of them. They also acquiesced to each other entering the Spirit Lan domain to continue on. Chapter 1343, Di Yao's Complaint. Di Jiang after Di Yuan left. Immediately, he contacted Emperor Yao and Emperor Shun. Soon the two emperor realms rushed over. They didn't know about Di Yuan yet. There was some curiosity about Di Zhang's sudden summoning. Elder Di Jiang, what is it that you've called us over for? Di Shan asked out loud. Yes. Elder Di Jiang, tell us what's up. I'm in the middle of healing my wounds. Emperor Yao followed suit and asked. His injuries were the heaviest. Facing the LV-6 self-detonation of the Ultra-Armament clan straight on was no joke. By now, he hadn't even recovered 30% of his wounds. If he wanted to heal, even with the aid of countless healing sacred medicines, I'm afraid it would still take a long time. At this time, Emperor Jiang had long since calmed down, unable to see that he had just experienced a great battle and his body had been severely traumatized. Not right. It shouldn't be about a great battle. It should be a one-sided abuse. Facing the heavenly emperor level, and being in a gradual state of berserkness, Emperor Yuan. Anyone who encountered it would only be abused. In front of a heavenly emperor level powerhouse. There was no difference between the eternal emperor level and the ancient emperor level. They were all mole crickets. This time, I've asked you guys to come over here to tell you something very important. It concerns the survival of the entire spirit land domain. A slight mishap could result in a total loss. Emperor Jiang said seriously. Emperor Yao and Emperor Shun looked at this expression on Di Zhang's face and also realized the seriousness of the matter. Elder Emperor Jiang, is it possible that the Overarmed clan and the Soul-Devouring clan have teamed up to attack? These bastards really know how to pick the time. Knowing that all of us are injured, they chose to strike at this time. Don't worry, Senior Emperor Jiang, although I've only recovered less than 30% now, I can still fight. The worst thing is that I'll learn from them and directly explode myself and die with these bastards. Emperor Yao had a fierce look on his face. Di Yao is right. There are no cowards in our spirit land domain. Even if we die, we have to pull two of our backs. Emperor Shun also gritted his teeth, his heart furious to the core. Both of them had climbed up step by step from the spirit land domain and had special feelings for it. This place was their hometown. No one would be allowed to destroy it. It's not about the Ultra-Armament clan and the Soul-Devouring clan. Right now, these two races are no longer a threat to us, but an even greater crisis has arisen, much greater than the threat of the Soul-Devouring clan and the Ultra-Armament clan joining forces, and there's nothing even I can do about it. Emperor Jiang shook his head and said. Emperor Yao and Emperor Shun glanced at each other. Both could sense the puzzled look on the other's face. The threat of the Soul-Devouring clan and the Ultra-Armament clan had been lifted? When had that happened? How did they not know? Another crisis had emerged that was greater than the two clans joining forces? What could that be? How could it threaten the survival of the Spirit Lan region? The two felt their minds were a little messed up. Completely unable to understand the meaning of what Emperor Jiang was saying. Elder Emperor Jiang, don't be so secretive. What exactly is it? Why don't you tell us? Do we have to wait for Di Yuan to come and say it together? By the way, both of us have arrived. Why hasn't Di Yuan arrived yet? In theory, he should have arrived before us. Di Yao was puzzled enough to ask. The crisis I'm going to talk about is about Di Yuan, and what I'm going to say next might upend your three views, but what I'm saying is true. Di Jiang said in a deep voice. The two Di Yao men didn't say anything. Both were waiting for Di Jiang to finish his words. You guys still remember the time when Emperor Yuan went berserk and caused countless living beings to perish? Emperor Jian looked at the two and asked. Of course I remember. That scene was nothing short of an inferno on earth. I won't be able to forget it for the rest of my life. Di Yao recalled. At the same time there was a hint of fear on his face. It could be seen how much of a psychological shadow Emperor Yuan's last bout of madness had caused him. One must know that Di Yao was an Emperor realm powerhouse. A powerhouse who had reached this point had experienced quite a few big scenes. How bloody and brutal a picture would have to be able to inflict such psychological damage on him. The Emperor Shun next to him was the same. Obviously, he also recalled the scene at that time. Immediately afterward, the two of them suddenly thought of something and shuddered as they asked in unison, Elder Di Jiang. Could it be that Di Yuan has gone berserk again? After Di Yuan went berserk and was controlled by Di Jiang, both Emperor Yao and Emperor Shun had suggested that Di Yuan be completely eliminated. It turned out that Emperor Jiang had guaranteed that Emperor Abyss would not do it again before the two of them were dissuaded from the idea. It was also true that after that, Emperor Yuan hadn't gone berserk again until now. It couldn't be that it had reappeared now, could it? It's even worse than going berserk. Empyrean returned. With that, he began to explain. Yuan was an extremely rare dual personality physique in the universe. One was an otherwise normal personality, while the other was a berserk personality that had lost its mind. As long as Yuan was stimulated, the berserk personality would appear and take over the dominance of the body. His strength soared, but he also lost his mind and would go crazy, killing and destroying everything in sight. Originally, the berserk personality was suppressed to death by Yuan. However, because Empyrean failed to remake her flesh, Emperor Yuan thought that it was caused by his own lack of strength, so he forcibly impacted the Heavenly Emperor level, and was ultimately on the verge of failing as well. It was at this moment that Emperor Yuan's berserk personality jumped out and merged with Emperor Yuan's normal personality, breaking through to the Heavenly Emperor level in one fell swoop. By the time Di Jiang had recounted what had happened roughly, Emperor Yao and Emperor Shun had long since stared with wide eyes and open mouths, their eyes filled with unbelief. Both of them found in the words what Emperor Jiang had said, a crisis even more terrifying than the Ultra-Armament clan and the Soul-Devouring clan joining forces. Elder T. Jiang. Do you mean to say that Emperor Yuan's two personalities have fused together and could go berserk at any time? And has broken through to become a Heavenly Emperor-level powerhouse? Emperor Shun stammered and asked. That's right. Then, that Emperor Yuan has become a Heavenly Emperor-level powerhouse. In case he were to go berserk, who could suppress him? Emperor Yao also asked out loud. No one can do it, including me, and it can even be said that all of us together are just cannon fodder when facing a Heavenly Emperor-level powerhouse. Di Jiang shook his head. What? About this? At first, I said that we should completely resolve this uncertainty of Emperor Yuan once and for all, but you didn't listen, and you said something about Emperor Yuan being extremely gifted, and that using it well would be a great assistant to the Spirit Lan domain, but now it's okay? The entire Spirit Lan domain could be ruined in his hands. Di Yao couldn't help but complain. Alright, Di Yao, what's the use of talking about this when it's already happened? The most important thing today is to find a solution to the problem. Emperor Shun said. Yuan has become a Heavenly Emperor level, so what else can we do but wait for death? Kneel in front of him and pray that he doesn't storm out? You guys don't need to theorize either, this matter was indeed poorly thought out on my part. Originally, I thought that with my strength and the addition of the Violet Stardo's secret art, I could completely control Yuan, but I didn't realize that this brat has grown so fast that he's already far beyond my capabilities. Di Jiang sighed. Had he known that it would turn out like this, he really should have directly resolved Yuan in the first place to eliminate any future troubles. In the end, it was still that Emperor Jiang was too confident in himself. Thinking that a mere lad, how high could he jump? As a result, he had just almost died at the hands of the other party. Chapter 1344, Searching for Empyrean. Actually, Di Yao didn't sincerely want to complain about Di Jiang. After all, the other party's identity strength was placed there. Besides, Di Jiang was still their guide. Although the two sides didn't refer to each other as master and disciple, in their hearts, they had long since treated Di Jiang as their master. Everyone had great respect for Di Jiang in their hearts. It was only that when they had just heard Di Jiang's words, their hearts were simply too shocked. If a Heavenly Emperor-level Yuan went berserk, who could restrain him? Wouldn't that be the end of the game? There wouldn't be a single piece of clean land in the entire Spirit Lan domain. Other than fleeing, what else could be done? They, the Emperor Realm powerhouses, could escape, and the Divine Brightness Realm also had a chance to escape, but what about the other ordinary people? The only thing to do was to wait for death. Once they encountered Emperor Abyss, there was absolutely no chance of survival. Back then, after Emperor Abyss went berserk, he caused the extinction of countless living beings. It was simply tragic. That picture was still fresh in Emperor Yao's mind, and he could be said to have been disoriented for a while before saying something like that. And this was indeed the case. Both of them had suggested to Di Jiang to get rid of Yuan at first. The other party didn't listen, which caused the current consequences. To say that there wasn't a bit of resentment in their hearts would be a lie. Elder Di Jiang, then what should we do now? Di Shan asked worriedly. He was also very clear in his heart. A heavenly emperor-level powerhouse that could go berserk at any time represented something. The Ultra-Armament clan and the Soul Devourers had joined forces to try to invade the Spirit Lan domain. Everyone could still resist for a bit, and it was still unknown who would end up being the loser in the end. It wasn't like the Spirit Lan domain didn't have a chance to win. More than that, it was huge. But with the Heavenly Emperor-level Di Yuan storming out, there would not be a single chance of winning. No wonder Di Jiang had said that this matter was more serious than the Ultra-Armament clan joining forces with the Soul-Devouring clan. Nowadays, the only one who can awaken Emperor Yuan's sanity is Empress G. If she can stay by Emperor Yuan's side and guard him at all times, the chances of Emperor Yuan going berserk will be much smaller. The moment Di Jiang said this, a look of surprise simultaneously appeared in the eyes of Emperor Yao and Emperor Shun. It was as if they had grabbed a life-saving straw and saw raw hope. Right. Di Yuan cared so much about DG. As long as Empress G was by his side, she could definitely keep Emperor sane all the time. Right. Elder Di Jiang, this is a good solution. You quickly retrieve DG and have her keep guarding Di Yuan, although it's not a long-term solution, but we can't care so much right now. We can only stall for time in this way, and then we can think of other ways. Di Yao urged. I'll go and meet Empress G, it's just that she shouldn't be in a very good state right now. It's hard to say if she's willing to come back to guard Di Yuan. I can't just escort her back. Emperor Jiang said uncertainly. What time is this? Emperor Yan is still waiting for her opportunity? If we don't come back, in case Di Yuan storms out, the Spirit Lan domain will all be gone. Di Yao immediately increased his volume. What kind of joke is this? The survival of countless living beings in the Spirit Lan domain was at stake. This was no joke. It's already this time, and Emperor G still isn't coming back? It is. DG is the only person who can keep Di Yuan from storming out. If she doesn't come back to watch over Di Yuan, the Spirit Lan domain could be destroyed at any time. Di Shun also helped out. He and Di Yao were on the same front in this matter, and DG must return. You guys don't have to worry too much right now. According to my deduction, even if Di Yuan goes berserk, he won't be as crazy as he was last time. His dual personalities have already fused. Even if he goes berserk, he will still carry a trace of sanity with him, and since Empress D's physical body remodeling has failed, Empress Di Yuan has always attributed it to the fact that he wasn't strong enough, and he should be going to look for the overarmed clan and soul-devouring clan to take revenge for Empress D now. Di Jiang explained. But even so, Empress G must also come back, or else by the time Emperor Yuan destroys the Ultra-Armament clan and the Soul-Devouring clan, he won't be able to see Empress G again, and it's time for him to make a move against the Spirit Lan domain. So what should we do then? Di Jiang's words didn't make Di Yao feel safe in the slightest, and he still insisted that DG come back to guard Di Yuan. That way, he could feel slightly more at ease. Beside him, Di Shun nodded in agreement. After Di Yuan destroys the Ultra-Armament clan and the Soul-Devouring clan, the anger in his heart was able to be vented and he should recover temporarily, so let's do it this way. You guys shouldn't close your doors to recuperate, the situation is urgent, go gather the people below and have everyone prepare for it. It doesn't necessarily help, but doing it is better than not doing it at all. I'm going to go meet the Empress. Good. Elder Di Jiang, you must bring Emperor G back, this concerns the safety of the entire Spirit Lan domain. Di Yao said. I know. Do your best. Di Jiang didn't say the words to death. This was because there was another variable in this matter, and that was Lin Dong. As strong as Emperor Devouring Sky, he did not know what method he had used, but he could only evade the projections of the Violet Star Dipper secret art. Lin Dong, on the other hand, was able to backfire on the projector, and even going so far as to project Emperor G was met with a countershock. Such a character, Di Jiang had to pay attention to. From the ancient times when he had obtained the Ziwei Star Dose secret art until now, Emperor Jiang had projected countless people and events, and had also turned many a misfortune into good fortune and danger. The only person who could cause him to suffer a backlash was Lin Dong. What exactly should be done would have to be decided after meeting Emperor Ji and Lin Dong. What if Lin Dong, the variable, could restrain Di Yuan? Who could say for sure? All things in the universe were born with each other. The heavenly Tao was 50, the great panorama was 49, and the recluse was 1. Everything often has a silver lining. Di Yuan mastered the secret art of the Ziwei astrological dipper and had no doubt about these ancient aphorisms. Di Jiang had reason to believe. This variable, Lin Dong, might be the silver lining for the spirit Lan domain. It would be best if Yuan could be completely resolved. Even if DG stayed by his side, it was not a long-term solution and there was no guarantee that Yuan would not go on a rampage in the future. If even DG couldn't control Yuan to the spirit Lan domain, that would be a true disaster. Right now it was okay. Just by mentioning Empress G, it would be able to pull Yuan back and at least maintain some sanity and not act too crazy. It meant that things hadn't gotten to the worst yet. Zhang's ambiguous words obviously did not satisfy Yao. How could one be so perfunctory when it was a matter of one's life and death? Elder Zhang, it's not a matter of trying your best, but... Before Emperor Yao could finish his words, he was interrupted by Emperor Shun. Elder Zhang, we believe in you, so don't worry about going to see DG. Just leave the rest to us. Thanks for your hard work. Originally you guys should be recuperating from your injuries, but it can't be helped if the matter of Emperor Abyss isn't resolved. Unless one achieves the Heavenly Emperor level, even if one recovers to their peak, it won't be of any use. Emperor Jiang nodded. We understand. Emperor Yao and Emperor Shun left. Zhang was left standing in place without moving. Right now, he only knew that DG was in the spirit cage realm, and due to Lin Dong's presence, he was unable to use the Ziwei Stardo secret art to project the exact location. The spirit cage realm was not that big, nor was it that small, and it was not that easy to find someone. No matter what, let's enter the spirit cage realm first. Emperor Jiang left with him. He was prepared to find a safe place, set up a defense formation, and then enter the spirit cage realm to look for DG. Chapter 1345, Tuan was wrong. Spirit Cage Realm, Amber City. As time passed, calm slowly returned to the city. Obviously, the great battle that everyone had imagined hadn't happened. The treasure pavilion was still operating as normal. It was at this time that everyone reacted. Since the boss behind the Jumbo Pavilion was Lin Dong, and Lin Dong was the murderer of Chao Fei Yang and Hua Kai. Feng. If Jumbo Pavilion dared to acquire the properties in everyone's hands at this critical moment, it must have a certain degree of certainty. Otherwise, if they really fought, these industries would become worthless. From this, it could be seen that Lin Dong's identity was not simple either. To be able to join forces with the two great families, Chao and Hua, and still remain unharmed. Even if he had secretly paid some price, the power behind Lin Dong was definitely on the same level as the two great families. Otherwise, the two great clans would not have just let it go. It was true that he was someone with a bottom line, no wonder he dared to kill Chao Fei Yang and Hua Kai Feng. The great war that was expected did not happen. People who had already left the spirit cage realm and went out to seek refuge had returned one after another. The industries that were sold naturally still wanted to buy them back. This caused the prices in Amber City to skyrocket once again. The treasure pavilion could have utilized this opportunity to make a huge profit. However, when Yao Ting would inquire about Lin Dong, the news he received was different from what he thought. Lin Dong's answer was simple. Sell what? Sell? You still want to sell something that has reached me? Keep buying at a high price. I like this feeling of spending money. Yao Ting was not surprised. In the aspect of spending money, his own son completely had the kind of temperament that a super-powerful playboy young master implied. Only buying, not selling. Even if he threw it away, he wouldn't sell it for money. Being rich is just so capricious. Since Lin Dong had given the word, Yao Ting could only comply. He continued to increase the purchase price, but unfortunately, the business was still not as good as it was every day. There were too few people trying to sell anything at this time. Everyone was buying instead of selling. Lin Dong was in the spirit cage realm and had nothing to do all day. After the little girl fell asleep in his arms, he opened the system when he had nothing to do and looked at the changes in the divine magnificence points. Compared to the other day, the rate of increase in divine magnificence points today could simply be described as tortoise speed. After consuming 1 million to raise the divergence technique to the 6th rank, it had only accumulated a few 100,000 points by now. For the next breakthrough, no matter if it was physique or spiritual strength, or the split art, it would require 10 million points to be enough. Hundreds of thousands was not even close to 10 million. However, Lin Dong was not in a hurry. He felt that his strength was completely sufficient to deal with all crises and accidents. Ancient Emperor Grade 10th Rank Spiritual Power, Half-Step Heavenly Emperor Grade Battle Power, and 81 bilocations. Everywhere he went, he was a force so terrifying that it scared people. Every day, he just watched the little girl eat and sleep, sleep and eat, her body growing little by little. Every meal had to eat a lot of heavenly treasures. If not for the experience of the last time, Lin Dong doubted if this little girl's body could withstand it. When he first met Tuan Tuan, the little girl was only 5 or 6 years old, but now she had almost grown to 10 years old. This speed was truly a bit frightening. Early one morning, after Tuan Tuan woke up from her sleep, the big brother Lin Dong beside her was no longer there. She also did not go to look for Lin Dong, but instead went to the roof of the house by herself and sat at the highest point looking at the sky and the distant sky out of her mind. Obviously, she had thought of some previous events that were just too jumbled to be organized together. While the little girl was mesmerized, a figure sat beside him and accompanied her as she looked into the distance. After Lin Dong returned to the room, he did not see Tuan Tuan, and with a slight sense, he realized that the little girl was on the roof. So she also followed. The two figures, one large and one small, sat close to each other like this, and no one made a sound. After 10 minutes of silence like this, Tuan Tuan said, "Big brother, do you have a lot of doubts in your mind?" "Doubts are definitely there. But I won't ask. When you want to tell me, Big brother can be a qualified listener and can also give you ideas." Lin Dong looked into the distance and replied, "Thank you, Big brother." Tuan Tuan looked at the side of Lin Dong's face and revealed an adorable smile. To be honest, the little girl's appearance in her teens, growing as if she was a porcelain doll, was still very lethal. "What's the point of thanking me? I am your big brother, your future dependents. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, just tell Big brother, no matter who it is, Big brother will help you to beat him up so hard that he can't take care of himself." Lin Dong also turned around and said with a smile, "Ah." The little girl looked at Lin Dong and nodded heavily, the smile on her face becoming even brighter. After following Lin Dong for this period of time, there was an unlimited supply of heavenly materials and treasures. Coupled with the fact that she had been hanging on to Lin Dong and breathing in his scent, it had made her grow up quite a bit and remember some things. But it was not much. And it was in bits and pieces. It was also impossible to string them together into a complete memory. "Big brother, right now, the things that Tuan Tuan remembers are very few and scattered, and I don't know where to start, so I'll tell you all about it when I remember everything. Tuan Tuan promises you, this time, I will definitely not leave without saying goodbye again," the little girl said seriously. As soon as this was said, Lin Dong instantly came to be angry. "Good fellow, since you have already remembered, I'm going to be furious." Immediately, the smile on his face disappeared, revealing a serious look as he stared at the little girl and said in a bad tone, "You still know that you left without saying goodbye last time, ah? I haven't cleaned you up yet? You didn't say anything, just left a piece of paper, people disappeared, you don't even know where you went, no contact information, what do you call this? You want to break up with me? No contact from now on? You want to break up with me?" Seeing Lin Dong so angry, the little girl also panicked in her heart. It was the first time she had seen Lin Dong angry, and with her mouth averted, she was almost about to cry. "Big brother, I'm sorry. Tuan Tuan was wrong, Tuan Tuan shouldn't have left without saying goodbye, she didn't even leave a contact information, I don't know what I thought at that time, I've forgotten, now I also hate myself at that time." The little girl replied with an apologetic face. Lin Dong originally wanted to talk about the other party to make the troop remember. As a result, once he saw that the little girl was on the verge of crying, his heart softened. Alas! The little girl had not even cried yet. One's own heart is almost melting, what if it cries out? A soft heart has always been his own hard wound, Lin Dong was aware of this. Especially when facing the women around him, he simply could not be ruthless enough to hurt the other party. Not to mention a 10 or so year old little girl with such a cute face. Lin Dong hurriedly stretched out his hands to hold Tuan Tuan in his arms before comforting. All right. Big brother doesn't blame you anymore, just don't do that in the future, otherwise Big brother will be sad." "Aha! Big brother, I've remembered, I won't make such a mistake in the future, and no matter what I encounter, I'll look for Big brother to discuss it." "That's right. Good boy." Chapter 1346, The Origin of the Spirit Cage Realm. After Di Jiang set up a defense formation, his soul directly entered the Spirit Cage Realm. Souls that had reached the Emperor Realm were able to enter and exit the Spirit Cage Realm at will without any restrictions. As the person who had lived the longest and had seen the most in the spirit land domain, Jiang was relatively knowledgeable about the spirit cage realm. In reality, the spirit cage realm was not a virtual world, but a chaotic magic treasure. The inside of the magic treasure formed a world of its own, and only soul bodies could enter, allowing them to rapidly increase their soul power inside. The spirit cage realm was very useful for those who were not strong enough. However, for beings who were already very powerful to a certain extent, the effects of the spirit cage realm were actually very limited. So in reality, the spirit cage realm was a place for young people to practice and build their foundation. Only by laying a good foundation could they have smooth sailing in the future on this path of cultivation and take many fewer detours. All slightly larger forces had their own industries in the spirit cage realm. Their own direct sons and daughters, when they reach a certain age, will be sent into the spirit cage realm. On one hand, it was to enhance their soul power and lay a good foundation for their future path. Secondly, it was also to allow the youngsters to practice a bit and accumulate a bit of experience. The spirit cage realm had existed for far too long. According to ancient records, there was once a great power whose strength surpassed the emperor realm passed through the spirit land realm and saw that the spirit land realm's living beings only practiced their bodies and not their souls, making it difficult for them to achieve anything in the future. So he left behind the chaotic magic treasure spirit cage realm, and made many devices to enter the spirit cage realm, scattering them in all corners of the spirit land domain. At first anyone might pick them up. With the passage of time, everyone knew the benefits of entering the spirit cage realm, and these devices were either snatched or bought, and were slowly collected by the great powers. The current situation was formed. The vast majority of the equipment that entered the spirit cage realm was controlled by the big powers. The end result was that the stronger, the weaker the weaker. The first families from the big powers had unique resources and opportunities, and their strength was too much higher than ordinary people. This was all an unavoidable problem. This was true no matter where one went. Whether it was resources or wealth, it was all controlled in the hands of a few. As for where the spirit cage realm proper was, no one knew. Jiang had also once tried to use the Violet Star Dipper secret art to deduce it. Just as he was about to just start, his body suddenly involuntarily trembled. Not only his body, but even his soul trembled along with it. In that instant, Jiang immediately stopped projecting. He knew that his body's reaction wouldn't be empty. It must be an omen. So he gave up projecting. Otherwise, he was afraid that a disaster would befall him. Since then, Emperor Jiang never hit the spirit cage realm. After all, it was a magic treasure left behind by a great power beyond the emperor realm. Even though he didn't know if the ancient records were true or false. But this kind of thing. It was better to believe it than not. It was better to be careful. If one step was taken, the consequences would be very serious. If one dared to spy on something that surpassed an emperor realm powerhouse, one would die without even knowing how. The spirit cage realm had just existed in the spirit land domain for countless epochs, helping the spirit land domain to cultivate one batch of powerful people after another. It was no exaggeration to say. If it wasn't for the spirit cage realm, it would be impossible for the spirit land domain to have any emperor realm powerhouses born. Perhaps there wouldn't even be any half-step emperor realms. As if it was obvious how important the spirit cage realm was to the living beings of the spirit land domain. Thus, almost all forces would send people into the spirit cage realm to develop. And those who were able to serve as the head of various forces in the spirit cage realm had a very high status in their own forces, some even second only to the head of the family. The spirit cage realm had completely become the second largest world in the spirit land domain. Countless young people scrambled to enter, to train here, to enhance their soul bodies, and to lay the foundation for their future. It was just that the equipment left behind by that once great powerhouse had been damaged a bit after a long period of time, causing the people entering the spirit cage realm today to be quite a bit worse than they were at the beginning. Aside from emperor realm powerhouses, no one could enter without the aid of the equipment. In fact, to put it bluntly, the spirit cage realm was something left behind by a great power who took pity on the spirit land domain. After entering the spirit cage realm, Jiang appeared in the middle of a dense forest, surrounded by trees hundreds and thousands of meters tall, telling Jiang that this was a primitive forest where people were rare. Just as Jiang was about to rise into the air to discern his direction, his body suddenly tightened. Then it left the ground and quickly rose. He stopped when he reached the middle of the surrounding trees, which was a few hundred meters away, and changed direction towards a hole in a large tree. Soon enough, he entered the hole in the tree, and inside was a hall that was very spacious. Emperor Jiang felt his body loosen up and was thrown towards a corner. It was only then that he realized that in the corner of the tree hole, there were a few insects about the size of a man, looking at him with grimacing teeth and green saliva coming out of the corners of their mouths, presumably treating him as food. These insects grew 4 pairs of pincers and had 3 pairs of wings on their backs. With a turn of his body in the air, Di Jian landed firmly on the ground and turned to look behind him, only to see an insect that looked like a small mountain slowly appear. It looked exactly like several small insects. A large insect could actually be invisible? A curious look appeared in Emperor Jiang's eyes. With his strength, he could easily accomplish a counterkill the moment he was caught. But instead of doing that, Emperor Jiang followed to see what this thing was. He had thought of any animal, just not an insect. I thought something was so bold as to dare to hijack this seat, but it turns out to be an insect. Emperor Jiang shook his head and said, "Hiss, hiss, hiss." The several small bugs behind him hissed at Emperor Jiang, but the sound of their voices always made people feel a little uncomfortable. The big bug's large eyes, which took up half the size of his head, kept staring at Di Jiang. "Alright, I'm not going to play with you anymore, I still have things to do, and for the sake of you foraging for food for your own child and being a qualified mother, I won't kill you today," Emperor Jiang said as he took a step out. With that, a wisp of breath locked onto the mountain-like great insect. The danger of death came. The large insect, which was originally flying in the air, was scared and directly plopped down on the ground, trembling. As Emperor Jiang walked past it, a voice so raw that it rang out. "Many thanks to the great Lord for not killing the Grace." Emperor Jiang turned his head to look at the large insect at the sound of his voice. "You can still spit out human words? Looks like it's also a foreign beast that's about to evolve, so I'll come back for you when I have the chance and bring you out to meet the outside world." After saying that, Di Jiang left without looking back. A stealthy foreign beast still had cultivation value. He could be brought out, and after he was cultivated, it would be absolutely good to use against the soul-devouring race. Don't you soul devourers like to devour souls? This big bug is a soul body. The kind with stealth. Unfortunately, the soul eaters are no longer a threat. The most dangerous thing now was Yuan. Di Jiang exited the tree hole, came into the sky, sensed, chose a direction, and quickly left. Almost instantly, he disappeared. Chapter 1347 Clear Technology. The Ultra Armor clan didn't have any lair, their lair was where the mother brain was. Where the mother brain was. Where is the lair? And the mother brain was moving at all times. After devouring everything in front of them, they will move their huge bodies to another place to continue devouring. When the mother brain of the Ultra Armament 1 race had just arrived here, it was nowhere near this large. As the countless planets and continents of an 8th level civilization were devoured by it, its body continued to grow, eventually forming such a huge body. Such a large and terrifying alien monster. It was estimated that no matter who saw it, I'm afraid that their hearts would be a little creeped out. At this time, the most central location of the Ultra Armament 1 mother brain. There was a hall filled with a sense of technology. There was a black shadow standing in the center of the hall. If Di Jiang was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this black shadow was none other than Emperor Devouring Sky of the Soul Devouring clan. A super powerhouse whose strength had also reached the half-step Heavenly Emperor level. However, this half-step Heavenly Emperor level of his had only just broken through a short while ago. Compared to someone like Di Jiang, who had been immersed in the half-step Heavenly Emperor level for hundreds of epochs, the gap was still quite large. So much so that when he stopped Empress G from remodeling her flesh, he fought with Emperor Jiang and suffered much more serious injuries than Emperor Jiang. You were indeed able to exterminate the Spirit Lan domain? That guy Emperor Jiang's strength is not something to be reckoned with. Anyway, I can't beat him. This time, I listened to you and ran to stop Emperor G from remodeling her flesh, and fought with Emperor Jiang, and was injured quite a bit. Next time, don't ask me to do this kind of thing. I do want to take revenge, but I don't want to plant Spirit Lan domain for the sake of revenge. Emperor Devouring Sky opened his mouth and asked. But there were no other lifeforms in the hall besides him. Suddenly a voice came from all directions. Don't worry. 5 guys who haven't even reached the Heavenly Emperor level can't possibly stop my Ultra Armament clan. When we step into the Spirit Lan domain, all the souls of all living beings will belong to your soul devouring clan. I only need the planets and continents, and devour all of the Spirit Lan domain cleanly, so I can grow up a lot again. 5 guys who aren't even at the Heavenly Emperor level? You're not afraid of flashing your tongue when you speak. If Emperor Jiang and the others really can't hold you back, why did you have to drag us, the soul-devouring clan, into your several unsuccessful invasions of the Spirit Lan domain? Emperor Devouring Sky obviously didn't quite believe the other party's words. One had to know that it wasn't the first time the Ultra Armament clan had invaded the Spirit Lan domain. The first few times it had been blocked by the Spirit Lan domain, and that Emperor Jiang and the others had counterattacked back, hitting the lair of the Ultra Armament clan. Then they retreated again for some unknown reason. Now, this guy was so bold as to say that the 5 Spirit Lan Emperors were not enough to worry about and couldn't hold back the Ultra Armament clan? Wasn't that talking nonsense with his eyes wide open? He. You underestimate me too much. The reason why the first few invasions didn't succeed is not because of how strong the Spirit Lan 5 Emperors are, but because I haven't devoured this place yet. I don't like to be wasteful. No matter where I go, I have to eat it all up before I go in on a family. Now that this place has been eaten up by me, my next target is the Spirit Lan domain. Mother Brain laughed softly and explained. To be honest, I don't believe your words at all. But things have come to this, I can only try my best to help you, and you do have some tricks up your sleeve. At least you can render Emperor Zhang's violet starfighting secret art useless, as long as you can hold off Emperor Jiang. How about leaving the rest to my soul devouring clan to sort out? Emperor Soul Devourer said. How simple is it to block Emperor Jiang? It's just a mere half-step Heavenly Emperor level. Once I finish devouring the last bit of this place, I'll head to the Spirit Lan domain. You soul devouring clan don't need to solve anyone, you just need to watch from the back, and at that time, you'll know if what I'm saying is true or not. Mother Brain spoke in a relaxed tone. It seemed as if the Spirit Lan 5 Emperors were not worth mentioning in front of him at all. I'm curious. If you're so confident in destroying the Spirit Lan domain that you don't even have the 5 Spirit Lan Emperors in your sights, why did you pull in my soul devouring clan? Emperor Devouring Sky asked in disbelief. It's simple. When I devour planets and continents, I don't like to have living things on them, and after occupying the Spirit Lan domain, I want you to lead the soul devouring clan to remove all living things from the Spirit Lan domain. Mother Brain replied. Really? Just the aftermath? Emperor Devouring Sky couldn't believe his ears. It was really the fact that happiness had come so suddenly that it caught him a bit off guard. Clearing out all the living beings in the Spirit Lan domain? Wasn't this the Soul Devourer clan's favorite thing to do? Those were countless living souls. Especially the 5 Spirit Lan Emperors. If he could devour the souls of these 5 Emperor realms, he might be able to take that half step and become a true Heavenly Emperor level powerhouse. Heavenly Emperor level a realm that Emperor realm powerhouses could only dream of. There were countless 9th level civilizations in the universe. There were very few that possessed a Heavenly Emperor level, even less than 101. It was evident how high the status of a Heavenly Emperor level powerhouse was. Once he became a Heavenly Emperor level, where in the universe's 10,000 realms could he not go? Of course it's true. My original idea was to have the little pups below me go and see if they could bring down the Spirit Lan domain, then slowly clear out the living beings, and when I'm done eating here, I can move to the Spirit Lan domain and continue to eat, but as you can see, it didn't work. 9th level civilizations are still very powerful, unlike 8th level civilizations that are so weak. It just so happens that your soul devouring clan likes devouring souls the most. Our interests don't conflict. That's why we came to find you, soul devouring clan, to cooperate. Empyrean Soul Devourer thought about it and felt that there was really a possibility. It was certain that the mother brain of the Ultra Armament clan only devoured the resources of various civilizations. There was no need for the other party to deceive themselves. The Soul Devourer clan wandered in the cosmic void, and there was simply nothing worth cheating the Ultra Armament 1 clan about. Helping the overarmed one swallow their souls as they cleared the Spirit Land domain of living beings. 2 birds with 1 stone. It was perfect. If it really worked this time. From now on, the Soul Devouring clan would follow in the footsteps of the Overarmed One clan. Being the clear science and technology of these guys. After devouring a few 9th level civilizations, the Soul Devouring clan might have the potential to grow into a great clan at the forefront of the universe. In that case, then we have a good cooperation, don't worry. All of the living beings in the Spirit Lan domain, my soul-devouring clan will help you clean up cleanly, and will never miss a single one. Emperor Devouring Sky said loudly. His current mood was quite excited. Not only would he be able to avenge the great hatred of that year, but he would also be able to make the soul-devouring clan's strength soar. It was simply a good thing that fell from the sky. Happy cooperation. You can now go and gather all of your soul-devouring clan. It won't be long before I move and head to the Spirit Lan domain. If by then your cleanup speed can't match the speed of the devouring, I'll be able to raise you out of the situation at any time. Don't worry about that. Cleaning up living beings is my soul-devouring clan's favorite job. Emperor Soul Devourer left in excitement. He was going to recall all of the soul-devouring clan for a big job. Not long after Emperor Devouring Sky left, a point of light appeared not far from the Supermachine clan's lair. Chapter 1348 Mechanical Beast. It had to be said that Emperor Devouring Sky's luck was really good. Shortly after he left, a point of light approached the lair of the Ultra Armament 1 clan. It was none other than Emperor Abyss, who had stepped into the Heavenly Emperor level after fusing his dual personalities. This time, Emperor Abyss had come with full fury, vowing to avenge Emperor G's death. His beloved woman had been seriously injured twice by the Soul-Devouring clan and the Ultra Armor clan, resulting in her current whereabouts being unknown. How could he not be angry in his heart? If it was the berserk personality controlling his body, Yuan would have torn apart everything in front of him, regardless of whether you were a foe or a friend in front of you. There were only two kinds of people in his eyes. Himself and the enemy. There were no friends. However, after the fusion of the dual personalities, it was still Yuan's original personality that dominated his body, and although he was still greatly affected, at least he hadn't completely lost his mind. Yuan knew that the Ultra Armament clan and the Soul Devouring clan were the culprits for DG's serious injuries. His goal was to destroy these two races and vent out the anger in his heart. Originally, he wanted to find DG first and bring her along so that the other party could witness it with their own eyes. Nay, Jiang preferred to die without revealing DG's whereabouts, and Yuan had no choice. He who still maintained a trace of sanity was unable to do the thing of killing Jiang. Not to mention how much Jiang had helped him along the way. Once he killed Jiang, if DG knew about it, he could never be forgiven. This was one of the reasons why Emperor Yuan did not kill Emperor Jiang. In fact, after Yuan had achieved the Heavenly Emperor level, it was very easy for him to forcefully possess Emperor G without anyone being able to stop him. But he was not willing to do so. He wanted DG's heart, not just a human being. Emperor G had already become Emperor's obsession and heart demon, and it would be impossible to exorcise it without obtaining the other party's body and mind at the same time. Along with that, his future achievements would also be limited. Regarding this, Yuan's other berserk personality also knew this. That was why it didn't dare to intervene too much in Emperor's affairs, letting it deal with it on its own. In case it left a knot in its heart. The idea of conquering the universe's 10,000 realms would have to go down the drain. Emperor Devouring Sky had just left when Emperor Yuan arrived. Fortunately, they didn't meet halfway. Otherwise, with Emperor Yuan's current strength and his hatred for Emperor Devouring Sky, he wouldn't even have a chance to escape. If Emperor Devouring Sky died, the Soul Devouring clan would pretty much fall apart. He was the Soul Devouring clan's linchpin. Without Emperor Devouring Sky, the entire Soul Devouring clan would turn into a scattering of sand, with everyone fighting on their own. Some wanted to take revenge, while others felt that it was pointless to do so, and that finding a low-level civilization to perpetuate the Soul-Devouring clan was the most important thing. In the end, it might split into several weak individuals. Yuan looked far ahead at the huge to terrifying giant monster, without the slightest bit of fear in his eyes. There was only a gaze filled with hatred. The last time he had seen the Ultra Armament 1 mother brain, it hadn't been this big. Now it had grown quite a bit more. An 8th-level civilization was already on the verge of being devoured by it. No wonder it had to join forces with the Soul-Devouring clan to make a move against the Spirit Lan domain. It turned out that it had run out of things to eat. Both fists clenched tightly, the aura on Yuan's body was leaking out uncontrollably, clearly on the verge of losing control. Trying to keep himself calm, Yuan muttered, "Empress G, I will first avenge you and destroy the lair of the Ultra Armament clan, then I will go and exterminate the Soul-Devouring clan. In the future, I will tell the entire universe that my Yuan's woman is one that no one can harm. Whoever dares to touch you will have to endure my Emperor Yuan's boundless fury." With that, he no longer suppressed himself and completely unleashed his berserk side. Even if the soul-devouring clan and the overwhelming armament clan had taken over the Star Void realm, as long as they didn't harm Empress G, Emperor Yuan wouldn't be so angry. In his heart, DG ranked first. Everything else had to take a back seat, including the entire spirit land domain. Boom! A heaven-destroying aura erupted from D Yuan's body. The surrounding void was emitting a whimpering sound. Scumbags of the Ultra Armament clan, come out and suffer death. Today is the day of your clan's extinction. D Yuan shouted loudly. The voice pierced through the void to reach the lair of the Ultra Armament 1 race. The mother brain immediately responded. Attack with all your might and kill this person. Then densely packed Ultra Armored ones surged out and darted towards D Yuan. During the course of the action, the tiny bodies of the Ultra Armored ones began to combine together. By the time they reached a short distance in front of D Yuan, they had already combined into more than a dozen super-shaped giant mechanical monsters that surrounded D Yuan. These mechanical beasts were tightly assembled and looked almost like a whole. Although their size was not as large as the mother brain, they were still enormous. Especially 5 of them. They were made up of LV-6s of the Ultra Armament clan that were equivalent to the Emperor realm, and were much larger than the others. In other words, the mother brain of the Ultra Armament 1 clan created 5 Emperor realm clansmen. Nope. There should be 6. Only the first one was flawed and blew itself up while destroying Emperor G's remodeled flesh. The remaining 5 were all perfect Emperor realm warriors. LV-6's own strength had reached the Emperor realm, and after being combined, their strength would skyrocket once more. Of course, no matter how much it rose, it wouldn't be able to reach the Heavenly Emperor level. These were the weapons of war that the mother brain of the Ultra Armament clan had created after devouring a level 8 civilization. It was also its masterpiece. If the spirit land domain could be devoured, the number could still increase. D Yuan was pitifully small in front of these super beasts. Human. Know where this is? A mechanical beast spoke. Of course I know. This is the graveyard of your Ultra Armament clan, and all of the Ultra Armament clan will be buried in this void. D Yuan revealed a chilling smile. Big talk. We haven't even gone to look for trouble from your spirit land domain yet, but you sent us to our door. In that case, today, we will kill you first, and then we will go and occupy the spirit land domain, so that the Mother Emperor can devour it and create more clansmen. In a short while, my Ultra Armament clan will spread out to all the worlds of the universe, and will become the true masters of the universe. The Mother Emperor in the mouth of the mechanical giant beast was naturally the mother brain of the Ultra Armament clan. It was also the capital of the Ultra Armament clan that spread across the universe. It was because it could constantly devour resources and create countless numbers of Ultra Armament ones. Just with you, scum? Come over and die. Go! Kill this person and open up the territory for the Mother Emperor. The mechanical beast shouted. More than a dozen huge monstrous beasts tightened their encirclement and quickly drew closer towards D Yuan. D Yuan's small body was in the center, as if it was a leaf in the ocean, constantly rocking with the waves, in danger of being drowned at any moment. Facing the attack of a dozen of the strongest mechanical monsters of the Ultra Armament clan, he did not show the panic that he should have at all. Just as the 10 or so mechanical monsters leaned close enough, D Yuan calmly said, "Today, I will use the same moves that Empress G once used on you to destroy you, as a way of doing her a bit of justice." After saying that, he suddenly shouted, "Emperor Flame." A wisp of fire centered on D Yuan and quickly spread out, wrapping around the mechanical beasts that had surrounded them in almost an instant. Chapter 1349, One After Another. The power of D Yuan's display of Emperor Flame wasn't something DG could compare to. The strength of the two sides just weren't at the same level. The power was naturally far different as well. The dozen or so mechanical behemoths wrapped in flames did not notice the crisis. They had absolute confidence in their own bodies. They were made by the Mother Emperor, and they wanted to destroy them with just a few flames? Simply a fool's errand. Ha ha. Human. You underestimate our Ultra Armor clan too much. Do you know how high a temperature our bodies can withstand? Flames are useless to us. A mechanical beast laughed out loud. Is that so? I hope you can still laugh next. D Yuan gave a ghostly smile. The color of the flames began to slowly transform, gradually turning into gold. The golden color also represented the supreme. The mechanical behemoths of the ultra-armament clan sensed that something was wrong. The surface of their own bodies unexpectedly began to show signs of melting. And it was getting faster and faster. Under the burning of the Golden Emperor flame, the attacks of the mechanical behemoths disintegrated before they even landed on Emperor Abyss, turning into separate individuals even smaller than humans. And that wasn't all. After disintegrating, the ultra-mechanical one still didn't escape the attack of the Emperor flames. These golden flames were like maggots attached to their bones, tightly wrapping around them. No matter how hard one tried, it was difficult to get rid of them. Those below LV5 were directly turned into ashes, and LV5 were still barely holding on. Looking at them, they wouldn't last long. The LV5 of the Ultra Armor Clan was an existence equivalent to the Divine Brightness realm. In other words, below the Divine Brightness realm, when they encountered D. Yuan's Golden Emperor flame, they would die upon touch. It was enough to see how terrifying the golden flames were. There were only 5 LV6s equivalent to the Emperor realm that could make it slightly easier, but it wasn't that easy for them to get rid of the Emperor flame. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could a mere flame melt our bodies? Mother Emperor, save us. Feeling the terror of these golden flames attached to their bodies, the clansmen of the Ultra Armament clan began to loudly call out to the Mother Brain for help. The scene was filled with wailing. Don't look at the fact that the Ultra Armament 1 clan were all mechanical bodies, and their reproduction methods were far from naturally formed beings. However, every member of the overarmed clan had their own independent thoughts. They already understood the meaning of I. Calling for help now? Is it useful? Die. D. Yuan let out a roar. As his breath soared, his body disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already arrived beside one of the LV6s. With a casual punch, he blasted the LV6 that was still trying to figure out the golden flames into countless pieces. A red crystal floated in the place where the LV6 was shattered, trying to escape. How could D. Yuan let it have its way? Reaching out and grabbing it, the red crystal fell into his hand and gently pinched it. Splat! The red crystal shattered in response. Don't look down on this thing, it was the centerpiece that controlled the Ultra Armament clan. It was crushed by D. Yuan. An Ultra Armament clan whose strength had reached the Emperor realm fell. The Heavenly Emperor level against the ghastly Emperor level and the Ancient Emperor level was completely like an adult beating up a 3 or 5-year-old child. A half-step Heavenly Emperor level could be counted as 8 years old, and it was still impossible to be a match for an adult. But if dozens of 7 and 8-year-old children had weapons in their hands, the adults wouldn't necessarily be able to get the better of them. D. Yuan's killing of an Ultra Armament 1 LV6 was accomplished in just an instant. It was so fast that the surrounding Ultra Armament 1s hadn't even reacted yet. Next. As soon as the words fell, D. Yuan's figure disappeared once again. Immediately after. Bang! Pop! Another Ultra Armament clan LV6 drank his hatred on the spot. D. Yuan killed 2 LV6s in a row before the rest finally came back to life. This human is a Heavenly Emperor level powerhouse, we are no match, run. Mother Emperor, save us. The 3 Emperor Realm clansmen of the overarmed clan didn't care about the golden flames on their bodies and turned into 3 rays of light, fleeing in the direction of their Mother Emperor. The rest of the LV5s who were still struggling to support themselves also panicked and began to flee. D. Yuan chased after the 3 LV6s. As for the rest of the LV5s, he didn't even bother. Emperor Yen wouldn't take long to turn these Ultra Armor ones who were only at the Divine Ming realm into ashes. The Emperor Flame executed by a Heavenly Emperor level powerhouse, could it not be resisted by the Divine Brightness realm? At most, they could barely hold out for a little while. It looked like Emperor Yuan was about to catch up with one of them. The voice of the Mother Emperor of the Overarmed One clan came out. Human! You've successfully provoked me, how dare you destroy so many of my descendants. Today I want you to bury them with me, not just you, all the living beings in the Spirit Land domain will die. Such threatening words naturally couldn't scare D. Yuan. He hadn't even put forth any effort yet. The purpose was to make the Ultra Armament clan feel what true fear was. Threaten me? Ha ha. It's not certain who will die. D. Yuan grinned. Accelerating once again, he came behind the last LV6 and blasted his fist onto its back. Bang! Another Emperor Realm clan member of the Ultra Armament clan disintegrated. The red crystal of the control center appeared in front of Yuan's eyes, and once again, he grabbed it and crushed it. The LV6 that Empress G couldn't even injure with her green lotus sword in the beginning was so unbeatable in front of Yuan. A simple punch couldn't even be blocked before it was blasted into countless pieces. Killing 3 LV6s equivalent to the Emperor Realm in a row, coupled with the countless low-grade Ultra Armament ones that had been exterminated by the execution of Emperor Flame. It allowed the anger in Emperor Yuan's heart to be temporarily vented, but he still wasn't satisfied. The purpose of coming here today was not to destroy these minions, but to completely destroy the Mother Emperor of the Ultra Armament 1 race. Let the Ultra Armament 1 race disappear into the universe forever. If the Mother Emperor was not destroyed, it would be possible to continuously devour resources and create the city Ultra Armament 1 race, and there would always be a time when these guys would revitalize. Just as Yuan's gaze was aimed at the next LV6, a massive tentacle grabbed at it. It was none other than one of the many tentacles of the Mother Emperor of the Ultra Armament 1 race. Emperor Abyss was not afraid. The body met it. As a heavenly Emperor-level powerhouse, he didn't know how to write the word fear yet. Coupled with the influence of the Berserk personality, it was even more unlikely that he would try to hide. In the process of welcoming up, Emperor Yuan's body suddenly flashed with golden light. An equally huge and terrifying golden body slowly appeared. This golden body was so big that it looked even bigger than the Mother Emperor of the Ultra Armament clan. With such a huge body, the dozen or so mechanical monsters in front of him just now were not worth mentioning at all. One slap could kill one. This was the true strength of the heavenly Emperor level Yuan. The Eternal Dharma phase golden body that Lin Dong had executed when he first entered the Eternal Realm was nothing compared to this massive body of Yuan. It was simply nothing. It was not even as big as the other party's fingernail cap. A mouthful of phlegm could drown Lin Dong's Eternal Dharma phase golden body. The stronger the strength and the higher the realm, the larger the size of the Dharma phase golden body would be. In fact, Emperor Yuan did not think that the Mother Emperor of the Ultra Armament clan was that strong, thinking that the other party was merely big and could not possibly be a match for him. If the other party really had the strength of a heavenly emperor, the Spirit Land domain would have been occupied long ago. How could it still exist until now? The reason why he exerted his full strength was that he was also unwilling to waste any more time, wanting to destroy this strange-looking monster in one fell swoop and completely annihilate the Ultra Armament clan. The soul-devouring clan was still waiting for him. Chapter 1350, Something to Talk About. The Mother Emperor of the Ultra Armament 1 race maneuvered a massive tentacle and attacked towards Yuan. Yuan, on the other hand, transformed into a golden figure not dissimilar in size and met it without the slightest fear. Boom! The two collided, emitting a sound that caused the cosmic void to tremble incessantly. All of the surrounding Ultra Armament ones, except for the 2 remaining LV6s, were shattered into pieces. Including the LV5s equivalent to the Divine Realm were no exception. They hadn't even gotten rid of the golden flames cast by Yuan, so how could they still resist the aftermath of such a powerful collision? The battle had only taken place for a few moments, and of the countless clansmen sent out by the ultra-armored clan, only 2 LV6s were left, while the rest were completely wiped out. Such a loss was immeasurably large. Even the Mother Emperor of the Ultra Armament clan, who could create unlimited clansmen, felt heartbroken at this moment. But right now it didn't have the time to pay attention to that. Because at the moment of the collision, the Mother Emperor sensed the powerful threat that the human in front of it brought to it. This person was by no means an ordinary Emperor Realm powerhouse. No wonder he dared to come single-handedly to find trouble with the Ultra Armament clan. It seems that he still has some strength. With one blow blocked, the Mother Emperor wanted to quickly draw back its tentacles while waving more of them to attack Emperor Yuan. Want to leave? How can it be that easy? Did you ask me? Emperor Yuan grabbed the other party's tentacles that were ready to be retracted and yanked them back with both hands while shouting, "Roll over and suffer death." Rumble. The massive body of the Mother Emperor of the Ultra-Armored One race was unexpectedly yanked directly over by Emperor Yuan grabbing the tentacles. Looking far away from the void, only a golden giant was seen fighting a ball-shaped, tentacle-covered alien monster. The alien monster attacked the golden giant with one tentacle. After the golden giant blocked it, he held the monster's outstretched tentacle in his hand and pulled his opponent over. It was estimated that even the mother emperor of the overarmed Yuan clan herself did not expect that the human in front of her actually had so much power to yank her body. At this point, it was completely out of its own control, and could only follow Yuan's strength as it leaned over. If someone could have been present, the picture that followed would definitely be unforgettable for those who saw it for the rest of their lives. Yuan transformed into a golden giant, his hands tightly grasping the tentacles of the mother emperor of the ultra-armament 1 race, and after coming the other party over, he didn't stop, but directly swung it around. The mother emperor's massive body was just swung into a circle by Yuan. Wherever it passed, the void shattered. Fortunately, everything around it had been swallowed clean and no life existed, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Below the Emperor realm, it was simply impossible to survive the aftermath of the battle between Emperor Abyss and the mother emperor of the ultra-armament clan. Ha 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 ha. Scum of the ultra-armament 1 race, how is it? Does it feel good? Emperor Yuan swung the mother emperor of the ultra-armament 1 race while laughing openly. Up until now, he hadn't even used his full battle power at the heavenly emperor level. Resolving the battle quickly would be too cheap for the ultra-armament 1 race. Emperor Yuan wanted to slowly abuse the other party. Let it feel what true fear was. Suddenly, Emperor Yuan, who was whirling with vigor, felt a loosening in his hand, and the body of the mother emperor of the ultra-armament 1 race had rolled out. Looking at the severed tentacle in his hand, it turned out that the other party had cut off the tentacles themselves in order to escape. Human. You're not an ordinary Emperor Realm powerhouse. Ordinary Emperor Realms definitely don't have strength like you. Who the hell are you? The mother emperor asked out loud after stopping her body. Yuan's strength had truly shocked it. It didn't expect a tiny human to possess such domineering power. Just now, it also chose to sever its own tentacles out of necessity. For the mother emperor that possessed dozens of tentacles, having one less would not have a big impact. Want to know who I am? You're not qualified enough. Emperor Yuan threw the tentacle in his hand, casually, and said with a cold smile. Joke. This emperor has been traversing the universe for countless years. Wherever he passes, living beings retreat, and has already devoured numerous civilizations. What kind of world has he not seen before? Who are you, a mere human, to say such words in front of this emperor? On what basis? Just based on the fact that I can whip you up like a toy and play with you, isn't that enough? Ha ha ha. Emperor Yuan said and started laughing again. How dare you? Just now it was only a momentary oversight on the part of this emperor that gave you a chance to catch a tiny human. Now I'll let you know that none of those who dare to be arrogant in front of this emperor will have a good ending. The mother emperor of the ultra-armament clan was angry. The fact that its children and grandchildren were almost completely wiped out, and it was still being whirled around by a human for fun, made it completely enraged. Swinging dozens of giant tentacles, it attacked towards Yuan. It wouldn't give the other party another chance to grab one alone. Of course Yuan begged for it. It hadn't even exerted itself yet. Judging from the contact just now, this tentacle monster was just a half-step heavenly emperor level of battle power. Only due to its huge body and full strength, it was already infinitely close to the true heavenly emperor level. But being a hair's breadth away was ultimately a hair's breadth away. Without reaching the heavenly emperor level, one could only be considered a half-step heavenly emperor. With this gap of a thread, Yuan would be able to take an absolute advantage, hanging him up and beating him, even abusing him to death. Rumble. The two sides collided together once again. Dozens of tentacles continuously bombarded Emperor Yuan. Yuan was in a state of crisis, only relying on his hands, methodically fending off his opponent's attacks. From time to time, he even grabbed a tentacle and forcefully ripped it off. When the two sides separated again, the dozens of giant tentacles of the mother emperor of the ultra-armament clan were only half of them left. The remaining half was ripped off and thrown away by Yuan. At this time, the mother emperor finally realized that something wasn't right. One less tentacle didn't have much of an impact, but half of it was a big problem. If the other party was only at the half-step heavenly emperor level, it couldn't possibly possess such terrifying strength. After all, it would already be the limit of a half-step heavenly emperor. Further up, it could only be a true heavenly emperor level powerhouse. Human. You've broken through to the true heavenly emperor level? The mother emperor of the ultra-armament clan asked, holding back her anger. You just realized it now? It's too late. This heavenly emperor is going to completely exterminate your ultra-armament clan today, making you disappear into the universe forever, lest you go on to plague other civilizations. After Yuan replied, he took the initiative and the golden giant charged towards the other party. Since his strength was already known, he wasn't going to continue hiding anymore. He was prepared to rip off all of this tentacle monster's tentacles, and then break open that rounded body to see what was inside. Hearing Yuan's affirmative reply and calling himself this heavenly emperor, the mother emperor instantly panicked, backing up while panicking. Humans! It's all a misunderstanding, let's talk things over. There's no need for us to fight to the death, this won't be beneficial to everyone. If you had revealed your heavenly emperor level strength earlier, my ultra-armament clan would have definitely switched to a different target, and how would we have gone on to invade the Spirit Land domain? Chapter 1351, Don't Force Me. Ha ha. Scared now? I'll tell you, it's late. The moment you, the ultra-armored clan, join forces with the soul-devouring clan to lay your hands on Empress G, it doomed both of your clans to the end, and that is to be destroyed by me, Empress, with my own hands. You say that it's not good for you guys to pick who you want to lay your hands on, but you're picking on my woman. What Yuan said was also the truth. If the person who was seriously injured by the ultra-armament clan teaming up with the soul-devouring clan back then wasn't DG, but rather Emperor Yao or Emperor Shun, today's situation would be completely different. At least Yuan wouldn't have chosen to forcefully impact the heavenly emperor level. The other berserk personality wouldn't have had the chance to come out and fuse. Then Emperor Yuan would still be the same Emperor Yuan. The mother emperor of the ultra-armament clan quickly waved her remaining tentacles, rattling the void as her body continuously retreated, attempting to move away from this terrifying human. A heavenly emperor level powerhouse was already far beyond the realm of what it could deal with. If it was at the half-step heavenly emperor level, even if there were 3 or 5 of them, the mother emperor of the overwhelming armament clan wouldn't choose to run away recklessly like this. It still had many cards left to play. However, these means could at most only deal with half-step heavenly emperor level powerhouses, and against a true heavenly emperor level, it could not be said to be useless, but it was no different from scratching an itch. Human, just a woman in the district. I'll find you as many as you want, why fight to the death for a woman? It's not worth it. DG is not an ordinary woman, he is my Yuan's woman, I won't allow anyone to hurt her, whoever dares to hurt her, I will kill them. And just this tentacle monster of yours is worthy of fighting me to the death? Don't you realize that I've been teasing you the whole time? Yuan said as he chased after it. It wasn't that he didn't have the ability to catch up, but he didn't want to catch up too quickly. What was wanted was for the other party to experience what despair was as they fled. A strange image formed in the cosmic void. A round tentacle monster was fleeing ahead. A golden giant was in hot pursuit behind it. Both sides were always kept at a suitable distance. No more and no less. As long as Yuan, whenever he wanted to tackle the other side, came and exerted his heavenly emperor level strength, he could instantly catch up and completely annihilate the mother of the ultra-armament clan. Yuan, I admit that the heavenly emperor level is very strong, I can't fight it and I'm not an opponent, but this emperor has been traversing the universe for countless years, how can he not have a little card? Don't push me to the brink, or else I'll lose both of us, or even die with you. Are you fucking scaring me? A mere half-step heavenly emperor, actually spouting out a crazy remark about going down with a true heavenly emperor level? I don't know where you got the courage? Do you think I'll believe it? You can disbelieve it. But it's all true, I have an item that was left to me by my master back then to save my life, once I use it, even a true heavenly emperor level powerhouse would have to drink his life away. The mother emperor hoped that her words would be able to subdue Emperor Abyss and make him not continue to chase after her. Unfortunately, after fusing the berserk personality, Emperor Yuan was no longer threatened by anything, much less fearful. He only wanted to completely annihilate the other party at the moment of the tentacle monster's greatest despair to avenge Emperor G. Ha ha ha. Can you make up stories with a little bit more care? For you to look like this, oddly shaped, not to mention so disgusting, who would become your master and raise a monster like you? Unless there's something wrong with your brain, do you believe me? Yuan didn't believe Mother Emperor's words at all. It was true that there were many great powers in the universe that would keep some pets. But would anyone really keep something as disgusting as a tentacle monster? Anyway, Emperor Yuan felt that normal people definitely wouldn't. How dare you? Yuan, you can talk about me, but you can't talk about my master, he's a great power that's rare even in the universe, you're a tiny heavenly emperor level, you're not qualified to talk about him. The Mother Emperor immediately rebuked angrily. He. Tiny heavenly emperor level? Then I, a tiny heavenly emperor rank, will destroy you now and see what that master of yours can do to me. As Emperor Yuan finished speaking, his speed surged, and in an instant, he arrived in front of the tentacle monster. The Mother Emperor was startled in her heart. The tentacles that were originally rattling the void to catch up, panicked and launched an attack at Emperor Yuan. Even if they knew it was useless, they still had to try. What if the other party was bluffing? The result could be imagined. Ka-ching. Ka-chow. Click. A series of sounds rang out. Only to see the remaining tentacles of the Mother Emperor of the super-armored one race disappear one after another. In less than a moment, they had all been plucked off by Yuan. Nowadays, the Mother Emperor was only left with a rounded body that was at a loss for words. Without the tentacles, it was like a human without arms and legs, and the first time would of course feel very uncomfortable. After plucking all the tentacles clean, Yuan didn't rush to do anything. Looking at the bulbous object in front of him, he said in a contemptuous tone. Your disgusting tentacles are gone, next I'll tear open your body and see what exactly is inside, capable of creating countless Ultra Armor 1 warriors. Where is your treasure that claims to be able to die with Heavenly Emperor level powerhouses? And where is your mighty master? Emperor Yuan, don't force me. I don't want to lose everything with you, much less die with you. I still have to wait for my master to come and take me away, so stop there. Although the Ultra Armament clan has harmed Empress G, you have plucked all my tentacles, and it will take a great deal of effort to grow them out again. You have also avenged Empress G, and from now on, nothing will be owed to you, and the Ultra Armament clan will not join forces with the Soul Devouring clan to invade the Spirit Lawn domain again. Mother Emperor's voice came out from the remaining body. No. It's still far from enough. Where is this coming from? Only when you are completely dead will this grudge be erased. Yuan laughed coldly, not taking the other party's words to heart in the slightest. What master, what treasures that could die with a heavenly emperor-level powerhouse? He didn't believe in any of them. If there really was a great power that would give a powerful treasure to this tentacle monster, would they have thrown it here? Emperor Yuan. What exactly will it take for you to possibly let me go? The Mother Emperor of the Overarmed One clan gave in. Because it didn't want to die. Don't you have a mighty master? Let him come and save you. He's a rare mighty master in the universe who can slap this heavenly emperor to death with a single slap. Emperor Yuan sneered. My master just has something important to deal with and is afraid of involving me, that's why he's temporarily dropped me off here. When he's done, he'll definitely come and find me. Making it up is quite good, come on, keep making it up. I'll see what kind of trick you can make up. I'll tell you, today, even if the King of Heaven comes, you'll never be able to escape from me. As Yuan said that, he stretched out a large golden hand with 5 fingers spread out and covered towards the rounded body. Yuan. Stop. Don't force me. Chapter 1352, The True Essence. At the very center of the interior of the Mother Emperor of the Ultra Armament One clan's main body, there was a strange space. This place was different from the outside world. Densely growing all sorts of vines and plants filled the entire space. It was almost boundless, and at a glance, it was full of green vines. And deep inside the vines, one would find that there was actually an egg inside. It was unknown what kind of creature had left it behind. It was hard to imagine what kind of creature could lay such a huge egg. Countless cracks had appeared around the eggshell, but it just didn't break. Wisps of red light shone out from the cracks in the eggshell, coloring the surroundings a red color. At this moment, the giant egg was shaking violently, and what was inside seemed to want to break out of its shell. The red light shining out also became brighter and brighter. The giant egg was precisely the core of the entire Ultra Armament One Mother Emperor. In other words, the terrifyingly large body of the Mother Emperor of the Ultra Armament One race was all manipulated by this single egg. No, it should be the creature in the egg. The voice that had just conversed with Yuan was also emitted from this egg. If Yuan were here and saw that the enemy he had abused for half a day was actually an egg, he would probably be shocked in his heart. The creature in the giant egg hadn't even broken out of its shell yet, and it already possessed a half-step heavenly emperor level of combat power. One could imagine how terrifying the strength would become if the creature in the egg came out. Anyway, it wouldn't be weaker than at least Yuan, who had just stepped into the Heavenly Emperor level. Once this news was spread, it was bound to cause a huge stir. The Mother Emperor of the Ultra Armament clan was actually an egg that hadn't even been born yet? Who could have thought that? Those civilizations that had been devoured by the Ultra Armament 1 race would definitely be incredulous if they knew the truth. A rank 8 civilization was just eaten by an egg? It was simply a travesty. But this was the truth. Even if no one could believe it, it still changed the truth of the matter to be so. In fact, the reason why the overarmed ones kept invading and devouring various civilizations. In addition to creating countless Ultra Armor clan warriors to guard the Mother Emperor, all of the excess energy was channeled into this egg. The purpose was to provide enough energy for the creatures in the egg to wait for a certain day in the future to break out of their shells. Moreover, the Mother Emperor of the Ultra Armament clan wasn't lying. It was really waiting for its master. At first, its master had warned it when it left that it should not get its hands on 9th level civilizations, and that the rest of the civilizations could be devoured at will. At first, the creature in the egg was able to comply with its master's command, starting with the lower level civilizations, one step at a time. However, as it devoured more and more civilizations and became stronger and stronger itself, it gradually began to be unsatisfied with the status quo. It felt that devouring 8th level civilizations was too slow. Waiting for the day of emergence, I don't know how long it will take. So the idea of finding a 9th level civilization to try was born. Anyway, it had the bottom card left behind by its master. In case of an uncontrollable and unexpected situation, it could still run. It just so happened that there was a 9th level civilization, Spirit Lan Domain, right next to it. After a long period of thinking, the Mother Emperor of the Overwhelming Armament clan still decided to make the Lan Domain its first target. According to its calculations, the boundaries of a rank 9 civilization were not comparable to a rank 8 civilization. After devouring the Spirit Lan Domain, it was about time for it to accumulate enough energy, and at that time, it would be able to break out of its shell and become a Heavenly Emperor level foreign beast. However, I didn't expect that there would be a Heavenly Emperor level powerhouse in the Spirit Lan Domain. It was really out of the expectation of the Mother Emperor of the Overwhelming Armament clan. Had it known this, how could it have laid its hands on the Spirit Lan Domain? Wouldn't it be better to bypass the Spirit Lan Domain and find another civilization? Why bother messing with a Heavenly Emperor level powerhouse? Now, it hadn't even stolen the fish, and it had even caused a mess. The Mother Emperor also had bitterness in his heart. According to what his master had said, of the countless 9th level civilizations in the universe, very few were able to possess a Heavenly Emperor level powerhouse, even less than 101. In other words, it was only possible for 109th level civilizations to have a Heavenly Emperor level powerhouse, and it wasn't even absolute. This was also the reason why it dared to make a move against the Spirit Lan Domain. It was just that the results were somewhat unsatisfactory. A small probability event had happened to it. Emperor Yuan, are you sure you want to do this? Have you thought about the consequences? Do you really want to die together? It wasn't easy for you to reach the Heavenly Emperor level. With your talent, you might have the chance to achieve greatness in the future, suppressing the 10,000 realms of the universe and being honored by all realms. Why bother burying your great future just to take advantage of the moment? Isn't it just a woman? When you become a great power, all the women at the Heavenly Emperor level will be at your disposal. It's countless times stronger than an imperial concubine. Stop it at this point. I promise you. From now on, we'll go our separate ways, and the Ultra Armored clan will never hit the Spirit Lan Domain again. How about that? We can even join forces and invade other 9th level civilizations together. We'll split the benefits, we get 50-50. If you feel like you're losing out, 4 or 6 is also acceptable. 37. 37 is always fine, right? Just say it directly. What exactly do you have to do to stop? The anxious voice of the Mother Emperor of the Overwhelming Armament clan continued to emanate from the main body. If hard doesn't work, let's go soft. Hopefully, it could convince Emperor Yuan to stop. Although it did have treasures in its hands to deal with the Heavenly Emperor level. But that was what its master had left for it to use to save its life. It was the only one. It's also disposable. It would be gone after it was used. Emperor Yuan's two golden giant hands didn't pause for a moment because of the words of the Mother Emperor of the Ultra Armament 1 race, and continued to grab at the Ultra Armament 1 race's Mother Emperor's main body. The threat of his opponent was not even on his mind. Were there treasures that could threaten a Heavenly Emperor level? The answer was in the affirmative. There were. Not only were there were many. After all, the vast universe was far, far too big. The Heavenly Emperor rank was merely the last rank of the Emperor realm. And the Emperor realm was not the end. There were even stronger realms above the Emperor realm. In the vast and boundless universe, the strongest people above the Emperor realm had another name. Mighty. That was the true terrifying existence. Suppressing all realms of the universe, a level 9 civilization was nothing more than an ant's nest in front of a great power. Of course, the Heavenly Emperor level wasn't actually weak. At least in the universe it could already be called a strong person, it was just that it was still too far compared to a great power. The means possessed by the great powers were also not something that the Emperor realm could comprehend. Treasures that could threaten the Heavenly Emperor level were definitely possessed by the great powers, but not by the Mother Emperor of the Ultra Armament clan. If what the other party said was true, then would the Ultra Armament clan still need to join forces with the Soul Devouring clan? It should have occupied the Spirit Lan domain a long time ago. Even the 5 Spirit Lan emperors at their peak would not have been able to stop them. After being neighbors for so many years, with Di Yuan's understanding of the Ultra Armament clan, it was impossible for them to have treasures of such power. Naturally, they would not be threatened by the other party. Trying to deter a Heavenly Emperor level powerhouse with just a few words? Make himself stop? It was too much to look down on the Heavenly Emperor level. As for the union that the Mother Emperor of the overwhelming armament clan was talking about, he, Emperor Yuan, needed to unite with a tentacle monster to do his work? Chapter 1353, The Means of a Great Power. Di Yuan's two large golden hands, one on the left and one on the right, almost simultaneously grabbed on top of the rounded body of the Mother Emperor of the Ultra Armament 1 race. Then he dragged it back into his arms. Then the 10 fingers bent and went deep inside the body. Finally, they forcefully broke it to the sides. Ka-ching! Creepy sounds rang out. The massive body of the Mother Emperor of the Ultra Armored 1 race was thus split in two by Emperor Yuan. In front of Di Yuan, who had exerted his Heavenly Emperor level battle power. The strength of a mere half-step Heavenly Emperor level of the Mother Emperor of the Ultra Armament 1 race was still not enough to look at. Its hardest of instants couldn't escape being destroyed. And it was powerless to fight back. If Emperor Yuan had used his full strength at the start, the battle would have already been over. In the end, Di Yuan was still affected by his berserk personality. In the past, he was extremely deep in the city, like a viper hiding in the shadows, preoccupied with efficiency, and would never give his enemies a single chance. If he had the ability to kill in one blow, he wouldn't stall for time. But the berserk personality is not. Liking to play with sadism, slowly torturing his enemies to death and feeling their boundless fear was his greatest hobby. Di Yuan turned his gaze towards the Mother Emperor essence of the Ultra Armored 1 clan that he had broken open. He wanted to see what was inside. The result was a green color to his eyes. The green color was interspersed with some red color. What the hell is this? Emperor Yuan was curious. The voice of the Mother Emperor of the Ultra Armored Ones came again. This time, it wasn't a plea for peace. The voice carried endless anger. Emperor Yuan, you brought this all on yourself. You killed the warriors I had created over the years, destroyed my body so that I had to break out of my shell early before I could save up enough energy. You destroyed everything I had fortunately accumulated and had to start all over again. You have to pay for this. It's come to this point, still saying these useless words. Do you think it's useful? Feel free to use whatever means you have. If you don't use it again, you won't have a chance. Di Yuan said with a cold smile. He still felt that the other party was bluffing. A half-step Heavenly Emperor level was just that. How strong could the bottom card be? Di Jun's Purple Veil Star Dipper secret art claimed to be able to calculate all things in the universe, powerful enough, right? But is it still useless to you? In front of absolute strength, any plotting and scheming would be futile. Di Yuan had absolute confidence in his Heavenly Emperor level strength. No matter what tactics the Mother Emperor of the overwhelming armament clan used, he would be able to easily catch them. When the time came, he would settle the other party in the midst of his enemy's boundless fear. As you wish. I hope you don't regret your decision today. The words just fell. A ray of red light shot out from the destroyed body. It was too fast and silent due to its speed. Even if Emperor Yuan had made sufficient preparations, he still might have dodged it. Only to see the red light directly penetrate through Yuan's chest and extend past towards the back. The sudden sharp pain coming from his body made Emperor Yuan furious to the extreme. Bastard! Seek death! With that, his hands once again exerted force. Ka-ching! The main body of the Mother Emperor of the ultra-armored One race was completely broken in half. It was held in half by Yuan with one hand. An egg full of cracks appeared in front of Yuan's eyes. It was just quietly suspended in the void, a red halo emanating from the cracks. In front of the golden giant, it looked somewhat small. A small gaping hole appeared in the egg's body. The red light that pierced through Yuan's chest came from the gap. So this is your original body? Emperor Abyss endured the severe pain and gritted his teeth. Yuan. As I said, you have destroyed everything I have accumulated. Today I will make you pay a sufficient price, and from now on, we will not rest in death. The angry voice of the Mother Emperor of the Ultra-Armament One race came from the egg body. Ha ha! An egg is just an egg, and you're actually so bold as to want to make this heavenly emperor pay a price? And still not rest in death? Just you are also worthy? It's really ridiculous. This heavenly emperor is going to break this eggshell of yours to see what kind of thing you really are. The words were said, but Emperor Yuan was still very wary in his heart. That ray of light just now was simply too fast, and in just an instant, it had penetrated his body. Not to mention dodging, he didn't even have time to react. Is that so? Yuan, let me tell you, this is a treasure that my master bestowed upon me when he was on his way out, and since I've already used it, I'll let you see it thoroughly. I'll also let you know what the means of a great power is. It's not something that a heavenly emperor level like you can imagine. Swoosh! Immediately afterward, 5 more gaps appeared on the crack-filled egg body. Red light shot out from each gap. With Yuan unable to dodge in time, they each tightly wrapped around his limbs and neck, rendering him unable to move. At this point, 6 gaps appeared in the egg's body. 6 red rays of light shot out, firmly controlling Yuan. Yuan, who was entangled in the light rays, wanted to get rid of them, but found that he simply couldn't do so. Even after using all his strength and exerting his heavenly emperor-level strength, he could only move slowly. At this speed, it was no different from turtle speed. How was this possible? Emperor Yuan began to panic a little. Being restricted from moving during a battle meant that one could only be a living target, without a single ounce of resistance. These red rays of light didn't know what kind of material they were made of, extremely soft yet penetrating. Encountering this bizarre fighting style for the first time, Yuan was unable to find a way to counter it for a while. Associating it with what the other party said, this object was left behind by a great power. His heart was immediately startled. The Mother Emperor of the Ultra-Armament clan wouldn't really have a mighty master, would she? Yuan, how is the power of this treasure of my master's? The Mother Emperor of the Ultra-Armament One clan asked proudly. Not good. A thing of great power is nothing more than that. Yuan replied back in a hard voice. In his heart, he was horrified. It was trying to think of a solution. It couldn't be controlled like this, or else it could only be passively beaten. Is that so? I'll see how long you can keep your mouth shut. After saying that, the egg body once again appeared with a gaping hole. Swoosh! A red ray of light shot out. However, this time it didn't directly attack Emperor Yuan, but stopped in front of his forehead. Any further and it would have pierced through Yuan's head. How about this? The voice of the Mother Emperor of the overarmed One race sounded once again. It seemed to be particularly vengeful. It knew that Yuan hadn't been using its full strength and was teasing it. Now, it was also returning the favor in the same way. Instead of immediately striking, it first let the other party feel the feeling of being dominated by fear. Yuan looked at the red light ray in front of him, his eyes glaring, his heart in a cold sweat. This red light ray was too fast. There was no time to react, and it had been able to completely ignore time and space. Even if one's hands and feet weren't entangled, one wouldn't be able to avoid it. Not to mention being bound now. I'm afraid that only that legendary great power can have such a terrifying means. Although being pierced through the head wouldn't be fatal, it would still be injured. The main thing was that this red light contained a powerful destructive force. If one were to be stabbed in the body countless times by several rays of light, who could stand it? Faced with this unresolved situation and absolute disadvantage, Emperor Yuan didn't know what to do. Chapter 1354, Thoroughly Berserk. Yuan pondered in his mind for a moment. Since the red rays of light were wrapped around the Dharma phase golden body, then there was only the option of retracting the Dharma phase golden body. In this way, he would be able to get rid of the red light rays and then find a way to destroy this egg in front of him. He still didn't believe it. At least he was a heavenly emperor-level powerhouse. It wasn't as if a great power had personally taken action. What could a treasure do to him? Not willing to continue with the nonsense, Yuan directly put back his Dharma phase golden body. The golden giant that was bound by the red light, causing it to be unable to move, slowly disappeared. Eventually, it completely disappeared. But were things really as simple as Yuan thought? Could he get rid of the bondage by taking away the golden body of the Dharma phase? If this was the only thing that could be done, then a great power would not be called a great power. After the Dharma phase golden body was withdrawn, Yuan looked at the red light that was still wrapping around his arms and legs, penetrating his chest, and resting in front of his forehead. A feeling of powerlessness suddenly surged in his heart. Why is this happening? What in the world is this thing? Obviously, he had already put away the Dharma phase golden body, so why was it still able to silently wrap around his body? He was somewhat unable to accept this reality. Yuan. You're underestimating the means of the mighty. This is something that my master left me to save my life. It possesses inexplicable might. No matter how you change, it will follow you closely and never get rid of it. This is the mighty. Even if you're at the heavenly emperor level, you can't speculate on the existence. The mother emperor of the Ultra Armament clan sneered. Yuan fell silent. Unable to get rid of the red light that was entangled in his body, not to mention destroying the Ultra Armament 1 race, he could not even protect himself. It seemed to have reached a desperate situation now. There was no way out. It seemed that one could only use the last move. That was to completely release the berserk-type personality in his body. At that time, his strength would see a surge. However, the cost of doing so would be a temporary loss of calm judgment, wanting nothing more than to tear everything apart, but at this moment, Emperor Yuan could not care less. Boom! Berserk genes instantly filled Yuan's body. His aura was climbing. His eyes gradually turned into a pair of bloody pupils. The gaze also became emotionless to speak of. It only wanted to tear apart everything it saw. The mother emperor of the Ultra Armament clan realized that something was wrong with Yuan. The red ray of light that stopped in front of Yuan's forehead quickly zipped into his head. Just as the red light was about to penetrate his entire body, it was suddenly grabbed by a hand and stopped moving forward. And the owner of this hand was none other than Yuan. Such a scene shocked the mother emperor of the Ultra Armament clan. Yuan, who had just been unable to move, could actually move. Not only did he move, but he also grabbed the attack of his master's magic treasure? How was this possible? What secret technique had he used? The aura was so much stronger than just now. And the aura looks completely different. Strong people who could achieve the heavenly emperor level really weren't all lightweights. If it weren't for the treasures left behind by the master today, I'm afraid it would have been impossible to escape. The mother emperor of the Ultra Armament clan was fearful in her heart. Who would have thought that there would be a heavenly emperor level powerhouse among the 5 emperors of Spirit Lan? If this news had gotten out earlier, how could it have hit the Spirit Lan domain? Yuan's right hand grabbed the red ray of light that was rooted into his brow and pulled it out bit by bit. Though the speed was slow, very slow. But it was indeed moving slowly. It wasn't rooted deeply in the first place, and soon pulled it out completely. There was blood spilling from his brow. Yuan didn't bother with it, letting it drip down onto his face. At this moment, his face showed a look of madness as he laughed hideously. Tisk, TSK, TSK. This is the so-called great power tactics? It's nothing more than that, Ultra Armament clan scumbag. What other cards do you have next? Use them all. This heavenly emperor will follow them all, or else you won't have a chance if you move in a while. While saying that, Emperor Yuan advanced towards the giant egg. Due to his limbs being entangled, his speed wasn't very fast. This also showed that the red light could no longer completely restrict Yuan's movements. Emperor Yuan, who had withdrawn his Dharma phase golden body, was the size of a normal human. Compared to the giant egg where the mother emperor of the ultra-armored one race was located in front of him, it was far, far too small. However, it was such a figure that was the size of a mole cricket that caused the mother emperor of the ultra-armament one race to feel an extremely strong crisis. It was even more dangerous than the one just now. Emperor Yuan was like a different person. Even the tone of his speech had changed. Can't let the other party get close, or else he'll be in danger, was the only thought in the mother emperor's mind. With that, she began to override the red ray of light that had been zapped into Yuan's chest and quickly withdrew automatically. Once again, it zapped at Emperor Yuan, once again directly penetrating his body. However, Yuan didn't care at all about the damage to his body and didn't stop himself as he continued to approach the giant egg. Releasing his full berserk personality, not only was the reasoning that belonged to Yuan's calm thinking gone, it was as if even the pain in his body had disappeared. When the mother emperor of the ultra-armament one race saw that Yuan was so recklessly charging over, her heart became even more flustered. The master had left behind this treasure, which could release a total of 9,981 red rays to attack and bind the enemy. Because its strength was too low, not even at the heavenly emperor level, using 7 roots was already its limit, and if it was forced to continue, it would injure its foundation. 6 of the 7 roots were to bind Yuan's movements, and even if it couldn't completely restrict it, it could at least serve as some kind of delay. Otherwise, with the speed that Yuan's heavenly emperor level strength exerted, he would be able to reach himself almost instantly. In other words, there was only one that could be used. Put. Puff snort. Puff. The mother emperor of the Ultra Armor clan kept using red rays to penetrate Yuan's body over and over again. In a short period of time, dozens of bloody holes had been pierced. Blood soaked through Yuan's clothes. But it still had no effect. It couldn't stop Yuan's speed in the slightest, he was like a robot with no sense of pain. In the face of this crazy human, the mother emperor of the Ultra Armament clan completely panicked, seeing the distance between the two sides getting closer and closer. It revealed an equally ruthless energy in its eyes and said through clenched teeth, Yuan, since you don't want to die, I'll give it a go, big deal, we'll all die together if we all go back to the same place and reject it. Swoosh. 3 gaps appeared above the eggshell once again, and 3 red rays of light shot out from the gaps, heading straight for Yuan. Ha 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 ha. Just you scum, are you worthy of letting me die with you? Dream on. Yuan laughed madly. 3 rays of light had already appeared in front of him. Yuan forcefully used both of his hands, grabbing one with one hand, and the last one was gripped by his teeth. Using 10 rays of light had already caused the mother emperor of the Ultra Armament clan to be unwillingly heavy and unable to continue adding more. Put. A crisp sound rang out. Bastard. I'm going to kill you. Emperor Abyss roared angrily. At the same time, he stopped his advancing body. It turned out that he didn't know when. The red thread wrapped around Yuan's neck had already been released and had found the right moment to penetrate Yuan's head when his hands were unable to move. Regardless of the realm, the head was one of the most important parts of each race. Whether it was a human or any other race, it was the same. The dozens of bloody holes caused in the body were not as real as this one. Chapter 1355, Breaking the Turtle Shell. Seeing Yuan stop in his tracks, the panicked heart of the mother emperor of the ultra-armored one race temporarily relaxed. The head was the most important part of all living beings. Even if a heavenly emperor-level powerhouse was penetrated through the head, they would suffer some damage. Moreover, the treasures left behind by great powers were not just as simple as they appeared. After the red thread penetrated into Emperor Yuan's body, it would also release a wave of energy to destroy his body. If it was below the emperor realm, it wouldn't be able to withstand such an attack and destructive force, and would have already drank his life away. Even if it was the emperor realm, it wouldn't be any better. After all, it was left behind by a great power, and even if it was a perfectly ordinary thing to a great power, it was definitely a terrifyingly heavy treasure to the emperor realm, and even to beings below the emperor realm. In fact, at this time, Emperor Yuan's body was already riddled with holes. But he didn't care. There was only one thought in his mind. That was to break the eggshell in front of him and tear apart the fellow inside. Yuan. Just stop. Is it hard to believe that you really want to die with me? Would that be worth it? You've already achieved the Heavenly Emperor level and still have a great future ahead of you. It's too much of a shame to fall here, and I don't want to die either, so you can put forth your demands, and as long as I can do it, I'll oblige you. The Mother Emperor of the Ultra Armament One race softened. The voice was also somewhat tired. Its owner was a great power. Over-controlling the treasures left behind by a great power was too much of a load on the body. Of course, it was mainly because its strength was too low. If it could have the strength of a Heavenly Emperor, even if Yuan stormed out, it could not be an opponent. Originally, he thought that when Yuan heard his words, he would go along with it and step down. Because his wasn't doing too well right now either. Who knew that Emperor Abyss would slowly reveal a cold smile? It caused the heart of the Mother Emperor of the overwhelming armament One race in the giant egg to be startled. Dream on. After Yuan finished speaking, he grabbed the last two red threads in one hand as well. Then, completely ignoring his body's injuries, he quickly ran towards the giant egg. Yuan, what do you want to do? You really don't want to die? If we keep fighting, it won't do anyone any good, we'll only lose both. Quickly stop, you've won. I've already admitted defeat, what else do you want? Crazy. You're a complete madman. Get lost. Don't come over. The terrified voice of the Mother Emperor of the Ultra-Armored One race continued to emanate from the giant egg. Faced with such an oily and saltless person who was also crazy to the extreme and not even afraid of death, it was truly afraid. It had never encountered such a person in its life. When invading those civilizations in the past, it had also encountered tenacious resistance from various races. However, those who were as strong as Yuan and were not afraid of death had never been seen before. Could it be that all humans were so unafraid of death? Yuan didn't listen. The speed was getting faster and faster. The red rays of light kept struggling in his hands, but they were firmly grasped. The Mother Emperor of the Ultra Armor clan saw that the situation was not good. Immediately withdrawing the red threads wrapped around Yuan's limbs, she began to frantically attack her opponent. Yuan was constantly moving closer to the giant egg as he endured the trauma to his body. Having lost his restraints, his speed was even faster. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the giant egg. Releasing all the red threads with both hands, he slammed his fist into the eggshell. Boom! There was a loud bang. Surprisingly, the eggshell didn't shatter in response, only the cracks became a little bigger. Yuan also froze on the spot. Obviously, he didn't expect the eggshell to be so hard. One of his own punches had gone down, but it hadn't been able to break through? One blow failing, Yuan continued to swing his fist and smashed it on top of the eggshell once again. Boom! There was another loud bang. Then, boom boom boom. As Yuan's fist continued to smash down, the cracks on the eggshell became bigger and bigger, threatening to shatter at any moment. And at this time, the 10 red threads weren't idle either, constantly penetrating all parts of Yuan's body. It was thousands of round trips in an instant. Emperor Yuan endured the 10 red threads constantly penetrating his body while he kept attacking the eggshell. If it wasn't for the extremely strong recovery ability of a Heavenly Emperor level body, he would have been pierced into a mess by the 10 red threads. The eggshell wasn't a simple thing either. When the owner of the Mother Emperor of the overwhelming armament clan had thrown it in this frontier, he had put it into the eggshell as a way to absorb energy, waiting to break out of the shell after stepping into the Heavenly Emperor level. Boom! Yuan's punch went down, finally smashing a hole in the eggshell. He didn't stop and continued to expand the results of the battle. A moment later, the eggshell was finally smashed out with a gap that allowed passage. Without the slightest hesitation, Yuan directly drilled in. What came into his eyes was a red time. Surrounding them were crystals that emitted a red halo. It seemed to be the same as what was in the bodies of those ultra armor ones outside. Yuan could feel the energy here, which had been dense to an extreme. It had almost become sticky. A casual inhalation would be like cultivating outside for several years. A good place. Yuan grinned. When the Mother Emperor of the overwhelming armament clan was settled, all of this would be his own. At that time, he could let Empyrean cultivate in here, and he could definitely get twice the results with half the effort. Perhaps one day in the future, she would be able to step into the heavenly emperor level as well. It was reasonable to say that today's Emperor Yuan was already in a state of rage. There was no way that Empress G would be considered. This was also the aftermath of the dual personality fusion. When a dual personality fusion succeeded, no matter who it was, one would be affected by the other. Besides, DG's importance to D Yuan was self-evident. It was both an obsession and a heart demon. Only by dispelling this obsession and heart demon would Emperor Yuan be able to go farther, and it wasn't impossible for him to even break through the Emperor realm and become a great power-level figure in the universe that suppressed one side. While Emperor Yuan was in a daze, the voice of the Mother Emperor of the overwhelming Armament One race resounded in his ears. D Yuan, what exactly do you want? Of course I want to kill you. D Yuan said in a cold voice. Must you do that? Definitely. Without the slightest room for discussion? None. Alas. Why are you so stubborn? Wouldn't it be better for everyone to settle this peacefully? Why must we fight to the death? I said. When you chose to make a move against Empress G, it was destined that only one of us on both sides could live. Is a woman really that important? The Mother Emperor of the overarmed One race was very confused. Even if a human woman was excellent, she could only be considered average in the aspect of serving men. Those who truly understood men were some peculiar races. For example, the nine-tailed fox clan from the depths of the universe. Its master had once gone to great lengths to obtain a woman from the nine-tailed fox clan. D Yuan, you have already become a heavenly emperor-level powerhouse. You shouldn't stick to one place. You can completely leave the spirit land domain and go to the depths of the universe. That's the center of the entire universe. It's also the most prosperous place in the entire universe. When you meet the other races, you'll know that the human women don't even come close to being in the top of the list, especially like the nine-tailed fox clan. That's the real heartthrob of the heart. Any man who sees it will fall for it. My master has a woman from the nine-tailed fox clan. Chapter 1356, Target. Actually, my thoughts are the same as yours. Leave the spirit land domain, go out and conquer the universe's 10,000 realms, become the lord of the universe. That's my dream. At that time, what do you want without? Women, status, everything, all at my fingertips. Unfortunately, this body does not agree. I can't do anything about it. Empyrean is an obsession. It has to be handled with care, otherwise the consequences will be very serious. You say you guys are also. It's not good to pick who to start off with, but it's Empyrean, so I can't be blamed for that. D Yuan finished speaking, no longer giving the other party a chance to reply. His body instantly disappeared. Just now, from the other party's voice, he had already determined the exact location of the Mother Emperor of the overarmed One clan. Now it was time to go and see just what kind of contraption this fellow was. What was so extraordinary about the pets of great powers? If it was before the fusion of the dual personalities, once Emperor Abyss stormed out, he wouldn't have said so much nonsense. After the fusion, it was obvious that it was also affected by the fact that D Yuan talked a lot. Regarding whether or not he would offend that so-called great power after killing the Mother Emperor of the overwhelming armament clan, it was not within the scope of D Yuan's consideration. He, who had already fused his dual personalities, had absolute confidence that he would be able to reach that point in the future as well. D Yuan. You're simply obstinate, so let's die together. The Mother Emperor of the Ultra Armament clan shouted out in a stern voice. The fact that things had developed to this point was something it had not expected at all. Not only did D Yuan's strength far exceed its expectations, the key was simply not afraid of death. If it had known this, it should have listened to its master's conversation and shouldn't have messed with this 9th level civilization of the Spirit Land domain. With things having come to this point, it was no longer useful to say anymore. For an enemy who wanted to kill himself. The Mother Emperor of the Ultra Armament clan certainly wouldn't let the other party have a good time either. As D Yuan rapidly approached. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The red light rays came once again. And this time, the number directly skyrocketed from 10 to 40, reaching half of the total number. It meant that the Mother Emperor of the overwhelming armament clan had completely given up on convincing Emperor Yuan and was ready to fight him to the death. Controlling 40 red rays at once was fighting with one's life for a half-step heavily emperor level. It wouldn't take long to suck it into a dry corpse. Of course, paying such a large price, the power was self-evident. 40 red rays were not something that could be compared to 10. even though Di Yuan's strength had skyrocketed after his rampage. But the mother emperor of the overwhelming armament clan had put up a fight. The treasures left behind by the great powers had also exerted a small portion of their power. Bang bang bang. Di Yuan dodged and blocked away the attacking rays of light while advancing quickly. Both Di Yuan's speed and the speed of the red light rays were fast to a limit. The naked eye was completely unable to see their movements clearly. Only the occasional sound of the void breaking could be heard. One by one, the light rays were dodged by Emperor Abyss, inserted at the bottom of the giant egg, and then quickly pulled out again to continue the pursuit. It advanced for some distance like this. Emperor Abyss finally made an oversight, causing his right foot to be caught by the light rays, and his body paused for a split second. However, it was this split second of effort. Dozens of rays of light swarmed up. Poo poo poo. They directly pierced into Di Yuan's body, stabbing him into a hedgehog. At the same time, an energy refined to the extreme overflowed from the red threads and began to continuously destroy Di Yuan's body. Even if Di Yuan's heavenly emperor level flesh was already strong to a certain extent and had superb autonomous recovery, he couldn't withstand such a torment. This treasure in the hands of the mother emperor of the key ultra armor clan was left behind by a great power. Di Yuan stood motionless, covered in dozens of red rays, like a hedgehog. Cough. His body suffered a heavy blow, and he couldn't help but cough up blood from his mouth. Di Yuan, since you're looking for death yourself, I'll fulfill you. The exhausted voice of the mother emperor of the overwhelming armament clan was mixed with monstrous fury. The power of a great power's treasures when used was indeed strong beyond measure. It could allow it, a half-step heavenly emperor level powerhouse, to not only have the power to fight, but also heavily injure, or even kill, the opponent when facing a true heavenly emperor level. If it didn't possess such a treasure, 10 of it would not be a match for Emperor Yuan. This was the means of a great power. Without being physically present, casually throwing out a treasure, it possessed great power. It was just that the price paid was also quite large. So big that the half-step emperor realm simply couldn't afford it. Knowing that she didn't have much time left, the mother emperor of the overwhelming armament clan no longer spoke to Emperor Yuan. 10 red threads pierced through the opponent's body and immobilized it. The remaining 30 began to frantically output against Di Yuan's body. Poo poo poo. Countless stabs were made in an instant. Di Yuan was like a target, being mercilessly ravaged. The entire time he didn't make a sound, nearly enduring in silence, secretly urging his power to heal the wounds caused by the red light for his body. A few moments later, Di Yuan's flesh had been pierced through hundreds of millions of times. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid that they would have already become a puddle of flesh, or not even flesh at all. However, Di Yuan's body was still intact and hadn't changed much. At most, the clothes on his body had disappeared, and blood continued to flow out, dyeing the ground a red color. This forced one to marvel at the fact that the recovery power of a heavenly emperor-level fleshly body was truly strong. Being attacked with penetrating power hundreds of millions of times, it could still remain intact. However, the intense and continuous pain still caused Emperor Yuan, a heavenly emperor-level powerhouse, to frown tightly. At this point, the ultra-armored One Mother Emperor was at the end of its strength. The red rays being manipulated by it were disappearing one by one. It had clearly reached its limit. It was still too much of a stretch for a half-step heavenly emperor level to use the treasures of a great power. It wouldn't last a while before its body was emptied. Ultra Armament Clan scumbag, have you used up your bottom card? Isn't it my turn when you run out? What you just did to me, I'll return it to you tenfold and 100-fold later, so that you can also try this feeling of being a target. Di Yuan forced himself to hold back the discomfort in his body and grinned. His expression looked so creepy. Faced with such a situation, the Mother Emperor of the Ultra-Armored One race directly collapsed. It was constantly asking itself in its mind, why couldn't even the treasures bestowed by its master kill this person? Emperor Yuan was clearly only at the Heavenly Emperor level. The master had said that this treasure could handle all Heavenly Emperor level powerhouses. Even if it couldn't kill the other party, saving his life was completely fine. It was impossible for the master to lie to himself. But why was it like this? What exactly is the problem? What kind of monster had one encountered? You are not human. You are not human at all. You are a devil. You are definitely a devil. The terrified voice of the mother emperor of the overarmed Yuan clan rang out. It couldn't accept that it had poured out all of its strength and used all of its master's treasures, yet it still couldn't kill Yuan, and even looking at the other party, it still had the strength to fight again. And now it, not to mention fighting, even the strength to speak was almost gone. Just now, it had been the rage of the Ultra Armor clan that had been attacking Yuan. The roles of both sides would switch over next. Chapter 1357, The Big Bang. As the red light continued to disappear, Yuan began to slowly move his body. Every time he moved, he felt a sharp pain in the center of his heart. This kind of pain was really not something that an ordinary person could endure. To say that such a violent attack hadn't caused too much damage to Yuan would be impossible. Something of great power, even if it was bad, was not something that a heavenly emperor level could withstand. Fortunately, after Yuan went completely berserk, not only had his strength skyrocketed, the strength of his fleshly body had also received a huge boost, so he was able to barely carry it off. It's so damn painful. Yuan bared his teeth. However, a frightening smile appeared on his face. After being blasted as a target for so long, Emperor Yuan was not the type of character to repay grudges with kindness. If you had a grudge, you had to return it tenfold, 100-fold. After the 40 red rays had all disappeared, Yuan clenched his fist. His feet stomped hard. Boom! The body shot out once again. Without the binding and interference of the red rays, the speed was even faster than just now. Now he was impatient for revenge. Don't look at the inner space of an egg. For this egg to be placed in the spirit land domain, it would be bigger than many living planets. Just as Yuan was about to reach his target place, the halo of red crystals around them suddenly became brighter and brighter. It gradually turned from a dark red to a scarlet red. The energy in the air, which was already thick to the point of being sticky, also began to riot. What is this? Before Yuan could understand what was going on, the frantic voice of the mother emperor of the Ultra Armament One race came over. Emperor Yuan, didn't you ask if I ran out of my bottom card? I've come to tell you, no. This is the last of my bottom card. If you can make it through, then congratulations and win the final victory. If you can't, then die with me. Right. I forgot to tell you, even if you last through, my master senses that I'm dead and will come to avenge me. At that time, I'll see you, a heavenly emperor level. What will you take to resist my master? He's a mighty power in the universe that suppresses a party. Huh? Die together. The voice fell. The red light around them became more and more prevalent. Looking in the distance, one could only see a giant egg filled with cracks, emanating an intense light from within. A terrifying power was being nurtured inside. It was estimated that it would soon completely explode. According to the enormity of this energy, if the rank 8 civilization in which it was located was still around, once the giant egg blew up, the entire rank 8 civilization would have to follow it into the dust. From this, it could be seen how powerful this might was. Yuan was at the center of the giant egg. The energy around him began to riot uncontrollably. Not good. He was startled in his heart. Immediately, he sensed that something was wrong. This was the mother emperor of the overwhelming armament clan invoking the energy in the giant egg that was dense to the extreme, preparing to come to an end. It was too late to return now. One could only go forward with a stiff upper hand and stop it before a big explosion occurred. But before Emperor Yuan could reach his destination, the voice of the mother emperor of the ultra-armored One race rang out once again. Yuan, come on. Destroy everything with me. This is the price for your obstinacy, ha ha ha. Boom boom boom. Then a series of explosions resounded inside the giant egg. The energy here was already dense to the extreme, and it was detonated at this moment. The chain reaction came. Boom boom boom. Emperor Yuan no longer insisted on moving forward, but instead turned his head and ran. Looking from the void, the light overflowing from the cracks on the egg grew brighter and brighter. Terrifying energy seemed to have been birthed and completed, eager to be vented. Finally, a loud bang was emitted. Boom! The giant egg, bigger than a planet, directly exploded. Red light shone throughout the entire range of the 8th level civilization. It was a good thing that this place was no longer inhabited by life. Otherwise, the only thing that would happen would be destruction. This was fully described as an extermination strike. The two LV-6s of the Ultra Armament clan that were lucky enough to survive also fell in this big explosion without a trace of resistance. Their proudest bodies were completely melted away. The explosion lasted for a few moments before a black dot appeared in the center of the red light. Slowly, this black dot became larger and larger, and any substance that touched it was absorbed. Even the surrounding red glow was not spared. Such a large explosion. In the spirit land domain, the closest fringes were heard. It was as if a thunderclap. All living beings raised their heads to the sky, and as far as their eyes could see, half of the sky was dyed blood red. Fortunately, between the two civilizations, there was a wide isolation zone, and the big explosion hadn't reached the side yet. Time passed slowly. 1 day, 2 days, 1 month, 2 months. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. The black hole formed by the Big Bang not only did not disappear, but instead became bigger and bigger. It had already swallowed 1/10 of the space of the 8th level civilization. How big is the territory of a level 8 civilization? It was unimaginable that the size of a black hole had reached 1/10 of the size of an 8th level civilization and was still expanding. It was simply terrifying to the extreme. Even an Emperor Realm powerhouse's body would have to shiver at the sight of such a large black hole. To be able to cause such a large destructive force. One could imagine how terrifying the explosion would have been in the first place. The Ultra Armament One Mother Emperor had devoured many civilizations, and all of the accumulated energy was concentrated together. The destructive power caused after the detonation was absolutely unprecedented. A heavenly Emperor-level powerhouse couldn't even execute such a powerful attack. Only a great power could do so. At the edge of the black hole, a figure suddenly forced its way out. This figure wasn't wearing any clothes, his body was full of holes and bruises, and one could even see all the various organs inside his body. The body's constant healing was prevented by another energy. Each wound was enough to be fatal for beings below the Emperor realm. However, this person was fine. Aside from his breath wilting a bit, his vital signs were good, and he didn't have that feeling of being about to die. He was none other than Emperor Yuan, who was at the center of the big explosion. After coming out, Yuan kept gasping for air. At this time, he had already recovered from his berserk state. Turning back, he glanced at the giant black hole that was still expanding behind him, and was terrified in his heart. It was also the first time that Yuan had experienced something like this. Originally, he had thought that after stepping into the Heavenly Emperor level, he would be able to traverse the 10,000 realms of the universe. But he didn't expect to encounter the toughest battle of his life before he even stepped out. The explosion created when the Mother Emperor of the Ultra Armament clan finally detonated the energy in the giant egg that was so dense to the extreme was truly too powerful. Adding to the fact that Yuan was at the center of it, he had been seriously injured by the Great Power's treasure before. This led to a near-body fall at that time. Luckily, Emperor Yuan in his frenzy had ripped through space and time and directly drilled into the 12-dimensional space. Just like that, he was also badly injured. The current Emperor Yuan's breath had fallen below the Emperor realm. It would take a long time to recover. Turning his head, Yuan turned into a ray of light and disappeared. Chapter 1358, 6 months later. Spirit Cage Realm, Amber City. Half a year had passed, and the place was still as calm as water. With a great figure sitting in the town, no one dared to easily cause a dispute, deeply afraid of offending someone they couldn't afford to mess with. They didn't have a strong enough force behind them as a backer. The Chao family had changed the head of the Spirit Cage Realm. The original person in charge, Chao Yongliang, had been recalled, and as for how he would be dealt with by the family, it did not have any relationship with Lin Dong, and he did not have the heart to pay attention to it. He had only heard Miao Shijin mention it once. As the head of the Chao family in the Spirit Cage Realm, Chao Yongliang had allowed the family's direct descendant, Chao Feiyang, to act recklessly, offending someone he shouldn't have, and had a tragic end. Originally an absolute core senior member of the Chao family, he has now withdrawn, marginalized by the family. And the new head of the Chao family is named Chao Zhang. As soon as he entered the Spirit Cage Realm, he brought a large amount of treasures to visit Lin Dong. In response to the Chao family's gesture of goodwill, Lin Dong appeared to be generous, stating that he would let bygones be bygones. He himself had long forgotten about it. To the delight of Chao Zhang, the new head of the Chao family. The family had sent him to the spirit cage realm with a deadly order that the Chow family's misunderstanding with Lin Dong must be eliminated and the relationship with Lin Dong must be maintained. No matter what methods were used and at what cost, he absolutely could not allow Lin Dong to hate the Chow family. This was because the spirit Lan domain was now stormy. The Chow family understood in their hearts what an emperor realm powerhouse represented. Chao Zhang is not a big figure in the Chow family. However, it was because he was a good judge of character, knew how to read people's faces, and could speak and handle things that he was ordered to come to the spirit cage realm in the face of danger. This is also his only chance to turn over a new leaf. Once he grasped it, he would have enough power of speech in the Chow family in the future. For the treasures sent by the Chow family, Lin Dong accepted them as they were, but insisted on paying the market price. Chao Zhang naturally disagreed. Are you kidding me? You still need to charge money for giving gifts to Mr. Lin? It would be better to dig a hole and bury yourself in it. As a result, Lin Dong only said, take it away if you don't agree, I don't want Chow family's things. In the end, Chao Zhang had no choice but to accept the proposal and charge Lin Dong the equivalent value of money according to the market price. At least the gift was given out. When he came in, there were many pairs of eyes staring. If he brought the gift back again, the news would spread. At that time, the Chow family's senior management would have to find trouble with him again, and it might even be possible to directly change the person in charge. Having just gained great power, Chao Zhang didn't want to leave the spirit cage realm in disgrace just like that. He had great ambitions and ideals. Nay, his own strength was limited. Even if he was otherwise excellent and created a lot of benefits for the Chow family, it was still difficult to gain a firm foothold in a large power like the Chow family and enter the core layer, and he could only be a fringe figure who was not up to the top. After all, this was a world where strength was honored. Lin Dong certainly would not turn away from the divine magnificence point that the Chow family had sent to his door. Such a big family's handout is a big deal, don't want it for nothing. Lin Dong was not the kind of person who was narrow-minded. In reality, the Chow family did not cause any harm to him, but instead, a direct descendant died. It had also caused his divine magnificence points to skyrocket, with his strength reaching the half-step heavenly emperor level, not to mention that his splitting technique had also been raised to the height of the 6th rank. In reality, Lin Dong did not hate the Chow family at all. If he really wanted to do some math, he would have to thank the Chow family. Even more so, he would not idly go looking for trouble from the Chow family. After the incident between the Chow and Hua families, City Lord Miao Shijin and law enforcement team chief Xiao Jinlong both knew that there was an emperor realm powerhouse standing behind Lin Dong and tried to curry favor with Lin Dong by all means. The Miao family had even given instructions to Miao Shijin that as long as they could gain Lin Dong's favor, it would be worth paying any price. Xiao Jinlong was even more so. Knowing that he had to cling on to Lin Dong's thigh in order to continue to be his own chief of the enforcement team within Amber City. The other slightly larger forces in Amber City all knew about such a big shot like Lin Dong. To have killed the direct clansmen of the Chow family and the Flower family at the same time, and still be able to stay in Amber City intact, there were not many in the entire Spirit Lan domain that could do so. Another person from a top-tier power, presumably still the heir apparent kind. In the big powers, the status gap between first families was also huge. For example, between a general first line and an heir, the gap was like the difference between clouds and mud. The heir was the one who had the chance to become the head of the family. Even if he failed in the end, he would still be an absolute core senior. The other direct lineages were not necessarily so. Hence, all the forces in Amber City wished to have a good relationship with Lin Dong. It so happened that at this time, the news of Lin Dong's fondness for collecting treasures and properties was spread by Xiao Jinlong, and the scene afterward could be imagined. Wanting to curry favor with a big shot. The best way to do so was of course to throw your weight around. The major forces in Amber City then began to think of every possible way to find all sorts of precious treasures for Lin Dong. Not only would they be able to obtain money of equal value, they would also be able to gain Lin Dong's favor. 2 birds with 1 stone. Why not be happy about it? Therefore, during these half a year, Lin Dong's divine greatness points had not been rising at a slow rate. Although it was not as crazy as the last time when everyone lined up to sell their properties and leave the spirit cage realm. But it was not bad either, or at least too much better than usual. In half a year's time, Lin Dong's divine magnificence points had also accumulated to nearly 8 million. It was only 2 million or so short of the 10 million needed for a breakthrough. However, there was also not so good news. That was that as time passed, the enthusiasm of all the major powers to curry favor with Lin Dong began to gradually cool down. This resulted in the growth rate of Lin Dong's divine greatness points becoming slower and slower. This was human nature and something that could not be helped. It was impossible for the heat of a matter to remain enduring. According to the average growth rate of half a year, 2 million divine greatness points would be enough in 2 months at most. However, based on the speed of that last month, I am afraid that this time would have to be extended a bit. Lin Dong did not really care. He would reach the breakthrough point sooner or later anyway. A few days later would not be a big problem. There was no potential threat nowadays. He also sort of understood. If one wanted the divine magnificence points to skyrocket, one would have to make a bit of a mess out of it. This would have a very good effect. Tuan had grown up so much in these half a year that she was already like a 13 or 14-year-old girl. The memories that once existed also kept appearing in her mind. It was just that it was still not very complete, so she did not tell Lin Dong. She was prepared to wait until she recalled everything, then she would find Lin Dong to have a good talk and say it all at once. The body was growing up and the memories were recovering, which also had a certain impact on the little girl's personality. Her personality was no longer as cheerful as when she was a child, and she always liked to sit alone on the roof of the house and look up at the sky. Lin Dong would sit with Tuan every time, and he did not ask. The two just sat quietly together. Sometimes they would even sit in Lin Dong's arms and put their hands around Lin Dong's neck. Smelling the odor of Lin Dong's body. Going back to those fragments of memories that were once there, slowly putting them together. Chapter 1359, 3 Choices. To the west of Amber City, there was a city named West Asia City. It was the same as Amber City. It was also one of the 8 main cities of the Spirit Cage realm. At this moment, in front of one of the gates of West Asia City, there was an old man who had hidden his face underneath his hat and was standing there, staring at the tall gates of West Asia City. This person was none other than the head of the Spirit Lan 5 emperors who had come to the Spirit Cage realm to search for Empress Dowager Emperor Jiang. The reason why he hid his face was because he was afraid of being recognized by others. After all, his statue had towered above the 5 elements continent for countless years and had been seen by numerous living beings. In the event that his whereabouts were revealed, and Yuan was given to know that he was here, he would definitely associate it with the fact that DG was also in the Spirit Cage realm. It would be troublesome to find her at that time. Therefore, all the way to find the whereabouts of DG, Di Jiang had to be careful and did not dare to expose his identity. Due to Lin Dong's presence, the Ziwei astrological bucket secret technique was rendered ineffective. He could only search city by city, sensing the location of the Empress by himself. He was afraid of being known by Emperor Yuan. Di Jiang was well aware that with Di Yuan's current Heavenly Emperor level strength, knowing that DG was in the Spirit Cage realm, without even thinking about it, he would surely come looking for her regardless, and no one would be able to stop him at that time. Right now, Emperor Jiang didn't know. Di Yuan traveled to the lair of the Ultra Armament clan and fought with the Mother Emperor of the Ultra Armament clan. In the end, the Ultra Armament 1 race was all destroyed. And Emperor Yuan was also seriously injured. Now he was recovering from his injuries. However, when he had recovered to almost the same level, he would come out at the first opportunity to search for DG's whereabouts. Originally, Emperor Yuan had planned to destroy the Ultra Armament clan before destroying the Soul Devouring clan. Unexpectedly, the Mother Emperor of the Ultra Armament clan was actually the pet of a great power. In her hands were treasures left behind by a great power. In that battle, Emperor Yuan could be said to have been suppressed the entire time. He relied on his Heavenly Emperor-level body and his strong life force to support him. In the end, he didn't even get to see what the real body of the Ultra Armor race's Mother Emperor looked like. Emperor Yuan was also suffocated enough. It was good enough that he was the one who survived in the end. The winner is the king and the loser is the enemy. This was the unchanging truth of eternity. No matter what means were used, as long as one could survive, one was the victor. When the Soul Devouring clan knew of the destruction of the Ultra Armament clan, they would inevitably find a place to hide and never venture out again. Without the Ultra Armament clan, they wouldn't dare seek revenge on the Spirit Lan domain. So when Emperor Yuan had recovered more or less, it would be very, very difficult to find the Soul Devouring clan again. It might have already fled far away. If he couldn't find the Soul Devouring race, he would only have to search for DG, which was his obsession and heart demon. Di Jiang sensed carefully at the city gates for a while and did not find Diji's aura. He continued to walk towards West Asia City. The main city was very large, and just the majestic and tall gates alone had 108 of them. Because Di Jiang was unwilling to reveal his identity, if he wanted to enter the main city, he had to queue up as well. Following the queue little by little, he soon stepped into the city of West Asia. Then Di Jiang followed the same old rules and wandered around West Asia City, sensing if Diji was in the city as he walked. The Spirit Cage Realm, as the second largest world of the 9th level civilization Spirit Land domain, was a magic treasure left behind by a great power. There were at least hundreds of thousands of cities and villages inside, large and small combined. Di Jiang didn't dare to reveal his identity for fear of Di Yuan knowing his location, and with just him searching one by one, he was afraid that it would take quite a bit of time to find Diji. In case Empyrean was constantly moving, it would be impossible to say. There was nothing Di Jiang could do about this. With the Ziwei astrological dose secret art out of action, this was all that could be done. After walking through every corner of West Asia City, Di Jiang left West Asia City and headed to his next target. And the direction he was moving in happened to be Amber City. It was just that there was still a long distance in between, also separated by thousands of cities. If he followed Di Jiang's speed, he would probably reach Amber City in 2 or 3 months. By then, as long as Diji was still in Amber City, he would see that he would be found by Emperor Jiang. According to the current situation, Lin Dong had no intention of leaving Amber City. He had already gained a firm foothold here. The increase in divine magnificence points had also exceeded his expectations, so there was no need to leave. Time passed day by day like this. Di Yuan was recuperating somewhere in the universe. Di Jiang kept traveling through the Spirit Cage Realm, searching for Diji's whereabouts. Only after finding Diji and meeting Lin Dong could he determine where to go next. Once a wrong move was made, it was not a joke. The entire Spirit Land domain would suffer along with it, to the extent that the living souls would be devastated, or even completely destroyed. Lin Dong, on the other hand, stayed in Amber City with Tuan Tuan and accompanied the little girl every day as she ate and slept, and ate. Watching the little girl grow up almost at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was just like a child that he had raised himself. When there was nothing else to do, just take a look at the divine magnificence point. 2 months had passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Dong's divine greatness point stayed at 9,822,000 points. It was only 180,000 short of 10 million. Only another 180,000 divine greatness points were needed. He would then be able to choose one of the 3 out of physique, spirit, and split body technique to break through one of them. First of all, Lin Dong would definitely rule out the split body technique. The 6th order splitting technique had already allowed him to possess a full 81 split bodies. It was completely sufficient. Upgrading to the 7th rank again, even if the number of doppelgangers reached triple digits, there was not much difference from 81. Even if there were more bilocations, they would still need to be summoned using essence blood as a medium. At this moment, Lin Dong should consider how he could replenish his essence blood instead of continuing to increase the number of bilocations. After excluding the split body technique, there was also the choice between physique and spiritual strength. By choosing to break through the physique, Lin Dong's battle power in reality would immediately soar from a half-step Heavenly Emperor level to a true Heavenly Emperor level. Coupled with the 81 doppelgangers. Good lord, with 82 early Heavenly Emperor level powerhouses together, other than that divine dragon in the universe, who would be qualified to fight against Lin Dong? The storming Emperor Yuan could not even do so. Those were 81 early Heavenly Emperor level dead soldiers, the kind that could explode themselves at any time in order to protect their own bodies. Even if Di Yuan could withstand 1 or 2 self-destructs, could he still resist 10 or 20 of them? It was still not going to be blasted into slag. However, if one chose to break through the physique, it would mean that the spiritual power would remain unchanged and the strength in the spirit cage realm would not change. Lin Dong did not know whether the enemy of the Tuan Tuan was in the spirit cage realm or not, and was not very good at making a choice. He was also afraid that his ancient emperor grade 10th stage spiritual strength would not be able to deal with the little girl's enemies in the spiritual cage realm. Even though he was confident enough. However, Tuan Tuan's various performances, as well as the terrifying energy contained in her tiny body, let Lin Dong know that this little girl was no ordinary person. To be able to severely damage Tuan Tuan's soul twice and cause her to turn into the appearance of a child of a few years old, the strength of the enemy would not be weak either. In order to make sure that everything was fine. In the end, Lin Dong decided that as soon as the divine magnificence points reached 10 million, he would close the door to break through his spiritual power. First, he would raise his spiritual power to the heavenly emperor level. After all, the real world had the separation technique to enhance combat power. There was none in the spirit cage realm. This was the difference between a soul body and a physical body. Many of the secret arts that could be performed by a physical body could not be done by a soul body. Chapter 1360, Discovering the Empress. 5 days later. Lin Dong opened his system. Physique, Ancient Emperor Grade 10th Step, 10 million Divine Greatness Points to Breakthrough. Spirit, Ancient Emperor Grade 10th Step, 10 million Divine Greatness Points to Breakthrough. Battle Power, Half Step Heavenly Emperor Grade. Divine Greatness Points, 100162235. Special Skill, Split Body Technique, 6th Order. Looking at the number in the Divine Magnificence Points column, Lin Dong immediately revealed a hint of joy. It had finally come to 10 million points. In other words, it was possible to break through the spiritual power. Once the spiritual power was broken through, the bottom line in the spirit cage realm was much stronger again. The last time he encountered that mysterious powerhouse, if he encountered it again after his spiritual strength breakthrough, Lin Dong felt that he would be able to defeat the other party in seconds. Do as I say. Lin Dong told Tuan Tuan that he was going to close the door. With that, he closed himself into his room. The little girl, on the other hand, stood guard outside and did not allow anyone to approach this place and disturb her big brother's seclusion. After another 2 months of growth, Tuan Tuan had already grown to the age of 15 or 16. It was completely a big girl. The chubby little face that was like a porcelain doll was gone. In its place was a face that was delicate with a slight hint of youthfulness and Englishness. The features belonging to a female were also gradually revealed, leaving Lin Dong devastated. When Lin Dong suggested that the female university should avoid suspicion. As a result, he was blankly glanced at by the troop and simply ignored it, completely ignoring it. What should be done remained as it was. Perhaps in the little girl's mind, Lin Dong was the person closest to her. Any other man who looked at her more than once would be met with Tuan Tuan's displeasure. Room. Lin Dong sat on the bed, opened the system and chose to exit the spirit cage realm. The soul body disappeared and returned to his body in the real world. As soon as he returned, he could not wait to start making a breakthrough. Opening the system, he chose to break through his spiritual power. A window popped up. This breakthrough will consume 10 million Divine Magnificence points. After the breakthrough is complete, the host's spiritual power, soul power, will be raised from the 10th rank of the Ancient Emperor class to the 1st rank of the Heavenly Emperor class. Please confirm whether the host will break through or not. 2 options. Yes or no. Lin Dong directly chose yes. The system went black and a prompt appeared on it. Spiritual power breakthrough in progress, please host later. Clenching his teeth tightly, Lin Dong waited for the pain from his soul to descend. Every time a relatively large hurdle such as a spiritual power breakthrough would be subjected to severe pain from the reorganization of the soul after tearing it apart. Even though he had long since become accustomed to it, Lin Dong still felt a little palpitating every time he experienced it. However, for the sake of greater strength, it was all worth it. At the very least, Lin Dong understood that as long as he gritted his teeth and pushed through, he would not fail anyway. If it was someone else, without the help of the system, it was still hard to say whether or not they would succeed after enduring the pain. One's own suffering even more pain was richly rewarded. It's not necessarily the case for others. Basically, they are mostly failures. Sure enough. Lin Dong had just mentally prepared himself. Hiss. Suddenly, he sucked in a mouthful of cool air. It was as if the entire soul had been torn into countless pieces. Then the fragments were assembled again to obtain a more powerful soul force. It took longer to break through the bigger levels. Lin Dong could only grit his teeth and persevere, trying hard to keep himself awake. He did not know what kind of consequences would result from passing out. Nor did he dare to try. In case he failed, it would be more than worth it. What about 10 million godly magnificence points? It had taken the better part of a year to accumulate. This was still the result of Amber City's many great powers helping out. Otherwise, if one wanted to accumulate so many divine magnificence points, one would have to take at least a year to do so. just as Lin Dong returned to Earth to break through his spiritual energy. Outside the spirit cage realm's Amber City, a man who had concealed his face was welcomed. From the physical appearance, it somewhat resembled an old man. This man was none other than Emperor Jiang. It took more than 2 months to find his way from West Asia City all the way to Amber City. Plus the half a year in front of him. Di Jiang had already come to the spirit cage realm to search for Empress G for the better part of half a year. He didn't know what was going on outside right now. What was Di Yuan doing again? Whether or not he had gone to find the Ultra Armament clan and the Soul Devouring clans to avenge DG. All of these were unknown. At this moment, the most important thing for Di Jian was to find DG in order to decide what to do next. Otherwise, it was impossible to determine the direction, and without a goal, it was like a headless fly. After standing in front of the gates of Amber City for a while and not finding DG's aura, he followed the queue and entered the middle of Amber City. Di Jiang advanced quickly through Amber City. One could almost only see a silhouette, and the next moment it was gone. Nowadays, during this critical period, he didn't have the heart to appreciate these locales. There wasn't even the slightest stop along the way. Catching up was even exerting his fastest speed. Carrying a map of the spirit cage realm with him, after finding a city, he made a fork. A large spirit cage realm. Hundreds of thousands of large and small cities and villages. If one wanted to look for someone and not hurry, the time it would take to just walk through all these places would be astronomical. Di Jiang didn't have that time to waste. It was imperative to find DG as soon as possible and discuss a way to restrain Di Yuan. Whether to use DG's true feelings to sensitize, or to let Lin Dong, the variable, suppress it. At least a direction had to be determined before gathering everyone together and twisting them into a force to work in that direction. Advancing from the city gates while sensing DG's aura, by the time Di Jiang arrived at the center of Amber City, an hour had already passed. With Di Jiang's speed, it would take an hour to get to the center of Amber City, or a straight line distance, so it was obvious how big Amber City was. This was one of the 8 main cities of the spirit cage realm. It wasn't without reason that 108 giant gates were built. There were countless transient people coming in and out every day. It was because there were so many people that Emperor Jiang didn't dare to be careless. He had to make sure that every corner of Amber City was not spared. He was afraid that if he made a small oversight, he would be in trouble if he missed it. More time would need to be spent searching again. After circling around the center of Amber City, Di Jiang was ready to move on to the other side. But just as Di Jiang had taken a few steps out, suddenly, he sensed a very familiar aura. DG? Di Jiang's body shook as a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. After half a year of searching, he had finally found DG. Originally, he had thought that it would still take a long time. After all, the area he had traveled through wasn't even a tenth of the spirit cage realm. He didn't expect to find it so quickly. For Di Jiang, it was also an unexpected pleasure. Then, in order to prevent any mistakes, he carefully sensed it again. This time, one could be completely sure. It was indeed DG's aura that was correct. After hundreds or thousands of eons together, he was too familiar with Empress Dowager, it was impossible for him to sense it wrongly. Having found DG, Di Jiang's heart was greatly relieved. If he couldn't find it again. After Di Yuan resolved the overarmed ones in Soul's lair, it was anyone's guess as to what he would do in order to obtain the whereabouts of Empress G. Now that this fellow had fused dual personalities, I'm afraid he couldn't listen to anyone's words except for Empress. Chapter 1361, Someone Inside? Calming down his agitated mood, Di Jiang walked towards DG's location. Seeing DG was not his ultimate goal, the person Di Jiang really wanted to see was Lin Dong. A fellow who could not only render the Violet Star Dipper's secret art useless, but could also backfire on the caster, and a variable in the Spirit Lan domain. In fact, Emperor Jiang also knew that it was a little unbelievable to pin the hopes of the entire Spirit Lan domain on a person he had never even met. However, he had reason to believe that Lin Dong would give himself a surprise. Soon Di Jiang followed DG's scent and arrived before a manor. With his strength, concealing the guards and entering the manor could not be easier. In the blink of an eye, he had appeared inside the manor and met Empress Dowager. It was sitting in front of the door of a room, her hands resting on her chin. The moment he saw DG, Di Jiang frowned. DG had actually become a 15 or 16-year-old little girl? This was something Di Jiang hadn't expected. However, he could be certain that the 15 or 16-year-old girl in front of him was DG, there was absolutely no mistaking it. As for why she had become like this, it should have been caused by the heavy damage to the soul. Since DG was here, then Lin Dong must also be nearby. Emperor Jiang began to sense Lin Dong's presence. However, a moment later, he frowned once again. This was because without this manner, other than some mundane guards and underlings, Emperor Jiang did not find anyone worthy of his attention. What was going on? Why was Lin Dong not there? Just as Emperor Jiang was puzzled, Tuan, who was guarding outside Lin Dong's door, discovered the old man who had suddenly arrived. The little girl immediately stood up and stared at Emperor Jiang vigilantly. She felt that this old man was familiar, but she just couldn't recall where she had seen him before. Perhaps it was because this old man existed in her memories that she hadn't yet recovered. Instinct told Tuan that this old man was not her enemy. Who are you? What are you doing here? Tuan asked in a vigilant voice. Emperor Jiang was pondering why Lin Dong was absent when his thoughts were interrupted by the sudden voice. He looked at Di Jiang with an incredulous expression and asked back, "You don't recognize me? I feel that you are very familiar, but you do not exist in my existing memories, so I do not recognize you right now, maybe after I recover my memories." The little girl answered honestly. She felt that she should have recognized this old man, only there was still no memory of it. Emperor Jiang stared at Tuan for half a day. Seeing a hint of clarity in the other party's wary gaze, it didn't seem like she was lying. Slowly, he accepted this reality. Even the person had become 15 or 16 years old, wasn't it normal to lose one's memory? The soul was the most mysterious and unpredictable thing. Once it was damaged excessively, it would cause some after effects. Amnesia, for example, was one of them. All right. You should have suffered a heavy damage to your soul, resulting in amnesia, and when you recover your memory, you will know who I am. Emperor Jiang sighed and said, "Old grandpa. You recognize me? What kind of relationship do we have? Isn't it familiar?" Tuan asked Emperor Jiang several questions in a row. "Of course we know each other. We are indeed very familiar, and as for what kind of relationship we have, if we really want to talk about it, I should be considered half of your master." Yuan thought about it and replied, "Master?" The little girl's eyes lit up. Of course she knew what master meant. It represented the extraordinary relationship between herself and this old man. "Really? Are you really my master?" Tuan asked happily. Originally, it was impossible for her to drop her defenses just because of a few words from the other party. It was just that the feeling that this old man in front of her gave her was just too familiar. And it was the kind that could be completely trusted. "It can only be considered half a master, but you've never called me master," Emperor Jiang said with a smile. "Then what have I called you? Old uncle? Old grandpa? Or old man?" The little girl asked excitedly. The fact that her own master had found her made her very happy. The little girl believed that with her master's help, she would soon be able to regain her memory and remember everything. Emperor Jiang was left crying and laughing at the question. It was as if he had gone back to when he had just met Empyrean. At that time, she was so active and cheerful. Later on, with the passage of time, she gradually became composed. "Neither. You usually call me Elder Di Jiang." Emperor Jiang returned. "Elder Di Jiang? So old grandpa, your name is Emperor Jiang." Di Jiang had a smile on his face. "Emperor? Little girl, what's your name now?" "Senior Ti Jiang, my name is Tuan now." "Tuan? Who gave you that name? So unpleasant. Ugly? I think it's quite catchy. It was my big brother who gave it to me." The little girl pouted, a little unhappy. How could a name given to her by her big brother not sound good? Big brother? Di Jiang grabbed an important piece of information from Tuan's words. His intuition told him that this so-called big brother was Lin Dong, who was able to reverse the Violet Star Dipper secret art. It was also the only variable at the moment. I was wrong. In fact, the name Tuan is actually quite nice." Emperor Jiang hastily corrected himself. "That's more or less the same. I forgive you." Right, Tuan, what's your big brother's name? Where is he? Emperor Jiang went straight to the point. He could not wait to meet this Lindong. My big brother's name is Lindong and he is in seclusion here. I'm helping her guard the door, Elder Emperor Jiang. Can we speak a little quieter, so as not to disturb big brother? Tuan's voice became smaller and smaller. While whispering, he pointed at the room with his finger. Emperor Jiang took a listen. Sure enough, it was Lindong. Only Tuan's next words caused Emperor Jiang to be very confused. Lindong was in seclusion inside? How was this possible? He had just probed. There was no one inside the room at all. Tuan, one should be honest, lying is not right. Emperor Jiang said with a smile. Elder Emperor River, I'm not lying, big brother is indeed in seclusion inside, why don't you wait with me? By the time big brother comes out, you'll know if I lied or not. Tuan said with a serious face. Seeing this look on the little girl's face, Emperor Jiang was a bit skeptical as to whether or not he had just been negligent. So he carefully probed again. The result was still the same. He didn't feel anyone's presence in the room. In this situation, there were only two possibilities. Either there was no one inside. Either the other party was able to completely hide themselves. Although Emperor Jiang felt that the first one was a bit more likely. However, as Lindong was able to make the Violet Star Dipper's secret art ineffective, the second one was not impossible. At the same time, Emperor Jiang was also very curious. Could there really be someone who could hide so perfectly under his nose? If it was possible, then there was no doubt. This person, not to mention anything else, was definitely second to none in the Spirit Land domain in terms of his concealment ability alone. Chapter 1362, The Way of Destiny. Tuan, are you sure that your big brother is really in seclusion in this room? Emperor Jiang still couldn't help but reconfirm. Of course. Every time big brother is in seclusion, I'll guard the door for him, and if anyone dares to disturb big brother's cultivation, I'll beat him up. With that, the little girl raised the clenched fist of her right hand and raised it. Then she added seriously, Senior, don't disturb my big brother's cultivation either, otherwise even if you were my master, I would still beat you up. Di Jiang smiled at his words. From Diji's words, he knew the status of Lindong in the other party's heart. It had indeed been high to a certain extent. It was by no means comparable to Di Yuan. Perhaps this was the so-called heaven's will. Hundreds of epics of pursuit and companionship could not even be worth a few years of someone else's time together. It was really the fate of the world. Some things were often like this. The more you pursue, the less you get. As the saying goes, you can't plant flowers, but you can't plant flowers, and you can't plant flowers without a will. But if Empress D had a little bit of meaning for Di Yuan, they would have already formed an enviable couple. They would have already formed a pair of enviable Emperor Realm Dao couples. Unfortunately, they ultimately lost out to fate. The way of destiny was the most inscrutable. Even if Di Jiang had the Ziwei astrological dipper secret art, which was capable of tending to good fortune and avoiding misfortune, he was still unable to see through it. Only a glimpse of it. But it is this hint, but let him in the case of talent is not enough, grow to the present point. It was enough to see how terrifying and mysterious the way of fate was. Whoever could see through it would have an unlimited future. How could it be? I do know that when I'm in seclusion, it's most taboo to be disturbed by others, so naturally, I won't do such a thing. Emperor Jiang laughed. That's more like it. The little girl nodded happily. Then she asked curiously, Elder Emperor Jiang, did you come here specifically to find me? Sort of. Emperor Jiang returned. Of course he had come specifically to find DG. The matter of Di Yuan's fusion of dual personalities and achievement of the Heavenly Emperor level was far-reaching. Currently, only DG could restrain the other party. However, at the same time, there was another purpose, which was to meet Lindong. To see if Lindong, the variable, had the ability to deal with it. It was just that nowadays, Emperor G had lost her memory. Di Jiang also did not know how to speak. Then, could Elder Di Yuan tell me about the past? It is possible. But it won't be too effective for me to tell it, and it's much better for you to remember it yourself. Emperor Jiang said after some thought. What he said was also true. There were some things that knowing them from someone else's mouth and remembering them on one's own were two completely different things. Besides, Emperor Yuan had lived for thousands of epochs since he started counting, so where would he start? Especially at this point of Di Yuan, Di Jiang didn't know what to say either. But my mind is so messed up right now, many memory images are in fragments, they can't be put together at all, and when I try to think about it with a little bit of force, I feel like I have a splitting headache. The little girl said with a pained face. This is the aftermath of your damaged soul. Later on I will help you see if I can help you recover some of your memories. Having lived for such a long time, in terms of treating the soul, Emperor Jiang still had a bit of research. Combined with the special medicine he had developed, the effect would be even better. Really? That's great. Elder Jiang, let's start now. I want to recover my memory quickly. Tuan immediately revealed a happy smile. For some reason, in her subconscious, she just trusted this old man in front of her. One could also feel that the other party was not hostile and was really doing it for their own good. Not yet, I need some spirit medicine as an aid to have a better effect. Tuan, you stay here and guard your big brother, wait for me, I'll go to the city lord's mansion to collect some spirit medicine, I'll be back soon. Di Jiang said. With his status and position in the spirit land domain, if he wanted any heavenly herbs or treasures, the city lord's mansion would do its best to help find them, not daring to be the slightest bit negligent. And as long as Di Jiang told the other party not to expose his whereabouts, he believed that no power would dare to go against it. After collecting the spirit medicines, only then would they be able to better help DG recover her soul. No need, Elder Di Jiang, Big Brother has helped me by many heavenly herbs to help me recover, so go see what you need and take whatever you want. Really? Then take me to see if there's anything I need. If there is, it would save me a lot of trouble. That? Emperor River Sr., I'll tell you where it is, go there yourself. I have to help Big Brother guard the door, I can't leave. The little girl had a tangled face. She wanted to take Di Jiang there, but she couldn't leave. What if someone came to disturb Big Brother's seclusion after she left? Although this possibility was slim to none. But the little girl couldn't gamble with Big Brother's safety. When it came to Big Brother's safety, even the slightest possibility, she had to nip it in the bud. Tuan, this should be fine. It's just leaving for a little while, just take me there and come back when you get to the place, besides will there be anyone else here to bother? It won't work. Elder Jiang. I promised Big Brother that I would help him guard the gate, I can't leave no matter what, just for a little while, you'd better go by yourself. I'll tell you the location. The little girl said with a serious face. Lin Dong's importance to her was self-evident. This time, when she lost her memory again, the images that came to mind were all about Lin Dong, and even Di Jiang did not come to mind. It could be seen how high Lin Dong's status was in Tuan's heart. You are you. Di Jiang shook his head with a bitter smile. In his heart, he was even more certain of Lin Dong's importance in DG's heart, and was truly unwilling to leave even an inch. Elder Di Jiang, why don't you go outside and find a guard to come, I'll have him take you there. Tuan's eyes suddenly lit up and he hurriedly said. That's fine. Emperor Jiang nodded. He could actually find one, it's just that this kind of important place is usually guarded. In order to avoid trouble, it was better to let someone lead the way. It wouldn't take much time anyway. Soon enough, Emperor Jiang found a guard. He directly subdued the other party without any reaction and brought him over before untying him. Before this guard could make a cry for help, Tuan jumped ahead and said, there's no need to be alarmed, this is my master, take him to the treasure room to get some treasures, and I'll explain it to him at Big Brother's place. Yes. Mississippi. The guard said respectfully to Tuan, who didn't know that little Princess Tuan was her master's heart. Her words were her master's words. Even more than the master's words. Because the master has to listen to her. Everyone here envied little Princess Tuan. Even if she wanted the stars in the sky, her master would not hesitate to pick them for her. Moreover, the master was the kind of big shot that even the city lord and the chief of the law enforcement team, as well as the heads of the major forces in Amber City, had to curry favor with all their hearts. Chapter 1363, Heavenly Emperor Level Soul. HM. Go quickly. Tuan urged. Yes, miss. After the guard replied respectfully, he turned to Emperor Yuan. He always felt that there was something familiar about this old man. but he just couldn't recall where he had seen it before. After all, his status was too low to think that this old man in front of him was the legendary leader of the 5 emperors of Spirit Land, Emperor Jiang. "Senior, please." The guard made a gesture of invitation. "Lead the way." The guard walked in front, and Emperor Jiang followed behind. The two of them turned a few corners and walked through a few long corridors before arriving at a warehouse. There were no guards here. It was somewhat beyond Di Jiang's expectations. The guards then opened the warehouse. He made another gesture of invitation. "Senior, advance, this is the treasure room. The treasures that the master has collected for the young lady are all placed here." "Thank you. Thanks for your hard work," Emperor Jiang said and walked inside the warehouse. Originally, he thought that there weren't even any guards here, so he guessed there wasn't much good stuff. As a result, the moment he entered, he immediately froze. What a guy! Countless heavenly treasures, countless spirit medicines, an entire warehouse was piled up. I'm afraid that more than half of the treasures of the entire Amber City are here. What a great deal! Of course, these things were nothing to Emperor Jiang. If he wanted to, he would greet all the forces in the entire spirit cage realm and they would all send them to him. With these spirit medicines, a little bit of processing to create medicines that would heal the wounds that Empress G's soul had suffered shouldn't be too much of a problem. Then Di Jiang began to get busy in the warehouse. It was necessary to restore Empress G's memory as soon as possible before he could discuss with her exactly how to deal with the matter of Emperor Abyss. Emperor Jiang was making the special medicine to restore the soul. Tuan Tuan, on the other hand, continued to guard outside Lin Dong's door, not moving an inch. Earth. Lin Dong opened his eyes and panted heavily. His body was already drenched in sweat. The feeling of breaking through the ancient Emperor grade 10th ranked mental power to the heavenly Emperor grade 1st ranked was really sour and refreshing. Even Lin Dong, who had such a resilient willpower, was somewhat overwhelmed. Fortunately, he was able to survive in the end. After enduring such great pain, the gains were naturally not to be underestimated. His spiritual strength had already broken through from the 10th stage of the ancient Emperor grade to the 1st stage of the heavenly Emperor grade. In terms of spiritual power, the only person in the entire Spirit Land domain who could compete with it was Emperor Yuan, who had fused dual personalities and achieved the heavenly Emperor rank. Di Jiang couldn't even. His spiritual power was still stuck at the half-step heavenly Emperor level. It was still a hair's breadth short of the true heavenly Emperor level. Just this one thread, but it was a world of difference. After the breakthrough ended, Lin Dong took a few breaths and began to check his own situation. Opening the system. Physique, Ancient Emperor Grade 10th Order, 10 million Divine Greatness Points to Breakthrough. Spirit, Heavenly Emperor Grade 1st Order, 1 million Divine Greatness Points can be raised by 1 order. Battle Power, Half-Step Heavenly Emperor Level. Divine Greatness Points, 38964. Special Skill, Split Body Technique, 6th Order. Mental Strength had reached the 1st stage of the Heavenly Emperor rank. The Battle Power remained unchanged, still half-step Heavenly Emperor rank. Only after breaking through the physique to the Heavenly Emperor rank would the Battle Power change with it. The Divine Magnificence points had been consumed by 10 million points and had risen by a fraction of a point, with less than 40,000 left. I'm afraid it would take a long time if I wanted to accumulate 10 million again to break through the physique. But with He Yaoting and Nia Hongdo both working hard all the time, the future was promising. After understanding his situation clearly, Lin Dong did not rush back to the spirit cage realm. This time, he had been in seclusion for a bit too long, so it was time to go out and see everyone. There was nothing going on in the spirit cage realm for the time being, so let Tuan Tuan keep watch for a day or two. At least go out and say hello to everyone. Getting up and drying his clothes, Lin Dong walked out of the retreat place. Spirit Cage Realm, Amber City. Emperor Jiang had been ceaselessly selecting spirit medicines to create special effect medicines to restore the soul. In fact, the treasures produced in the Spirit Cage Realm were all helpful to the soul, and this was originally a place for the soul to experience. It was just that there was a difference between more and less effective, and Di Jiang would require a much higher level of spirit medicine. After all, it was an Emperor Realm soul he was trying to recover. It was different from last time when Empyrean collected the treasures of the 8 main cities. She was synthesizing all of them and devouring them directly without any rules. The disadvantages of doing so were more obvious. The medicinal effects of some of the spirit medicines would clash with each other, resulting in the effects not being too good. Whereas, Yuan was maximizing the medicinal effects of all the spirit medicines. As a result, the quantity was not as much as what Empress G had collected last time, and it could even be said that it was not even 1%. But if we were to say the effect, it might not be that much worse. Combined with Yuan's unique healing secret technique, it would definitely have a more violent effect than the last time when Empress G devoured the drug herself. Time passed little by little. After configuring the special effect medicine completely, Yuan left the warehouse and arrived outside Lindong's closed door. Seeing the arrival of Jiang, Tuan immediately stood up and asked excitedly, "Senior Jiang, how is it? Are there any spirit medicines you need in the warehouse?" "Of course there are. I didn't realize that your big brother had collected so many heavenly herbs. It's indeed a big deal. It seems like your big brother is really good to you." Emperor Jiang smiled back. "That's for sure. Big brother definitely treats me like nothing else. No matter what I want, he'll give it to me." The little girl tilted her head with a proud look on her face. Hearing others praise Lindong for treating her well, her heart could not be happier. To her, Lindong was the most important person. Tuan, has your big brother not come out yet?" "Nope. He came out long ago last time. I don't know why he hasn't come out for so long this time." The little girl beamed. Emperor Jiang sniffed and once again carefully sensed the situation in the room. The result was still nothing. There was no one in the room at all. Suddenly Jiang thought of a possibility. An Emperor Realm soul was able to forcefully leave the Spirit Cage Realm anytime, anywhere. Could it be possible that Lindong had reached the Emperor Realm soul and had now left and returned to the real world? "I haven't heard of anyone in the Spirit Lantern Realm achieving the Emperor Realm powerhouse." Could it be that he had quietly broken through in the dark? It wasn't that there wasn't such a possibility. Some people just like to hide themselves. But let's just leave. And why did Lindong lie to Tuan and say that he was in seclusion? He also made the Tuan keep guard outside all the time. It was not understandable, nor was it comprehensible. Solely, Emperor Jiang also stopped thinking about it. When Lindong came out, he would know. Tuan, while your big brother is still in seclusion now, and it's fine anyway, why don't I help you recover your memory first? What do you think?" Good. Elder Jiang, let's start now. When big brother comes out of seclusion, I'll give him a surprise." Tuan immediately jumped up happily. She had long wanted to be able to recover all of her memories. Every day, various scattered fragments of memories surfaced in her mind, causing the little girl to suffer. Thinking about it and not being able to think about it. Whenever she thought about it, her head hurt. But if she didn't want to, she couldn't help but combine these fragmented memories. Once all her memories were restored, the little girl would tell Lindong everything. This was what she had promised Lindong and was also the agreement between the two. Chapter 1364, Restoring the Soul. Girl, the soul is the most fragile thing in the human body. When I help you heal and recover later on, it might be a little difficult and painful. You must hold on and absolutely not pass out, okay? Otherwise it will be a lost cause. Emperor Jiang gave Tuan a precautionary shot, letting the other party be sure to hold on. Although with his understanding of Jiang, was sure to be able to tough it out completely. However, now that DG had lost her memories and had turned into the appearance of a young girl in her teens, Jiang wasn't sure if there were any problems. It was better to make it clear first. "Don't worry, Elder Jiang. Tuan will definitely be fine." The little girl seriously replied back. "Good then. Let's not waste any more time, let's start now." Emperor Jiang urged up. "Good. Is there anything I need to do, Elder Jiang?" The little girl asked. "Nothing is needed. Just hold on." "You do it then." "I can do it. Just here? Or a quieter place?" Emperor Jiang asked. "Of course it's here. I can't leave. I have to help Big Brother guard the door. In case we leave, what if someone disturbs Big Brother at a critical moment?" "All right. Then it's here." Emperor Jiang also knew that he was completely asking too much. It wasn't even possible to have Tuan lead the way, let alone change the place. Emperor Jian took a few steps forward and walked up to Tuan Tuan. Sit down on your knees. Close your eyes, and later on, no matter how painful it is, you must persevere, it won't last long. Understood. The little girl sat down with her knees crossed after saying that. Emperor Jian waved his hand and the configured special effect medicine appeared around the troop. A greenish-colored medicinal power visible to the naked eye overflowed. Girl, absorb it with all your might. Tuan Tuan did as she was told, her body acting like a vortex as she drew the rich cyan medicinal power around her into her body. Di Jiang placed a hand on top of Tuan Tuan's head and began to utilize his soul power to help the other party heal his traumatized soul. As the healing gradually deepened, the expression on the little girl's face gradually turned painful. Her hands were clenched and her silver teeth were clenched. In her mind, however, she remembered Di Jiang's words to the deaf, hold on and hold on again, never pass out, or else all her efforts would be wasted. Time passed little by little. The little girl's soul was recovering under Emperor Jiang's treatment. A picture of what had once been appeared in Tuan Tuan's mind. Earth sighed. Lin Dong walked out of his place of seclusion and after meeting everyone and chatting, he chose to continue his seclusion and prepared to return to the spirit cage realm. He could not stay away for too long. Otherwise, the little girl would always be guarding outside the door without moving an inch, not leaving for a single step. Sitting in the secret room, Lin Dong opened his system and chose to enter the spirit cage realm. He soon returned to his home in Amber City in the spirit cage realm. Getting up, he walked to the door of his room and opened the door, preparing to greet Tuan Tuan. However, the moment the door was opened, the scene that appeared in front of Lin Dong's eyes caused him to widen his eyes and literally split his liver. Only to see Tuan Tuan sitting there, her face full of pain. And on her head, a hand was placed. The owner of this hand was a strange old man. Lin Dong's first reaction was, the enemy who had harmed Tuan Tuan had come to his door and was making a move against the little girl. Looking at her face, one could tell that she must be suffering greatly. In this situation, Lin Dong could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. The heavenly emperor-level soul that had just completed its breakthrough was instantly galvanized. Boom! An aura that caused the entire spirit cage realm to tremble erupted out. In the 8 main cities of the spirit cage realm, countless powerhouses felt this terrifying aura and involuntarily shivered straight through their bodies. The owner of this aura was definitely an Emperor Realm powerhouse without a doubt, and it was no longer as simple as being at the beginning of the Emperor Realm. The people in Amber City felt it the most strongly. Almost everyone was pressed to the ground by this aura and couldn't move. This included City Lord Miao Shijin. Originally, he was dealing with the city's affairs in his study when a terrifying aura suddenly descended and his body went straight down. There was a look of fear in his eyes. He had never encountered such a strong person before. The 5 Spirit Lan Emperors were no better. Miao Shijin knew that this was still the result of the other party not targeting him. Otherwise, just his breath would be able to crush him into mush. It was really too strong. Unimaginably strong. The countless living beings in Amber City all threw themselves on the ground with 5 bodies, and in their hearts, they all kept praying for themselves, hoping to escape this calamity. Many people regretted it to no end. Some of them had gone out of the spirit cage realm because of the murder of the heirs of the Chow family and the Flower family, only to think that there was nothing wrong and come back. There was no thought that they would encounter such a situation, even though they didn't know what was happening yet. But everyone understood in their hearts that something big was about to happen. It was unknown if it would affect them. When a powerful person of this level fought, if they were slightly touched by the aftermath of the battle, they would surely die. After Lin Dong erupted all of his soul force, his body suddenly appeared in front of Di Jiang, and before the other party could react, he pressed a hand on his chest and directly pressed him down to the ground and rubbed him. Rumble. The manor where Lin Dong resided was all level to the ground. With him as the center, along with the buildings in a radius of tens of kilometers, they all collapsed. It was fortunate that Lin Dong's anger was anger, but his reasoning was still intact, and he did not harm any innocent people. The guards still did not know what had happened. One by one, they were inexplicably lying in the rubble, unable to move. Just now, they were fine, how did they suddenly become like this? At this moment, Emperor Zhang's entire being was confused. His mind was a mess. He felt like he was dreaming and hallucinating. A half-step heavenly emperor-level soul body, in the spirit cage realm, had been second-guessed before he could react? What a familiar feeling, it didn't seem to be the first time. When was the last time he was seconded? It seemed like it was not too long ago, when he was seconded by Yuan, who had achieved the Heavenly Emperor rank. How long has it been? Less than a year, and once again, he was seconded. Emperor Jiang somewhat couldn't believe that this was true. But the actual pain in his body was telling him. All of this was real. Emperor Jiang really was killed in seconds. Not even a trace of resistance. And can do this. Only a Heavenly Emperor level powerhouse or above. When did Heavenly Emperor level powerhouses become so prolific? It wasn't enough for one from Emperor Yuan to appear, but now another one has appeared? Of course, it was possible that the other party wasn't a Heavenly Emperor level powerhouse. There was still a difference between the spirit cage realm and the real world. A Heavenly Emperor level soul body didn't necessarily mean that it was a Heavenly Emperor level powerhouse though. But there was no doubt about it. With a Heavenly Emperor level soul body, achieving Heavenly Emperor level would be a matter of time. Even in certain aspects, it was already possible to break bread with a true Heavenly Emperor level powerhouse. Anyway, it wasn't easy for a Heavenly Emperor level powerhouse to kill someone with a Heavenly Emperor level soul body. Or rather, it was very, very difficult. Of course, the other way around would be even more impossible. Chapter 1365 Elder, are you alright? The Tuan at this time was also a bit confused. Originally, Elder Empyrean had treated her properly. Although it was indeed a bit painful, the little girl could feel her soul in the midst of continuous recovery. And the speed was very fast. It was believed that it would soon recover. But just at this critical moment, suddenly a terrifying aura erupted. Regarding this aura, Tuan, who had been stuck together with Lin Dong every day, was naturally more than familiar with it. It was the aura of Big Brother. Before she could return to her senses and open her mouth to call out to Lin Dong, Empyrean was already being rubbed on the ground. Tuan was originally Lin Dong's heart. The last time she left quietly, not expecting to be hit hard in the soul again and returned to the appearance of a 4 or 5-year-old, Lin Dong was holding a fire in his heart. Thinking that after Tuan regained her memory, he must go and avenge her. As a result, before they could even go to the other party's trouble, the enemy came to the door on their own and dared to make a move on the little girl in front of him. At that moment, the anger in Lin Dong's heart was like a volcano erupting, and without hesitation, he went all out. What was he spending so hard to enhance his strength for? Wasn't it to protect himself and those around him from harm? If someone dared to bully his doorstep, don't blame him for being impolite. Lin Dong struck out under extreme anger, but he was still somewhat measured. It did not directly kill Di Jiang. Otherwise, he would definitely regret it for the rest of his life. Because this was not an enemy. Emperor Jiang was lying in a large pit that was tens of meters deep, with a palm still resting on his chest. His eyes slowly moved, and when he saw the owner of this palm, he froze once again. What a young lad. This couldn't be the Lin Dong that Empress G was talking about, could it? A thought followed. It must be. Who else could it be but Lin Dong? But why did Lin Dong indiscriminately strike at himself? Could it be that he thought he was hurting DG? As Emperor Jiang thought about it, he was afraid that this was the only possibility. In just an instant, he had analyzed the matter to the nth degree. At this moment, Emperor Jiang didn't have the anger of being mistakenly injured in his heart. Instead, it was filled with excitement. Variable awe. It really was a variation. Worthy of being someone who could even bounce back from the purple-violet star fighting secret art. Let's not talk about anything else. Just by looking at his soul power. It's above all the spirits in the entire Spirit Land region. Other than Emperor Yuan, no one can compare to him. Everyone knew that at the later stages of cultivation, soul power was the most difficult to grow. With a Heavenly Emperor level soul force, even if one's strength was still at the half-step Heavenly Emperor level, it wouldn't be long before one would be able to completely cross this hurdle and become a true Heavenly Emperor level powerhouse. A Heavenly Emperor level might not be able to win against Emperor Yuan. But at least it would be able to restrain him. Not like now. No one was his opponent. Di Jiang's excitement was overflowing. This was the result he wished to see the most. Sacrificing Emperor to accompany Emperor Yuan was the next best thing. After all, there were some things that were most precious when they were not obtained. It might not be a good thing to have Emperor G once he obtained her so that Emperor Yuan's obsession and heart demon could be lifted. Cough. Just as Di Jiang uttered a single word, blood was coughed out of his mouth. The power of a heavenly emperor-level soul body striking out was not something to be trifled with. Luckily, Lin Dong did not strike with a deadly blow. Otherwise, Di Jiang felt that he was afraid that his half-step heavenly emperor-level soul body would not even be able to carry a single blow. It was just like when Di Yuan had seconded him in the first place. Cough. You are Lin Dong, right? Emperor Jiang asked in a loud voice once again. Who are you? Why did you hurt Tuan Tuan? The 2 times her soul was damaged, it was you who did it, wasn't it? Lin Dong stared at Emperor Jiang with a stern gaze in his eyes. As long as the other party said yes, he would no longer stay his hand. He would first beat him half to death and then let Tuan Tuan deal with it on her own. As expected, Emperor Jiang knew it would be like this. Would you believe me when I say that I'm not harming Tuan Tuan, but rather helping her heal the wounds her soul has suffered? Emperor Jiang replied with a bitter smile. Helping her heal the trauma her soul has suffered? Are you bluffing? Healing would cause her that much pain? Lin Dong did not believe Emperor Jiang's words at all. The soul is the most mysterious and fragile thing. To recover, one needs to endure some pain. It is really unavoidable. Emperor Jiang explained. Then why hasn't there been any pain when the troop followed me to recover? That is because the method you use is too gentle and takes a long time, whereas my method, which involves the configuration of special effect medicines as well as the use of secret techniques, combines the two and allows Tuan Tuan to fully recover in a very short period of time. Lin Dong did not say anything, his gaze was firmly fixed on Di Jiang, his mind pondering on the truthfulness of the words spoken. Just then, a voice came from outside the cave. Big brother, don't make a move against Senior Ti Jiang, he is helping me, not harming me. This voice was naturally Tuan Tuan's. After she came back to her senses, she immediately came to stop it. Upon hearing the little girl's voice, the murderous aura on Lin Dong's body immediately disappeared without a trace, and the hand that was pressed on Di Jiang's chest was also withdrawn as he awkwardly smiled, somewhat at a loss for words. That. Senior. Are you alright? Emperor Jiang thought to himself. It's alright? You come and try it out, get so messed up by a heavenly emperor-level soul body and see if it's alright? Ma da. It hurts like hell. Emperor Jiang felt like all his organs had been shot, but on his lips, he said. It's fine. Just young man, as a senior, I have to say a few words to you. Some things can't just rely on the eyes to see to judge. You say if you ask first, is there no misunderstanding later? If you kill me by mistake, how can you explain to Tuan Tuan? You must know that I am Tuan Tuan's half-master. Lin Dong was stunned, he did not expect this old man to be Tuan Tuan's master. It was really a case of the family not recognizing the family after a big flood of water hit the Dragon King temple. He nodded his head repeatedly and admitted his mistake. Yes. Senior is right, Lin Dong will definitely learn from his mistake next time and will not make the same mistake again. I am really sorry, Senior, I didn't hurt you, right? He was also embarrassed in his heart after treating someone's kindness as a donkey's liver and lungs. Fortunately, he had withdrawn some of his power in time in the end, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. At that time, seeing Tuan Tuan's expression so agonized, who would have thought that it was healing the wounds suffered by his soul? Emperor Jiang struggled to get up, speechless in his heart. How heavy was your kid's own strike, don't you know yourself? Below the Emperor realm, you would have blown away the dregs. Luckily, the old man's body is hard, or else he would have to fall into the hands of a brat like you who does not know how to take things lightly today. Seeing that the old man was ready to get up, Lin Dong hurriedly squatted down to support the other party. As soon as he moved his body, Emperor Jiang felt a fiery pain in his internal organs and forced himself to endure the discomfort and said, Kid, you hit quite hard. Senior. I am really sorry, at that time, I only thought that you were the enemy of Tuan Tuan and were hurting her, so I was unable to hold back for a while and struck out a little too hard, please don't mind Senior. Lin Dong awkwardly replied back. Chapter 1366, Compensation Matters. Lin Dong and Di Jiang exited the deep pit together and came above the ground. Looking at the ruins around him, he also felt that he had been too reckless. But at that time, the situation was like that. Tuan Tuan was in so much pain, could he still remain indifferent and ask for clarification first? It was clearly impossible. Even if he was given another chance, Lin Dong believed that he would still choose to step in first before asking for the truth of the matter. "Big brother, Elder Emperor River, are you all right?" Tuan Tuan anxiously asked. At this moment, the little girl had already turned into a big girl. After a series of treatments from Emperor Jiang, her body had grown quite a bit once again, and she was almost 17 or 18 years old. "I'm fine. Senior has suffered a small injury," Lin Dong said with a slight hint of embarrassment. He also noticed that Tuan Tuan had grown quite a bit again. It seemed that just now, this senior was indeed helping Tuan Tuan to heal the trauma of his soul. "I am also fine, the small injury is nothing to me." Emperor Jiang endured the burning pain in his internal organs and returned as if nothing had happened. He could not say that he was seriously injured by Lin Dong, could he? Did he still want to lose this old face? The blood spat out from his mouth had long been taken care of by him before he came up, and the troop could not see anything wrong with it. "It's good that it's okay. It's good to be fine," Tuan Tuan said with a sigh of relief as she patted her already molded chest. She was really afraid that these two would fight. On one side was her big brother, and on the other side was her former master. It wouldn't be good for anyone to get hurt. "Tuan Tuan, won't you introduce me to the senior is?" Lin Dong asked. "Big brother, this is Senior Ti Jiang, who is also my half-master." After introducing Di Jiang to Lin Dong, Tuan Tuan looked at Di Jiang again. "Senior Ti Jiang. This is Lin Dong, my big brother. During this period of time when my soul was damaged, he was the one who took care of me and was very kind to me. If it wasn't for him, I might have been caught by the bad guys a long time ago now." After hearing the introduction, Lin Dong was a little embarrassed as he extended his hand to Di Jiang. "Senior Ti Jiang, I am really sorry just now. I didn't figure it out before I made a move, please forgive me senior. I was also worried about Tuan Tuan and that's why I was so reckless." "It's all right. It's understandable. Understandable. If it was me, I would have done the same." Emperor Jiang also extended his hand to shake Lin Dong's. It was considered forgiving the other party. What else could one do? It was impossible to fight in defeat. Then there was no choice but to admit defeat. Moreover, from the inside, the stronger Lin Dong was, the happier Di Jiang was. Because this meant that Di Yuan could not do whatever he wanted in the spirit Lan domain. Wasn't it for this result that he had come to find Di Ji and meet Lin Dong? Although he had inexplicably taken a hit from a Di Tian level soul body, things were going in the direction he had hoped for, and that was enough. The Tuan Tuan on the side watched the two shake hands and make peace, a happy smile appearing on his face. After Di Jiang's treatment and regaining some of her memories, she knew how much Di Jiang had helped her. Both of them were important to her. Di Jiang was an elder, half a master, and the troop only had respect. Lin Dong, on the other hand, was the eldest brother and the one who made Tuan Tuan's heart flutter and made her love him despite everything. And Tuan Tuan did not have the slightest intention to blame Lin Dong. After all, everything Lin Dong did was for her. Not only did she not blame, her heart was instead filled with joy. That Elder Emperor River, is Tuan Tuan's soul damaged severely? How is the recovery going? Lin Dong cheekily asked. He also knew that he had interrupted Di Jiang's treatment and wanted to see if there was a way to mud patch it up. It was definitely quite severe at first. Almost can't remember anything, but with you taking care of her during this period of time, she has recovered quite a bit. Originally I was just about to heal her all in one go, but as a result, I was interrupted by you. Empyrean returned with intent. Being pressed to the ground and rubbed by a youngster who was too young to be true and unopposed, as the person who had lived the longest in the spirit Lan domain and had always stood at the very pinnacle. To say that there was no fire in Di Jiang's heart at all was obviously impossible. However, he couldn't openly seize, and could only express his heart's dissatisfaction openly and secretly. Elder Emperor River. I really acted unintentionally. Tuan Tuan left without saying goodbye last time, and came back this time with such a serious injury. I have long been holding a fire in my heart, and when I suddenly saw that someone was hurting her, I also acted out of desperation, and I really did not think about it that much. So senior, don't bother with this junior of mine. Lin Dong smiled bitterly. Have I been calculating? Just being honest. Emperor Jiang had a serious face. Yes, yes, yes. Senior did not count, it is me who is small-minded. Senior has a broad mind, a large number of adults, the Prime Minister's belly can hold a boat, surely he will not count with me as a junior. Lin Dong continuously complimented. This is more or less the same. Senior. Then, can you see if you can help Tuan Tuan recover his soul again? I will guard it this time and will definitely not let anyone come close. Lin Dong asked cautiously. He was afraid of offending this old man. He was not capable of healing the damage that Tuan Tuan's soul had suffered so quickly. It can. But not right now, I still have to go and make some special effect medicines to assist, it will take a bit of time. Not only did Emperor Jiang have to go and make the special effect medicines used by DG, his own injuries, too, needed to be dealt with. Even though Lin Dong's blow had been withdrawn in time, he was after all a heavily emperor-level soul body, and a random blow was not something that an ordinary person could withstand. Good. Elder Emperor River, feel free to ask for whatever you need, as long as it is available in this Amber City. No, as long as it is available in this Spirit Cage realm, I will get it for you. Lin Dong patted his chest and assured. He could not care less about the great matter concerning Tuan Tuan's soul restoration. If Emperor Jiang needed something, he would spend money to buy it if he could, and if he could not, he would just make a move to rob it. Originally, the treasures in your treasure room were already enough, where can I find them now? Emperor Jiang looked at the surrounding ruins and said expressionlessly. Senior, don't worry. Apart from this treasure room, there is another one, which also has quite a lot of treasures, I will take you there now. What Lin Dong was talking about was naturally the treasure pavilion. That place served as the main battlefield for He Yaoting's acquisition of treasures, and most of the treasures needed to be placed there for a period of time, and only after they had accumulated to a certain number would they be sent over. Let's go then. Don't waste time. Senior, please. Senior Jiang, please. Lin Dong and Tuan Tuan led the way in front, while Emperor Jiang followed behind. Soon they arrived in front of the treasure pavilion. Along the way, so many buildings had become ruins, but no casualties were seen. Everyone looked at this inexplicably with a confused look in their eyes. Lin Dong did not bother to inquire. Let He Yaoting come later and talk to the owners of these collapsed buildings about compensation. Since he had done it himself, he could not just ignore it. He was not short of money anyway. The big deal was to double the compensation. When He Yaoting saw Lin Dong's arrival, he quickly stepped forward to greet him. Your Excellency. Old He has worked hard, first take me to the place where the treasures are stored, I am useful. Lin Dong did not talk nonsense and directly opened the door. Yes, Your Excellency, please follow me. He Yaoting glanced at the Tuan Tuan behind Lin Dong, as well as Emperor Jiang, and led the way in front. There were many questions in his mind. For example, that terrifying aura just now, how did Tuan Tuan suddenly grow up again, and who was that old man? Just as a businessman who had been running outside for a long time, He Yaoting knew what to ask and what not to ask. Chapter 1367, He Yaoting's Conjecture. Arriving at the secret room where the treasure pavilion temporarily stored its treasures, He Yaoting opened the door. Your Excellency, please. Lin Dong nodded his head and made way, saying to Emperor Jiang, Senior, please. Emperor Jiang was not polite and directly walked inside the secret room. The treasures within this room were not as much as the previous treasure room, but it was not too little, and it was enough for him. Senior, do you think it's enough? If it is not enough, I will think of another way. Lin Dong followed him in and asked. No need, these are already enough. Emperor Jiang replied back. That's good. That's good. You go out first. I'm going to start working, don't come in and disturb me if there's nothing else. Emperor Jiang directly issued an expulsion order. Good. Senior, then you are busy, I won't bother you anymore. Lin Dong exited the secret room after he finished speaking. Emperor Jiang then closed the door behind him, leaving himself alone inside. Seeing the door close tightly, Lin Dong turned his head to He Yaoting and said, Old He, when I was just in seclusion, I was not able to contain my force and collapsed many of the surrounding houses. You take someone to take a look and find the owners of those houses that were damaged and talk about compensation, double the compensation to the other party on top of what they asked. Prioritize getting this done for me and make sure to satisfy those victims, understand? Ah. He Yaoting directly grew his mouth and let out a surprised sound. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Lin Dong asked suspiciously. Gong. Gongzi, that terrifying aura just now, was it emitted by you when you confiscated your force during your seclusion? He Yaoting asked in shock. Yes. What's wrong? You felt it too? He Yaoting laughed bitterly in his heart. It wasn't just as simple as feeling it, he was simply scared to death. The entire person was suddenly crushed to the ground and unable to move. It was as if there were billions of pounds of weight on his body. Even breathing became difficult. At that moment, He Yaoting thought that it was the spirit Lan 5 Emperors descending into the spirit cage realm. He didn't realize that it was actually caused by the Duke's confiscation of force while he was in seclusion. This result somewhat overturned He Yaoting's three views. He knew that his own son was very powerful. But even if he was powerful, there had to be a degree, right? It couldn't possibly exceed the spirit Lan 5 Emperors. Thinking of the 5 spirit Lan Emperors, He Yaoting suddenly had a flash of insight. That old man who was just following his son, why did he feel a bit like Emperor Jiang, one of the 5 spirit Lan Emperors? No. He must have been mistaken. What kind of characters were the 5 spirit Lan Emperors? What kind of person is Emperor Jiang? He was the leader of the 5 spirit Lan Emperors. Why would he come to the spirit cage realm? Everyone knew that the spirit cage realm only had an effect on souls below the emperor realm. Wait. He Yaoting seemed to have caught a bit of something crucial. His own son was such an awesome person that even the Chow and Flower families couldn't do anything to him. Just a moment ago, he actually respectfully addressed that old man as a senior? There was a problem here. I'm afraid that the only people who could make my own Gongzi address him in such a manner were the 5 spirit Lan Emperors. After all, the Gongzi was someone who didn't even put the Flower family's half-step emperor realm in his eyes. If it was just a half-step emperor realm, the Gongzi would definitely not be so polite. Di Jiang, one of the spirit Lan 5 emperors, had come to the spirit cage realm? He himself even saw it with his own eyes? He Yaoting's entire body trembled with excitement. There was no living being who lived in the spirit cage realm who didn't know about the spirit cage 5 emperors. Even if they hadn't seen the statues, they had definitely heard of them. The reason why the spirit Lan domain had the peaceful and prosperous world it had today was all because of the 5 emperor realm guardian gods. Otherwise, spirit Lan domain would have long been invaded by certain races in the universe. Looking at the excited He Yaoting, Lin Dong was even more puzzled in his heart. What was wrong with old He? Why was he excited like this? Your Excellency. The aura that you emitted just now, not only me, it is estimated that even the entire living beings of Amber City felt it, not only felt it, but everyone is probably scared. He Yaoting explained after calming down. Is that so? Then I'll pay attention next time and try not to let myself get out of control. Old He, you'd better go ahead and deal with what I've given you. Remember, make sure not to let the victim suffer. Lin Dong once again instructed. Yes. Your Excellency. After He Yaoting replied, he turned around and prepared to leave. However, in his heart, he was really unwilling. The spirit Lan 5 emperors were his idols. Even in his dreams, he wanted to be able to meet the real people once. So he turned around again and asked, Your Excellency, there are some things I shouldn't have asked, but this is something I really can't help but ask Your Excellency to tell me. Old He, just ask whatever questions you have. Your Excellency, that old man who just went in, is that Lord Di Jiang? He Yaoting finished his question, his gaze fixed firmly on Lin Dong. It is Elder Emperor Jiang. Lin Dong nodded his head. Thank you, Your Excellency, for clearing up the confusion. Having obtained the answer he wanted, He Yaoting quickly left under the watchful eyes of Lin Dong and Tuan Tuan. It was not until He Yaoting's figure completely disappeared into thin air that the two of them withdrew their gazes. Big brother, are you all right? Tuan Tuan asked with concern. Do I look like I'm not all right to you? You should be concerned about your master, he is probably a little injured, and I did not expect him to be helping you. Lin Dong apologized. It's good that you are fine. Senior Ti Jiang is fine, he should have gone to temper his body himself, that's why he didn't let us disturb him. Tuan Tuan, how is your memory recovery going? With the help of Elder T. Jiang, it's recovered a little more, but it's still incomplete, scattered, can't be pieced together, it's very messy, and when I go to think about it, I get a headache. Then don't think about it for now, wait for Senior to come and help you recover. I know. Big brother, thank you. Still so polite with me. Lin Dong wanted to reach out his hand to touch Tuan Tuan's head like before, suddenly realizing that the other party had grown up, his hand was placed in the air at a bit of a loss. Seeing this, Tuan Tuan moved his body and took the initiative to send his head to Lin Dong's hand. After closing the door of the secret room tightly. Immediately, Emperor Jiang bared his teeth and covered his chest with a pained expression on his face. Then he could not help but spit out Funfeng. Marred. The little brat isn't very old, but he's really ruthless. If it wasn't for the fact that my old man's soul body is strong enough, I'm afraid that I would be seriously injured if I didn't die. I really don't know how this little brat cultivated, even a recognized problem in the universe like soul power can be solved at such a young age, simply more demonic than a demon, more perverse than a pervert. But this also proves that Emperor G's vision is indeed good. This brat is close to, if not a heavenly emperor level powerhouse, and it's even likely that he's already achieved the heavenly emperor level just like Empyrean. No matter what, it's always not a bad thing for the spirit Lan domain to have someone who can restrict Emperor Yuan, and this person doesn't seem to have a bad nature. He doesn't act like there's no one else in sight just because he's strong, he's someone who can be trusted. No wonder that after only a few years of being together, he was able to make Emperor G fall into it and couldn't pull herself out. He really does have a great deal to offer. Emperor Jiang had lived for countless years. He also had the assistance of the Ziwei Star Do's secret art. He was very good at reading people. So far, he had never been wrong. From the manner of speaking, one could tell if the other party was faking it or not. Obviously, this brat Lin Dong was not. Emperor Jiang rubbed his chest and then began to dispense the spirit medicine to restore his injuries. He had to ensure that he was healthy before he could help DG. Otherwise, at the critical moment, it was very likely that he would lose all his efforts. Chapter 1368 Big Brother is so nice. Time was slowly passing. Di Jiang quickly made the spirit medicine he needed. Then he sat down on his knees and began to recover the damage his soul had sustained. A heavenly emperor level soul body was no joke. If not for Lin Dong collecting most of his force in time. Even if Di Jiang was a half-step heavenly emperor level powerhouse, he would only be killed in seconds. From a half-step heavenly emperor to a true heavenly emperor, although it was only half a step away, there was actually a world of difference. Just like how Emperor Jiang was defenseless in front of Emperor Yuan. Facing Lin Dong's heavenly emperor level soul body, the same would be true and there would be no difference. However, Lin Dong only had a soul that was heavenly emperor level. His strength in the real world was still half-step heavenly emperor level. If they were to fight in reality, Lin Dong would be able to defeat Emperor Jiang easily with the aid of his heavenly emperor level soul power, but it would be difficult if he wanted to kill. After all, his battle power belonged to the same level as Emperor Jiang. Of course, if he added the split art, the result would be self-evident. Facing dozens of half-step heavenly emperor level doppelgangers of Lin Dong, the pressure was definitely no less than facing Di Yuan, a true heavenly emperor level powerhouse. While recovering, Emperor Jiang was speculating about Lin Dong's identity. He was eager to get to know this youngster, Lin Dong. He also wanted to know who could nurture such an outstanding person. It was just that Di Jiang understood that now was not the time. After restoring DG's soul, then she would lead the way and the three of them would sit down and have a good chat. It would be fine if Lin Dong could deal with Di Yuan. Once he could not deal with it, it would still be necessary for DG to personally intervene. Whether or not the current DG was willing to meet with Di Yuan was not too easy to say. Di Jiang was recovering his soul in the secret room. Lin Dong and Tuan Tuan, on the other hand, were waiting quietly outside. Lin Dong appeared a bit at a loss as to what to do with Tuan Tuan, who had suddenly grown up considerably and was already an adult in appearance. For a while, he did not know how to face it. He still liked the Tuan Tuan when he was young, although it was clingy, at least this kind of awkward situation would not occur. Wanting to show a little intimacy, she had already become an adult, a big girl. As the saying goes, a son should avoid his mother when he's older, and a daughter should avoid her father when she's older. Not to mention that there was no blood relationship between them. All the more reason to keep a certain distance. Tuan Tuan could see the change in Lin Dong and asked with a beeped mouth, "Big brother, what's wrong with you?" "I have only recovered a little and grown up a little, And you don't recognize me anymore? Am I still your Tuan Tuan? How could it be? Of course I recognize you, you will always be my little Tuan Tuan. Lin Dong immediately replied affirmatively. Nope. You're obviously acting differently today from before. I'm not a fool, I can feel it. The little girl puffed out her cheeks with a dissatisfied face. Have you all the same right? It is you who are too sensitive. Lin Dong laughed in embarrassment. It's the same, that's strange. No matter if it's the speech or the body movements, it's already completely different from before. In the past you would have directly touched my head, but today you hesitated. Big brother, do you not like Tuan Tuan anymore? The little girl had an expression that was on the verge of tears. Tuan Tuan is good, don't think nonsense. Big brother just didn't adapt for a while. Lin Dong comforted. Didn't adapt to what? Didn't adapt. Tuan Tuan has already grown up and is a big girl. We can't be as close as before. We should maintain a certain distance, otherwise it will not be a good influence on you. Lin Dong sighed and said seriously. Once Tuan Tuan heard this, where could she hold back? Tears bearing her eyes kept flowing out of her eyes. She could not accept that her big brother was drawing a line with her and acting so distant. Big brother, you just don't like me, don't want me anymore. Oh. Tuan Tuan is an unwanted child. The little girl choked and said. Tuan Tuan, listen to big brother, we are after all. Lin Dong's words had not yet finished. The little girl covered her ears with both hands and said repeatedly, I don't listen. I don't listen. Big brother just doesn't want me anymore. Big brother just doesn't like me anymore. No one wants Tuan Tuan anymore. If Emperor Jiang and a few other Emperor Realm powerhouses in the secret room, as well as those half-step Emperor realms in the Spirit Lan domain, saw this appearance of DG, they would definitely drop their jaws in shock. One of the 5 emperors of Spirit Lan, Empress G, would actually display this little woman's appearance? It was simply an eye-opener. In fact, the memories that the Empress DG had recovered were merely everything from the last time she had spent time with Lin Dong in the Spirit Cage realm. Everything else was in bits and pieces and there was not a single complete picture. Naturally, Empyrean G was unable to bring it in. She did not even know yet that she was the Empress UG, one of the 5 Emperor Realm powerhouses of the Spirit Lan domain. Girl, you misunderstood. I really don't have the intention of not wanting you, just. I won't listen. Big brother doesn't want me. Tuan Tuan is so pitiful, no one wants it. A 17 or 18-year-old girl, like a child of a few years old, pouting in front of a young lad in his early 20s, how to look at it was a bit less harmonious. Alright. Tuan Tuan, you should hear me out first. Lin Dong's tone carried a hint of sternness. The little girl raised her head at these words, revealing a pearly and delicate face as she looked at Lin Dong accusingly. Seeing this appearance of Tuan Tuan, Lin Dong's heart softened again and said in a serious tone. Tuan Tuan, I will always be your big brother, this will not change, it's just that you have grown up. We can no longer be as close as we were before, it will be laughed at when people see us. Right now you may not understand it. After Senior Tijiang helps you to fully recover your memories, you'll understand. If you still insist on doing this then I won't object to this, I'll rely on you for everything, how about it? Really? The little girl asked seriously. Really? When has Big Brother ever lied to you? Lin Dong replied with certainty. Good. Big brother, then we have made a promise. After Senior Tijiang helps me recover my memory, you have to listen to me in everything, no backtracking. Never back out. Big brother, you are so nice. The little girl finally revealed a happy smile again. Going forward and hugging Lin Dong's right hand, she began to shake it left and right. Her already developed breasts rubbed against Lin Dong's arm. As a person who had been there before, Lin Dong naturally knew what that was and could not help but feel some embarrassment in his heart. Trying to draw back his hand, he was deadlocked by the other party, not giving him a chance at all. Tuan Tuan did not notice Lin Dong's abnormality at all, and her entire being was immersed in joy. In her heart. Regardless of recovering her memory or not, there was only Big Brother in her heart, and she only wanted to be with Big Brother. As for what others think, that is someone else's business, she does not care. However, after her memory is fully restored, whether she will still think this way, that is unknown. After all, there was still a big gap between Tuan Tuan's character nowadays, and that of the imperial concubine, one of the 5 emperors of Spirit Lan. Chapter 1369, Unwilling. In the secret room. Emperor Jiang let out a long breath. The trauma suffered by his soul had already recovered 80% and wouldn't affect what he was going to do next. He then began to make the spirit medicine that DG needed to recover her soul. When the production was complete, Di Jian opened the door to the secret room. Seeing this, Lin Dong and Tuan Tuan immediately greeted him and at the same time opened their mouths to shout. Senior! Senior Ti Jiang! The spirit medicine has been made, so we can start restoring Tuan Tuan's soul now. Emperor Jiang said. Excellent! Senior Ti Jiang, do you think we need to change to a quieter room? Lin Dong asked happily. No need, I think this secret room is quite good, the soundproofing effect is also good, let's stay here before it's too late. Emperor Jiang was also anxious in his heart. It was still unknown how the situation outside was. Di Yuan was like a time bomb, unable to find DG, it could explode at any time. And it was extremely powerful. The entire Spirit Lan domain would be affected. That's fine too. Then I'll stand guard for you outside and promise not to let anyone disturb. Emperor Jiang nodded and turned his gaze to Tuan Tuan. Girl, come in with me. There shouldn't be any interruptions this time. After saying this, Emperor Jiang turned around and walked towards the secret room. Tuan Tuan glanced at Lin Dong and followed Emperor Jiang's footsteps as he walked into the secret room. Lin Dong, on the other hand, stood outside on guard. 3 days later. Inside the secret room. Emperor Jiang slowly withdrew his hand that was placed on Tuan Tuan's head. No. At this moment, Tuan Tuan should not be called Tuan Tuan, it should be more appropriately addressed as DG. Because DG had recovered her memory. Remembering everything that had happened. She was the female Emperor Yuji, one of the 5 emperors of Spirit Lan. Of course, the experience of having her soul damaged twice and being forced to come into the spirit cage realm was still an indelible mark in her heart. Although it was only a few short years, it made the Empress Lady feel that she was happier than all of the previous times combined. She very much wanted to stay in the spirit cage realm and follow Lin Dong all the time. Senior! Why have you come to the spirit cage realm as well? Emperor Ji opened her eyes and asked out loud. All remembered? Di Jiang did not answer but asked in return. HM. Already remembered. Emperor Ji nodded. That's good. I came to the spirit cage realm naturally to seek you out. Is it the soul devouring clan and the overarmed clan that have joined forces to attack? But even if I regained my memories, I'm still nothing more than a soul body, without a physical body. I can't perform many secret arts, and my combat power is limited, so I'm afraid that I won't be able to help much, and I'll also become a burden to you. Empress G shook her head. There was another point she didn't say. A soul body would have even less of an advantage against the soul eaters, and would only be abused. These Di Jiang definitely knew. It's not that. Di Jiang denied what DG said. Not this reason? Then what is it? DG asked curiously. Emperor Ji, what I'm going to say next is a matter of great importance, so you have to be mentally prepared. Elder Emperor, go ahead. I'll listen. Emperor River brewed for a moment and spoke. Di Yuan has already achieved the Heavenly Emperor level. When I entered the Spirit Cage realm, I should have been in the middle of making a move against the Ultra Armament clan and the Soul Devouring clan, preparing to exterminate these 2 races and avenge your death, and I don't know what the situation is like now. What? Di Yuan has achieved the Heavenly Emperor level? When did that happen? Emperor Ji was stunned. Her first thought was not her great revenge being avenged, but Lin Dong's safety. How could DG not understand what Di Yuan meant to her? If the other party knew that she was in the spirit cage realm with a man, the consequences could be imagined. With her understanding of Di Yuan. On the surface, this fellow appeared to be greatly generous and had no problems, but in reality, he was extremely narrow-minded when it came to his feelings. Once he knew of Lin Dong's existence, then Lin Dong would definitely die for sure. Of course, when it came to feelings, as long as one was a normal person, it was impossible to be generous. However, Di Yuan was different again. It was because he had another tyrannical personality in his body, which was the biggest uncertainty. Who could stop the Heavenly Emperor level Di Yuan from storming out? Right after you failed to reshape your physical body, Emperor Yuan felt that he was incompetent and didn't protect you, and forced himself to impact the heavenly emperor level, and as a result, he failed, and that's when the other tyrannical personality in his body stepped forward and compelled Emperor Yuan to fuse the dual personalities, and nowadays, Emperor Yuan has not only become a heavenly emperor level powerhouse, but he has also fused his dual personalities together, which means that nowadays, the slightest bit less than what is expected of him that could go berserk at any time. Di Jiang added. When Di Ji heard this, she directly froze on the spot, her mind going blank. Di Yuan had fused his dual personalities for his own sake, achieving the heavenly emperor level. At the same time, he had also become a temperamental person who could very easily lose his mind. How can this be good? Seeing Di Ji's appearance, Emperor Jiang placed another blow. After Di Yuan achieved the heavenly emperor level, he came to me wanting to know your whereabouts. I didn't dare to let him come to the spirit cage realm for fear of encountering Lin Dong, so I didn't tell him, and as a result, he was almost killed by him on the spot. What? Elder Di Jiang, you were almost killed by Di Yuan? How could he dare? You are our teacher. Emperor Ji's eyes widened as she asked with a face full of disbelief. Emperor Ji, it's not like you haven't seen Emperor Abyss go berserk. After berserking, he doesn't recognize anyone at all. Besides, where am I as important as you in his heart? The entire spirit Lan domain combined is no match for a single hair on your head in Emperor's heart. Di Jiang smiled bitterly. How could this be? How could this be? Emperor murmured. She knew that what Emperor Jiang said was true. Deep down inside, she couldn't accept this kind of thing happening even more. Emperor Ji, you should know clearly in your heart that the only thing that Emperor Yuan cares about is you. After he finishes settling the soul-devouring clan and the ultra-armament clan, if he still can't find you, he'll turn the entire spirit Lan domain upside down, and at that time, it will surely result in the destruction of living beings and countless deaths and injuries, and there's no one who can stop him. Elder Di Jiang, what do you say? What should I do? Empress G turned her head to look at Emperor Jiang, her eyes filled with aggression. The current her had been shocked by Di Jiang's words. She had completely lost the calmness that an Emperor realm powerhouse should have. Di Ji, tell me honestly, if you were to accompany Emperor Yuan and prevent him from storming out, would you be willing to do so? Di Jiang asked seriously. Di Ji clenched her silver teeth and didn't answer. After a moment, she stubbornly shook her head, making her intentions clear. She only had Lin Dong in her heart. Naturally, she was not willing to follow Di Yuan. Emotional matters were often so magical. Those who did not like, even if they treated her well, they still did not like. Hundreds of epics of companionship and pursuit were not as good as a few years of someone else's time together. This was the will of heaven. Alas! Emperor Jiang sighed. I knew it would turn out like this. He had already thought about it before he came. Then it was only a matter of seeing if Lin Dong, the variable, could give everyone a little surprise. Chapter 1370, A Sliver of Life. Diji, I understand you. What you are unwilling to do, even if you force it, it is useless, so I do not intend to convince you, only that you know Di Yuan's character. Once he is made aware of Lin Dong's existence, what kind of consequences will befall him, you know in your heart. You do not need me to say more. Emperor Jiang said in a deep voice. He was not saying these words to put pressure on Di, but to solve the problem. With things having reached this point, there was no longer any point in hiding it. One could only bring everything to the surface and discuss how to solve it together. Relying on him alone, he would not be able to lead the spirit Lan domain out of its predicament. Emperor Ji was naturally able to figure out what was at stake. The only way today was to not let Di Yuan's generate even the slightest bit of anger. Come to think of it, I'm afraid that the only person in the spirit land domain who could do that was herself. However, Di Ji was not willing to stay by Di Yuan's side all the time to supervise him. If it was before, she might have committed herself for the sake of the entire spirit land domain. After all, if she did not meet Lin Dong, Empress Di Ji might have even agreed to Di Yuan and become his Dao couple. But with Lin Dong's presence, Emperor Ji had a new idea. Moreover, who could guarantee that staying by Di Yuan's side would always keep him from storming out? One must know that Di Yuan had already fused his dual personalities and was no longer the same Di Yuan as before. Even Di Ji was not confident at this moment. Elder Di Jiang, I understand everything you've said, but you've also said that Di Yuan has already fused his dual personalities and is no longer the same Di Yuan as before. Even if I agree to him, it's still treating the symptoms but not the root of the problem. Sooner or later, one day it will go in a direction that we all don't want to see, and at that time, what are we going to do? Empyrean asked. You have a good point. So now there's another way, and it's also the last ray of hope belonging to the Spirit Lan domain. What way? Empyrean G's eyes lit up with surprise. It depends on Lin Dong, he is that ray of hope. Lin Dong is Big Brother? Empyrean G had wanted to ask who Lin Dong was. As a result, the name felt so familiar. Slowly, her eyes widened, revealing a gaze of disbelief. How could she have never imagined that the silver lining that Emperor Jiang had mentioned was actually related to Lin Dong? Right. Lin Dong is your big brother, but DG, now that you have recovered your memories, isn't it a little inappropriate for you to call Lin Dong your big brother? You are much older than him in terms of age. Emperor Jian teased. Empress G is older than Lin Dong, but Tuan Tuan is younger than Lin Dong. I am both Empress G and Tuan Tuan, so why can't I call him my big brother? And Lin Dong said that this matter of him being my big brother will never change no matter what happens. A smile also appeared on Empyrean G's face. Despite having recovered her memories, Lin Dong was still an imprint that could not be erased from her heart. The little moments with Lin Dong appeared in DG's mind at all times. Even sleeping was in Lin Dong's arms. Thinking of this, DG could not help but feel a slight blush on her face. DG, do you know how long I entered the spirit cage realm to look for you? Di Jiang suddenly changed the topic. I don't know. Empyrean G shook her head. Almost a year, traveling through countless cities in the spirit cage realm before I found you in this amber city. So long? Doesn't Elder Di Jiang have the purple violet star dipper secret art? Can't you project my location? Empyrean G asked doubtfully. That's where the problem lies. I projected Lin Dong but was met with a backlash, and you were unable to calculate with the violet weeping secret art due to the fact that you were with him and under his influence, so there is a big secret on Lin Dong. Lin Dong had a big secret on him? When Empyrean G thought back from the time she first met Lin Dong until now, it did seem quite mysterious. There was more money than he could spend. The strength had never been fully exposed either. Moreover, just a moment ago, he had actually injured Senior Emperor Jiang. Who is Elder Emperor Jiang? The first of the 5 Spirit Lantern Emperors. A half-step heavenly emperor level existence. Even if it was a soul body, that was still at the very top of the Spirit Lan domain. Even if he was helping himself to recover his soul at that time, he was only injured by Lin Dong's sneak attack. Lin Dong's strength could not be underestimated. At least in terms of soul power, it was no weaker than that of Senior Emperor Jiang. Plus, even Senior Di Jiang's purple violet star dipper secret technique was able to backfire. So it seems. Big Brother does have a lot of unknown secrets in him. If he could really deal with Emperor Yuan, then one wouldn't have to carry so much pressure. DG was still really afraid that Di Yuan would threaten her with the entire Spirit Lan domain. Once upon a time, she was also from the lowest level of the Spirit Lan domain, walking up step by step. Although the family that Empyrean G was a part of had already passed for an unknown number of thousands of generations, this was her hometown after all. If she really wanted to let her watch the Spirit Land domain be destroyed by Emperor Yuan. To be honest, Empyrean G probably couldn't do it. Right now, she could firmly say that she was unwilling to do so, but if it really came down to the final moment of truth, I'm afraid that Empyrean G wouldn't answer so dryly. Elder Di Jiang, do you mean that Big Brother can deal with Di Yuan? Empyrean G asked. There is this possibility. At the very least, Lin Dong will definitely not lose to Di Yuan in terms of soul power. Both of them are heavenly emperor level souls. It is just that I don't know how strong Lin Dong is in reality, whether he has reached the true heavenly emperor level or not. Di Jiang nodded his head. Big Brother's soul has reached the heavenly emperor level? Empyrean G was once again shocked by Lin Dong. She had thought that it was similar to Di Jiang. Otherwise? If you are not at the heavenly emperor level, how could you have beaten me senseless just now? Not to mention, this kid's hands are really hard. Emperor Jiang said as he rubbed his chest. Just now, Lin Dong was the one who imprinted a palm on his chest and rubbed him on the ground, and it still hurt. DG was silent, remembering what Lin Dong had once said, telling him to make sure to speak up no matter what difficulties he encountered. He would help himself with everything. It turned out that Big Brother really had that ability. However, Heavenly Emperor level strength and Heavenly Emperor level soul power were not completely equal. To put it simply, with Heavenly Emperor level strength, there was bound to be Heavenly Emperor level soul power. The opposite was not necessarily true. One had to have Heavenly Emperor level soul power before they could break through to the true Heavenly Emperor level in one fell swoop. Yuan was already an undoubted Heavenly Emperor level powerhouse. In Lin Dong's case, it was currently only known that he had Heavenly Emperor level soul force. It was hard to say whether he had reached the Heavenly Emperor level in reality. If he did not reach it, he still would not be a match for Yuan. Elder Di Jiang, even if Big Brother has a Heavenly Emperor level soul, he may not necessarily be a match for Yuan. After all, Yuan is already a true Heavenly Emperor level powerhouse. DG calmed down and asked. That's why I said that this is a silver lining, Emperor G, you shouldn't know Lin Dong's strength in reality. No idea. He didn't say it, and I didn't ask. Emperor G shook her head. Then we have to go and talk to him first before we make any plans. Good. Let's go out. Big Brother should be waiting impatiently. Empress G agreed. Chapter 1371, The Showdown. The door to the secret room slowly opened. Lin Dong, who was waiting outside, immediately looked over. One could only see Di Jiang and a wonderful woman in her 20s walking out together. This woman's delicate face carried a hint of Ying Qi. The shadow of Tuan Tuan could be vaguely seen. It was precisely the Tuan Tuan after growing up. Elder Di Jiang, how are you guys doing? Lin Dong hurriedly greeted him and asked nervously. Emperor Jiang smiled without saying anything. He wanted to see how these two were going to get along. Emperor Ji looked at Lin Dong. Lin Dong also looked at DG. The gazes of the two men were staring at each other like this. After a few moments, Lin Dong could not take it anymore and his eyes began to dodge a little. He did not know how to face the Tuan Tuan who had regained her memory. After all, counting, the other party was definitely much older than him. Lin Dong still preferred the Tuan Tuan of his childhood, so that there was no pressure to get along. Unbeknownst to him, at this time, the Empress G was also somewhat at a loss for words. As the only female emperor among the 5 emperors of Linglan, having been in a high position for many years, she had naturally developed a high and cold character. But after losing her memory and turning into a troop, she completely changed her temperament. Now that it had been restored again, it led to a contradiction in Empress G's heart. She would love to be like before, calling Lin Dong before Big Brother and after Big Brother. But Empress Ji's character did not allow her to do so. After a moment of silence, in the end, it was the Empress DG who could not help but ask, Lin Dong, didn't you say that no matter what happens, you will always be my big brother? What's wrong now? The point is that I do not know if you still recognize me as your big brother after you regained your memory. Lin Dong replied with a bitter smile. This super powerhouse whose soul force was already at the Heavenly Emperor level and whose strength had reached the half-step Heavenly Emperor level appeared to be in a bit of a dilemma. Could it be that after I regained my memory, I am no longer a Tuan Tuan? Emperor Ji continued to pursue. How would I know? Last time, after you recovered, you just came and left without saying goodbye. Who knows what will happen this time? Alright. I was wrong last time, I'll apologize to you. How about in the future you're still my big brother? Although it feels a bit awkward, it's the truth, isn't it? Emperor suddenly revealed a charming smile. If it was before, she would never show this kind of smile. To have an unsmiling, high-cool female emperor actually display a small womanly gesture. It was enough to see how much the experience of these few years in the spirit cage realm had changed DG. Yes. Lin Dong replied with just one word. He then smiled as well. He was also afraid that after the other party regained her memory, she would be like last time. During the time the two had spent together, Lin Dong was emotionally invested. Just like what Tuan Tuan said, even if she grew up and recovered her memories, she was still Tuan Tuan. Alright. You guys can talk alone later. Lin Dong, let's find a place to sit, there is something very important to discuss with you. Emperor Jiang interjected. Lin Dong knew that Di Jiang should be looking for him to talk about the matter regarding Tuan Tuan's enemy. To be able to cause the little girl's soul to be seriously injured twice, the other party's origin must not be small. The first time was not even a problem. But this second time, causing the little girl to wander for a few whole months, Lin Dong was absolutely unable to forgive. Senior, Tuan, you guys follow me. The three of them arrived at the parlor of the treasure pavilion and sat down. Empress G was the first to open her mouth and said, "Big brother, I promised you that I would tell you everything after I recovered my memory. In fact, my name is Yu Ji. I am the only female amongst the 5 Empyrean realm powerhouses in the Spirit Land domain. Others generally call me Empress G. In the beginning, it was because I was attacked by an enemy, which led to my soul suffering from a severe trauma that I had no choice but to enter the Spirit Cage realm to warm up. I did not think that I would have met you, which greatly shortened the time for me to warm up my soul." Yu Ji? Emperor G? Lin Dong nodded his head before asking, "Is there only 5 Emperor realm powerhouses in the 9th level civilization, Spirit Land domain?" This question came out. Di Jiang and Di Ji froze at the same time. "You don't know about the 5 emperors of Spirit Land?" It was Di Jiang who issued the question. He did not understand why Lin Dong would ask such a low-level question. Who did not know that there were only 5 Emperor realm powerhouses in the Spirit Land domain, and those were the 5 Spirit Land emperors? Elder Di Jiang, Tuan, to tell you the truth, I am actually not in the 9th level civilization Spirit Land domain, but in a low-level civilization, so I do not quite understand the specifics of the Spirit Land domain. Lin Dong directly showed his cards and said honestly. Right now, his strength had reached the point where he would be respected no matter where he came from. Even if it was just out of the earth, which was not even a first-level civilization. How many people would dare to belittle him? Since there were only 5 Emperor realm powerhouses in the entire 9th level civilization, Lin Dong was still afraid of a hanger. Even if the other 3 were all heavenly Emperor level powerhouses and came together, he was not afraid. 81 half-step heavenly Emperor level doppelgangers, on average, 27 against 1. So what if they were at the heavenly Emperor level? Facing 27 half-step heavenly emperors who might explode themselves at any moment, they would also have to have a headache. Besides, if one worked a little harder and accumulated 10 million divine magnificence points, and broke through to the first stage of the heavenly emperor rank along with their physique, the 3 heavenly emperor levels would only be abused. With a bottom line in his heart, Lin Dong naturally had no need to lie. What? You are not from the Spirit Land domain? Rather, you are from a low-level civilization? Emperor Jiang rubbed his feet and asked in shock. Yes. I am indeed not from the Spirit Land domain. Lin Dong nodded his head back. How is this? This possible? A kid from a low-level civilization can have a soul force that reaches the half-step heavenly emperor level? You are not teasing me. Emperor Jiang was instantly nonplussed. He couldn't imagine how a kid from a low-level civilization could have made it this far. Celestial Emperor level all souls, the only one in the Spirit Land domain right now was Emperor Yuan. There were very few 9th level civilizations that possessed heavenly Emperor level soul power, let alone low-level civilizations. It was simply impossible. Even Diji, who was sitting at the side, was stunned speechless as her gaze remained fixed on Lin Dong. Elder Di Jiang, there is no need for me to lie about this kind of matter. I am not from the Spirit Land domain and I have never been to the Spirit Land domain. At most, I have been to the nearest level 7 civilization to our place. Lin Dong said with certainty. Then how did you enter the Spirit Cage realm? Emperor Jiang pursued. The Spirit Cage realm was a magic treasure left behind by a great power in the Spirit Land domain for all the spirits in the Spirit Land domain to exercise their souls. Even if Lin Dong had an Emperor realm soul, it was impossible for him to enter it. Unless he was in the Spirit Land domain. However, Lin Dong said that he was not there and had never even been to the Spirit Land domain, so there was an unexplainable problem here. I naturally have my methods, so Senior Tijian should not ask. It was impossible for Lin Dong to reveal the matter of the system. Even the people he trusted the most did not know about the existence of the system. It was his biggest secret. All right. I won't ask, everyone has their own secrets and I am no exception. Emperor Jiang was relieved when he thought about it. Lin Dong was even able to reverse the Violet Star Do secret art. Wasn't it normal to have secrets? Why bother dwelling on these? The universe was so big that anything could happen. Many thanks to Elder Emperor River for understanding. Chapter 1372, Leave It to Me. Lin Dong, the secrets that belong to you, we don't want to know, but I still have a very important question to ask you now. Please make sure that you answer it honestly and without any falsehoods, because this is related to the survival of the entire spirit land domain. Emperor Jiang suddenly said solemnly. His words as well as that serious expression confused Lin Dong. What was the situation? Answering a single question was related to the life and death of the spirit land domain? A single word deciding the fate of countless living beings. When did he become so capable? Doubts in his mind were doubts. Lin Dong still seriously replied, Elder Di Jiang, you can ask. I will definitely answer honestly. Lin Dong, your soul power should have already reached the heavenly emperor level, right? Just reached the heavenly emperor level. Lin Dong nodded in response. What about your strength in reality? Has it also reached the heavenly emperor level? Emperor Jiang stared straight at Lin Dong after asking. The Emperor G on the side similarly looked over. This question was what they were most concerned about. If Lin Dong was a heavenly emperor level powerhouse, he would be able to restrict Di Yuan from messing around. If not, then there was still no one who was a match for Di Yuan. With only a heavenly emperor level soul body, Lin Dong would only be abused. After all, the soul body would be subject to many restrictions. In the expectant eyes of Di Jiang and Di Ji, Lin Dong slowly shook his head and said, in reality, I have not yet reached the heavenly emperor level. The soul also broke through to the heavenly emperor level due to a particular reason. What Lin Dong said was the truth. It was true that his strength in reality had not yet reached the heavenly emperor level, but if he encountered a heavenly emperor level powerhouse, Lin Dong might not be afraid of the opponent. This was because of the existence of the split body technique. It allowed Lin Dong to possess the possibility of fighting at a cross level. Having received such an answer, the light in the eyes of Emperor Jiang and Emperor G gradually dimmed. Both of them glanced at each other and could see the disappointment in each other's eyes. Sure enough, the greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. The heavenly emperor level was not that easy to break through. Lin Dong came from a low-level civilization, and it was already a miracle among miracles for him to have a heavenly emperor-level soul. To then ask him to have heavenly emperor-level strength was indeed a bit of an imposition. The spirit land domain was a 9th-level civilization, and after countless years of development, it had only produced one Emperor Yuan. Not to mention the fact that Lin Dong came from a low-level civilization. It was not that low-level civilizations did not have geniuses, but the resources of low-level civilizations were not even a fraction of a star worse than high-level civilizations. No matter how high a talent was, it still required resources to cultivate it. This was the reason why it was easier for large powers to produce strong individuals. As for why Lin Dong had his current achievements, it must have been a heavenly miracle, coupled with his own overwhelming talent, that allowed Lin Dong to come all the way from a low-level civilization against all odds. However, this kind of situation, even in the universe, was very rare and could be said to be rare. The performance of both Emperor Jiang and Tuan Tuan was naturally seen by Lin Dong. With his soul strength, how could he not even notice this slight change? Based on what he observed, Lin Dong guessed that Tuan Tuan's enemy should be a heavenly emperor-level powerhouse, which caused the two to ask such a question. After learning that he was not a heavenly emperor level, he immediately showed disappointment. Just why Tuan Tuan's enemy, and why it would involve the life and death of the entire spirit land domain, was something that Lin Dong could not deduce for the time being. Senior Emperor River, Tuan Tuan, are you encountering any difficulties? Does it have to be a heavenly emperor level powerhouse to resolve it? Lin Dong could not help but ask. Sort of. A friend of ours once, named Di Yuan, went off the deep end when he was cultivating and became temperamental. Once he started to go crazy, he would go on a killing spree, not recognizing people at all, but on the other hand, he has attained the heavenly emperor rank. No one in spirit land domain is a rival to him, so we have to look for a heavenly emperor rank that can restrict him before we can do so, or else the whole of the spirit land domain will be in danger. Di Jiang explained simply. With Lin Dong's heavenly emperor level soul power, he was already qualified to know everything. Hence, Di Jiang did not hide anything and directly told him about Di Yuan. I see. It dawned on Lin Dong in his heart. He had obtained an important piece of information from Di Jiang's words. That one called Di Yuan, after going off the deep end and achieving the heavenly emperor level, could go mad at any time and cause widespread massacres, with no one in the spirit land domain being his opponent. In other words, in the entire Spirit Lan domain, there was only one Heavenly Emperor level powerhouse, and it was none other than Emperor Yuan. A Heavenly Emperor level who had gone off the deep end. If no one could subdue him, the consequences could be imagined. In front of a Heavenly Emperor level powerhouse, all the rest of the living beings were ants. If Emperor Yuan wanted to destroy the Spirit Land domain, I'm afraid it wouldn't be difficult, and at most, it would just take some time. So that's how it is. No wonder Senior T Jiang asked me if I had reached the Heavenly Emperor level as soon as I arrived. It's a pity that I have disappointed you, Lin Dong said regretfully. He had wanted to directly say that he could deal with a Heavenly Emperor level powerhouse. After considering it for a while, in the end, he decided not to say it for the time being. It was not that he wanted to hide it. Rather, if he said it, Di Jiang would definitely not believe him. In Di Jiang's mind, the Heavenly Emperor level could only be dealt with by the Heavenly Emperor level, and it would be impossible for the others to try to fight against them, even if they were half-step Heavenly Emperor level. It was not like the Spirit Cage realm was able to perform the divergence technique, and Lin Dong was unable to prove himself. Instead of speaking out and being doubted, it would be better to speak directly with strength when the time came. As the saying goes, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Even though Lin Dong did not have that kind of spirit of sacrificing himself for the sake of others, he had learned that there were Heavenly Emperor level powerhouses that could cause widespread massacres in the Spirit Lan domain at any time, and he was definitely going to stop them if he had enough strength. Not to mention that Tuan Tuan was still in the Spirit Lan domain. It has nothing to do with you, Lin Dong. You are only from a low-level civilization. To have a Heavenly Emperor level soul at this age is already a miracle among miracles. I believe that given a little more time, you will definitely be able to become a true Heavenly Emperor level powerhouse. Emperor Jiang sighed. Yeah. Big brother, I believe in you too. It won't be long before you can definitely achieve Heavenly Emperor rank. Emperor G followed and agreed. Even after recovering her memories, she was still completely substituting for Tuan Tuan in front of Lin Dong. Although the fact that Lin Dong was not a Heavenly Emperor level powerhouse caused the two to be a little disappointed. However, once they thought about the fact that Lin Dong came from a low-level civilization and had only reached as high as a 7th-level civilization, they were relieved. With such an outstanding person, it would be difficult for you to have higher and more excessive demands on him. I am quite confident in this point, Elder Di Jiang. Tuan Tuan, don't worry. I'll leave Di Yuan to me. I promise not to let him mess around in the Spirit Lan domain. It's just that I'm not in the Spirit Lan domain nowadays, so you guys will have to delay a little bit more. After I leave the Spirit Cage realm in a while, I'll immediately set off and rush over to the Spirit Lan domain, so you guys send me the coordinates for a while. Lin Dong was not modest and directly told Di Jiang and Di Ji. I will handle the matter of Di Yuan. Of course, his strength was enough to support him in saying these words that were very self-indulgent in the eyes of others. So what if they were at the Heavenly Emperor level? If you can still stand under the siege of 81 half-step Heavenly Emperor level doppelgangers, you're considered powerful. Chapter 1373, Preparing to Depart. Emperor Jiang and Emperor G looked at Lin Dong in shock. They thought to themselves that this kid really dared to say anything. He even dares to disregard the Heavenly Emperor level? Even if Lin Dong had the soul power of a Heavenly Emperor level, as well as the battle power of a half-step Heavenly Emperor. Facing Di Yuan, who had already become a Heavenly Emperor level, he would only be abused. Whether or not he could escape would still depend on luck. This was not a joke, but a fact. After all, the gap between the two sides was there. Between a half-step Heavenly Emperor to a Heavenly Emperor, it appeared that there was only a half-step difference, but in actuality, it was a world of difference. Lin Dong, it's useless for you to come if you are not at the Heavenly Emperor level. What you need to do now is to make a full impact on the Heavenly Emperor level. The soul has already gone ahead. I believe it won't be difficult for you. We will try our best to delay it for a little longer. Emperor Jiang said. Right now, his thought was whether he could ask Di Ji to stabilize Di Yuan first. Striving to allow Lin Dong to break through to the Heavenly Emperor level would be an additional layer of security. It was just that doing so. Would Di Ji agree? Would Lin Dong agree? Elder Di Jiang, don't worry. I have my own plans. Let's leave the matter of Emperor Abyss aside for now. I would like to ask you now. Tuan Tuan has suffered heavy damage to his soul twice. Who did it? And where is it? Speaking here, Lin Dong's eyes narrowed, revealing a hint of killing intent. No matter who the enemy was, he would make the other party pay. Knowing that there was only one Heavenly Emperor level powerhouse in the Spirit Lan domain, there was even less concern. The killing intent emanating from Lin Dong at this moment directly melted the heart of the Empyrean Empress. Her face turned slightly red. Turning her head, she did not dare to continue looking. She was already in love with Lin Dong. Coupled with the fact that Lin Dong was asking about the identity of his enemy at this time, he was preparing to take revenge for her. This was even more so as it caused DG to fall deeper and deeper into the situation. This also illustrated a very realistic problem. With intent in one's heart, no matter what the other party did, it was the right thing to do. The so-called lover's eyes, this is the truth. If you don't have any intention to do so, even if you pay a lot, it's still a waste of time. Licking a dog, licking in the end, can only be nothing. Take Yuan and Lin Dong for example. Yuan had accompanied DG for hundreds of epochs. One epoch was 129,600 years, how many years were hundreds of epochs? With such a long period of time, even a rock should have been sensitized. Unfortunately, Empress G just remained unmoved. When it was known that Empress G was being sneak attacked by the Ultra Armament clan and the Soul Devouring clan, the one who was the most nervous was Emperor Yuan. He even risked impacting the Heavenly Emperor level in order to help Empress G, which led to the fusion of the dual personalities. The result was still Emperor G's senselessness in return. On the other hand, Lin Dong had only taken care of DG for a few years and had already captured her heart. There were millions of words in the world, but only the word love was the most hurtful. The word love is a word that does not know where it starts, does not know where it resides, does not know where it is knotted, does not know where it is solved, does not know where it is, and does not know where it ends. Empress G's injuries were not caused by the beings within the Spirit Lan domain, but by the two races outside the Spirit Lan domain, the Ultra Armament clan and the Soul Devouring clan. But I'm afraid there's no chance for you to take revenge for Empress G. Before I entered the Spirit Cage realm, Emperor Yuan had already gone, and with Emperor Yuan's Heavenly Emperor level of strength, there's categorically no chance for them to survive. Di Jiang replied. Lin Dong turned his gaze towards DG upon hearing this. DG nodded slightly, indicating that what Di Jiang said was true. Di Yuan knows that he went to the Ultra Armament clan and the Soul Devouring clan, which means that he is not crazy right now? Lin Dong asked suspiciously. Lin Dong, the situation of Di Yuan are somewhat complicated, it is not possible to say in a moment, we have been together for a long time, longer than you can even imagine, he is now a time bomb, the slightest stimulus could explode at any time, when that time comes, none of us will be able to restrict him, the Spirit Lan domain will not be able to fight back against the massacre of the Heavenly Emperor level powerhouses. Emperor Jiang said helplessly. I understand. Lin Dong nodded his head. He instinctively felt that there might be something between Di Yuan and DG. Otherwise, it was unlikely that at this point in time, Di Yuan would still be thinking of going after the overwhelming armament race and the soul devouring race. These two races, on the other hand, happened to be the culprits who had damaged Tuan's soul twice. Coupled with the fact that when Di Jiang said Di Yuan, Tuan looked at himself with a somewhat evasive look. It caused Lin Dong to venture such a thought. However, this was just a feeling that Lin Dong had, he did not know the specifics and would not speculate. It would be better to wait until he went to the Spirit Lan domain and then slowly learn more about it. Lin Dong, are you sure you want to come to the Spirit Lan domain? Emperor Jiang opened his mouth and asked. Once I leave the Spirit Cage realm, I will depart immediately. Lin Dong said with certainty. Emperor Yuan could go on a massacre of living beings in the unopposed Spirit Lan domain at any time, and Lin Dong did not dare to delay. It was just as well that he could not defeat it, and there would be no burden in his heart. It was clear that he could fight, but because of his lack of attention, the Spirit Lan domain had resulted in the deaths of countless living beings. Lin Dong would not allow this to happen. Alright then. After we go out and check out the situation, we will tell you the exact location of the Spirit Lan domain. It is good that you have come. We are helping Empress G to remodel her flesh and we still need your help. Di Jiang thought about it and said. Elder Emperor Jiang. DG suddenly tried to interject, and before she could finish, she was interrupted by Di Jiang. DG, I know in my heart. Don't worry. He naturally understood what DG meant. He was afraid that after Lin Dong came to the Spirit Lan domain, he would run into each other with Di Yuan. In case Di Yuan knew about Lin Dong and DG's relationship, he would definitely go completely berserk and kill Lin Dong at all costs. Di Jiang also had his own considerations. No matter what, Lin Dong was considered a great help. Moreover, Emperor Jiang believed that the person who could reverse the Violet Star Dipper secret art would not be so simple. Good. Elder D. Jiang, then I will set off now? When I arrive at the Spirit Lan domain, then we can have a specific chat. Lin Dong was also an acute person. One more second of arriving at the Spirit Lan domain might result in many fewer lives dying. It can be. We have to go out as well. After coming into the spirit cage realm for such a long time, we don't know how it is outside. After leaving their contact information with each other, the three of them exited to the spirit cage realm separately. Lin Dong returned to Earth. The first time he opened his eyes, he picked up his communicator to see if Di Jiang had sent the location of the Spirit Lan domain. This was a system-modified communicator that could be connected to the Spirit Lan domain's network with its own unique number. It turned out that it didn't. While looking through the communicator, Lin Dong saw a message. It was from Princess Ibe of the Elf Clan at the time. He was invited to be a guest of the Elf Clan to attend whatever grand ceremony the Elf Clan would be holding in 10 years. A few years had already passed. Originally, Lin Dong did not want to go. On second thought, wasn't the Elf Clan in the Spirit Lan domain? Letting Ibe send the location, he could immediately depart and head to the Spirit Lan domain. Emperor Jiang also did not know if he would send the location of the Spirit Lan domain. Lin Dong could tell that both Di Jiang and Tuan Tuan had some scruples. He also did not want to wait any longer. He directly started contacting Princess Ibe of the Elf Clan. Chapter 1374, Hard Work. Using his system-modified communicator, Lin Dong sent a message over to Princess Ibe of the Elf Clan, inquiring about the location of the Elf Clan. What he actually wanted to know was the location of the Spirit Lan domain. At the very least, he had to find the right direction before Lin Dong dared to move. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if he took a wrong turn and went against the Spirit Lan domain. That would make him farther and farther away from the Spirit Lan domain and he would never be able to reach it. I had thought that Ibe would return only after a while. As a result, he hadn't even waited for him to get up and walk out of the place of seclusion. Drip, drip, drip. The communicator then rang. Lin Dong glanced at it and the one who had contacted him was none other than the princess of the Elf Clan, Ibe. After hesitating for a moment, he connected. The communicator emitted a curtain of light, and Ibe's figure appeared in the curtain of light. Great, brother Lin Dong, you finally contacted me. Seeing Lin Dong, Ibe appeared extremely happy and couldn't stop smiling. The experience in the spirit cage realm, although the first half of it, made her feel fearful and unwilling to recall it. However, the second half was still unforgettable for Ibe. Ever since she had met Lin Dong and was saved by him, she had traveled the mountains and enjoyed the unique scenery of the Spirit Lantern realm along the way, causing Ibe to not even want to follow Queen Isha back. Miss Ibe, I'm really sorry, I've been quite busy lately, basically staying in the spirit cage realm. I didn't come out much, so I didn't contact you. Lin Dong also responded with a smile. With regards to Ibe, he had a very good impression. As the princess of the Elf Clan, she did not have any attitude at all, and her person was relatively lively and cheerful, which was very much to Lin Dong's liking. However, in order to avoid trouble, Lin Dong felt that it was better for him to try to keep a distance from the other party. There were some things that could not be said, especially things in the area of feelings. After obtaining the system, every outstanding woman who came into contact with Lin Dong would basically develop more or less affection towards him. This was coupled with the fact that Lin Dong also understood his character flaws and was unwilling to hurt those around him. This kind of peach blossom luck, for a time, had caused him a great deal of distress. The only thing he could do was to try to maintain a certain distance. Let time slowly fade everything away. Brother Lin Dong mustn't say that, as long as you haven't forgotten me. What kind of words is this, Miss Ibe? Although it is that we have not known each other for a long time, we are still friends. Since we are friends, how could we forget? Brother Lin Dong is right, we are friends, good friends for life. Not only that, Brother Lin is also my savior. Ibe had not stopped smiling from the moment she met Lin Dong. It was evident how important Lin Dong's position was in her heart. It was understandable to think about it. If she had not met Lin Dong in the beginning, what kind of fate would be waiting for Ibe was anyone's guess. Anyway, there would not be anyone like Lin Dong who would spend a large amount of money to be bought as a friend. Almost all of the beings in the spirit land domain had been coveting the elf clan for a long time. That was the standard of a big shot. Which male did not want to own a woman of the elf clan? Even if they didn't use it themselves, they could still exchange it for a large sum of money if they resold it. What benefactor or not? Isn't it proper for friends to help each other? By the way, Ms. IBE, I think you said you wanted to invite me to the elf clan's grand ceremony? It just so happens that I don't have much to do during this period of time, so I can come and take a look. After a few moments of small talk, Lin Dong began to go straight to the point. Getting the coordinates of the spirit land domain was his purpose. Good. Brother Lin Dong, it's great that you can come. I will send you the location of the elves later. IBE said excitedly. That's good. I'll contact you when I arrive. After Lin Dong obtained the result he wanted, he prepared to go out and bid farewell to Yun Shi and the girls before heading to the spirit land domain as soon as possible. For one, he could not allow Yuan to massacre living beings in the spirit land domain. For another, he was also afraid that the Tuan would be harmed in some way. Anyway, no matter what, we'll talk about it after arriving at the spirit land domain first. In case there was an unexpected situation at that time, it could be stopped in time. Goodbye, Brother Lin Dong. I'll be waiting for you at the elf clan. By Ms. IBE. After ending the call with IBE, Lin Dong got up and walked out. Yun Shi and the others who were cultivating under the guidance of Gongsun Ximing and Bailey Yanhong immediately ended their cultivation and collectively surrounded them once they saw Lin Dong. Lin Dong. Gongzi. Brother Lin Dong. The women spoke one after another. Smiles of joy appeared on their faces. What was the purpose of their cultivation? Wasn't it to hopefully reach the eternal realm, have a lifespan of at least one era, 129,600 years, and accompany Lin Dong? In the end, Lin Dong was their backbone. Everyone is alright during the time I was in seclusion. Make sure to cultivate well under the teachings of Sister Hong and Sister Meng. When we wait until we reach the eternal realm, there will be plenty of time for you all to have fun. At that time, I will take you on a tour of the 10,000 realms of the universe, and enjoy the scenery of the various parts of the universe. How about it? Lin Dong encouraged. Really? That's great. So eager to visit the end of the universe. Yun Shi said happily. I want to go too. The rest of the women were all energized. As long as they could be with Lin Dong, it did not matter where they went. Of course, it was best to be able to travel to all corners of the universe. For a woman, there was nothing more attractive than going on a tour with the man she loved. If you want to go, you have to cultivate well and strive to reach the eternal realm as soon as possible, or else the universe is so big, and some of the more distant places, you haven't even arrived yet. Life will already come to an end. Lin Dong said in a serious tone. Lin Dong, don't worry. When you were not around, everyone was extremely hardworking, plus their talents are not that bad, and with the unlimited supply of resources, I believe that they will all be able to reach the eternal realm. Bailey Yanhong came over and said. Yeah. I think everyone is working hard, and it's only a matter of time before they become eternal realm. Gongsun Ximing also added. Sister Hong, Sister Dream, hard work to you all. Lin Dong sincerely thanked him. Without the two of them, he really did not know what to do. Let alone the fact that Lin Dong's strength had already reached the half-step Heavenly Emperor level, he was still the pinnacle of existence even in the 9th level civilization Spirit Land domain. However, if he was to teach Yun Shi and the others to cultivate, he simply did not have the ability to do so. After all of Lin Dong's achievements had come about by relying on the system, not as a result of his hard work and cultivation. Although perseverance and cautious character also played a large role, Lin Dong did not know how to go about cultivating under normal circumstances in order to obtain the best results. He would only spend money. This aspect was quite insightful. In reality, all of this was something that Lin Dong from that other time and space had paid for with his life. The system was also something that he had traveled through time and space and left to Lin Dong to use to change the fate of Earth. Lin Dong was merely the successor. From the beginning to the end, the direction of his efforts was not cultivation, but rather how to spend his money in a lower profile without attracting the attention of others. Chapter 1375, Terrifying Distance. It's not hard work. I'm happy to see everyone progressing every day. Bailey Yanhong said with a smile. Lin Dong, Yun Shi and the girls are all my disciples, it is my responsibility to teach them. Gongsun Shiming also said back. Anyway, no matter what, I still have to thank you all. This time, I came out of the gate. I have one thing to tell you all. After Lin Dong finished speaking, the scene quieted down without a single sound as all eyes were focused on him alone, waiting for him to continue. Meeting everyone's gazes, Lin Dong brooded for a moment and continued. I have a little matter to deal with and will be leaving Earth for a period of time. Your current goal is the Eternal Realm. It is inconvenient for you to change places frequently, it will affect your cultivation, so I will not be taking you with me, and when everyone reaches the Eternal Realm, then I will take you out for a walk to see what it is like. Lin Dong, you are leaving? Bailey Yanhong asked with a frown. Sister Hong, after I leave, Yun Shi and the girls will be left to you and Sister Meng. Lin Dong nodded. Where are you going, Lin Dong? Star Void Realm? Yun Shi could not help but ask. No. The place I'm going to is called the Spirit Lan Domain. It's a 9th level civilization. You should also know that it's the civilization where the Lan clan is located. Lin Dong replied honestly. Those who were able to gather here were all his closest relatives. Lin Dong did not feel the need to deceive everyone, so he simply told the truth. A 9th level civilization? Bailey Yanhong and Gongsun Jiming were shaken and looked at Lin Dong in shock. The others might not understand the meaning of a rank 9 civilization. After all, Yun Shi and the girls were either from Earth or the Milky Way galaxy, and they all belonged to low-level civilizations. Even after spending time in the Star Void realm, they were unable to understand the differences between the various civilizations. But they were clear about it. It could be said that a 9th level civilization was the highest level civilization in the universe. Further up, there was only the legendary level 10 civilization, which was also a god-level civilization. Level 9 civilizations were known to exist, and there was more than one in the vast ocean sub-universe. As for the 10th level civilization, no one knew if there was one or not, it only existed in legends. Lin Dong, you are going to the Spirit Lan Domain? Bailey Yanhong asked with some uncertainty. She doubted if she had heard it wrong. That was a 9th level civilization. There were numerous strong people. Even if Lin Dong was very powerful and his talent was superb, he was still so young. How could he be a match for those old monsters? I must go to the Spirit Lan Domain to do something else besides settling the matter of the Lan clan. Lin Dong determined. Lin Dong, you have to think clearly. The Spirit Lan Domain is a level 9 civilization, the highest known civilization in the universe currently. There are many strong people, and many of the old monsters live for periods of time that are measured in epochs. Gongsun Jiming persuaded. Don't worry. Sister Meng, since I am going, I have already made enough preparations. You don't have to worry about me. Even if it is the Spirit Lan Domain, I am not afraid of anyone. Lin Dong said with confidence. We do believe in you on this point. With your talent, you will be able to rise quickly wherever you go, only that the Spirit Lan Domain is not comparable to the Star Void realm. You must keep a low profile when you go there. Don't mess with those big powers. Some of the old monsters are older than the Star Void realm has existed for a longer period of time. Gongsun Jiming reminded. I understand. Sister Dream, you guys just wait on Earth. I will come back to pick you all up after I get acquainted in the Spirit Lan Domain. Lin Dong originally wanted to directly tell everyone that his strength had already stood at the top of the Spirit Lan Domain. After thinking about it, he decided not to do so. The main reason was that if he said it, Bailey Yanhong and Gongsun Jiming would not believe him, so it would be better not to say anything. Lin Dong, when you arrive at the Spirit Lan Domain, you must be careful and keep a low profile first. The Blue Clan's strength is not weak. It is not too late to take revenge when you have the strength. Bailey Yanhong followed closely. Sister Hong, don't worry. I understand all of this. None of the others interjected in the trio's conversation. The main reason was that they did not understand what kind of existence a level 9 civilization was. Moreover, those who had followed Lin Dong for a longer period of time knew that once he made a decision on something, it was basically very difficult to change it. What Lin Dong needed was support, not opposition. Lin Dong, when are you leaving? This time, the one who asked was Huangfu Siya. Things are urgent, I need to leave immediately. Lin Dong returned. Brother Lin Dong, you've been in seclusion for such a long time, it's not easy for you to come out, and you're going to leave immediately? Not even accompanying us for a few days? Lu Xiaoxiao beamed, somewhat angry. The rest of the women nodded their heads, indicating that Lu Xiaoxiao was right. All of them had a resentful look on their faces, as if they were deep-rooted grieving women. They would not stop Lin Dong from going to the Spirit Lan domain. It was just that it was indeed a bit unreasonable to leave just after leaving the gate. Let's accompany everyone anyways. Lin Dong reached out and touched her head as he comforted, Xiao good girl, brother Lin Dong really has something urgent this time, so he cannot accompany you guys, but I promise you that as long as you all work hard on your cultivation and wait until you reach the eternal realm, I will accompany you to the ends of the earth and the end of the universe. How about it? Brother Lin Dong, this is what you said, no backing out. Of course. At this time, Lin Dong's communicator rang. Drip drip drip. He took a look and it was IBE who had sent the location of the elves in the Spirit Lan domain. With that, he opened it up and a huge and beautiful three-dimensional star map appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Yun Shi and the others were all shocked by the star map. Even Bailey Yanhong and Gongsun Jiming were attracted. They had seen the star map of the Star Void Realm, but they had never seen the star map of the 9th-level civilization Spirit Lan domain. It was bigger and more beautiful than the Star Void Realm. A dozen pairs of eyes stared at the star map. 2 flashes of light managed to draw everyone's attention. This was because the entire three-dimensional star map only had these 2 flashing points. One was at the center of the star map while the other was at the bottom corner. Lin Dong knew that this flash point at the bottom was where they were. The center point was, without a doubt, where the elves were. This should be our location, while the one on top is where I am going. Lin Dong said as he pointed at each of the 2 flashing points. Between the 2 flashing points, the distance did not seem to be too far. However, with this being a situation where there was no reference, it was impossible to derive the actual distance. Lin Dong, can we find the Star Void Realm? Bailey Yanhong asked. If they found the Star Void Realm, they would be able to calculate the approximate distance. I'll zoom in and try. After Lin Dong finished speaking, he maneuvered his communicator and continuously zoomed in on the flashpoint at the bottom. The entire process lasted for 10 minutes, and no Star Void Realm had been found yet. Then it was only after a few more minutes that he saw a prosperous civilization that was closer to the flashpoint, which was obviously larger than the others. According to my calculations, this is the Star Void Realm. Lin Dong said. Possessing a powerful soul force, his calculation ability was quite terrifying. Wherever he had been, he was able to roughly calculate the approximate distance based on his speed. Bailey Yanhong and Gongsun Jiming looked at each other with shock in their gazes. It took more than 10 minutes of infinitely zooming in on their location to find the Star Void Realm? Moreover, the current Star Void Realm still looked like just a dot. How far away must this be? How long did one have to drive to get there? Chapter 1376, Setting Off to Leave. Lin Dong, this. Such a long distance? When will you be able to arrive if you set off now? Gongsun Jiming asked in shock. She was really shocked by the distance of the Spirit Lan region. She was not the only one. The rest of the women were the same. The Star Void Realm was already big enough in their hearts. As a result, after zooming in on this star map in front of them for more than 10 minutes, it was still a dot. Not to mention the Milky Way galaxy and Earth. If it wasn't for the existence of that shining point, it wouldn't have been discovered at all. It was estimated that one would have to continue zooming in to find it. Lin Dong, it's so far away, when will you come back after going there? Yun Shi also asked worriedly. Everyone looked towards Lin Dong. They did not want to be separated from Lin Dong for too long. This distance was indeed too far. At the speed of returning to Earth from the Star Void Realm, it would also take a long time to arrive. Although the distance is far, I have my ways and will be able to reach the Spirit Lan domain soon, so you do not need to worry about this. Lin Dong confidently replied back. After reaching the Emperor Realm, it was already possible to ignore the boundaries of time and space. It was much faster than rushing through the 12-dimensional space. However, this ability to ignore time and space could only support Lin Dong's own use. If he wanted to take everyone with him to the Spirit Lan domain, he would still have to enter the 12-dimensional space to catch up. Without reaching the Emperor Realm, even if there was an Emperor Realm powerhouse with him, he would not be able to do so without being bound by space and time. Lin Dong, we will not persuade you to change your mind about what you have already decided, but no matter where you are, I hope that you must first protect yourself, because there are still so many people here who love you and are waiting for you to return safely. So once you have any accidents, what will you let us do? Huangfu Shiyu said with a serious face. Her words also spoke the hearts of all the women present. Everyone had gathered together because of Lin Dong, and if anything happened to Lin Dong, this large family would be scattered without a backbone. Your Excellency, have a safe journey and be sure to return safely. Yi Qingdao softly blessed. She believed that no matter where Gongzi went, he would be the brightest star. Gongzi Lin, have a safe journey, we'll be waiting for you. Xia Mu then chimed in. Lin Dong, if you encounter any difficulties, think more about all of us here will silently support you behind your back, pray for you, and bless you. Yun Shi followed suit. Lin Dong, the Spirit Lan domain is a 9th level civilization. It is many times more powerful than the Star Void realm, which is a 7th level civilization, and there are countless strong people. You must ensure your own safety in all matters, and don't let so many people who love you be sad. The one who spoke was Bailey Yanhong. Her feelings towards Lin Dong were somewhat complicated. Originally, whether it was age or strength, there was a large gap between the two, and there should not be any interactions. However, it turned out to be a coincidence. It made them do something they should not have done in the spiritual illusion realm, resulting in two people's destinies intertwined. The spiritual illusion realm was actually similar to the spirit cage realm. The realism did not lose to reality at all. Lin Dong was also the first man that Bailey Yanhong had intimate contact with. She definitely had feelings for Lin Dong, she just did not want to compete with everyone. Then one by one, everyone began to bid farewell to Lin Dong. After each of the women finished their words of blessing, they would go up and hug Lin Dong. It caused Lin Dong to be puzzled. In his heart, he laughed bitterly. What were they all doing? It was just a trip to a faraway place? Why was it like a parting of life and death? It was not that Lin Dong was proud and did not understand modesty. After learning from Emperor Jiang that there were only 5 Emperor Realm powerhouses and 1 Heavenly Emperor level in the Spirit Land domain, he then really did not even have a sense of crisis anymore. Even if he did not break through anymore, with his current half-step Heavenly Emperor level strength, coupled with his Heavenly Emperor level soul, as well as the 81 doppelgangers that he could summon with his 6th order split art, it was enough to deal with all situations. As the saying goes, in the face of true strength, any plotting and scheming would pale in comparison. Today's Lin Dong already had such qualifications. A Heavenly Emperor level D Yuan would definitely not be able to gain any benefits even in front of his 81 half-step Heavenly Emperor level doppelgangers. This was Lin Dong's bottom line. Not to mention that the half-step Heavenly Emperor rank was not the end of the line. Nia Hongdo and He Yaoting were still in the Spirit Cage realm, continuously helping Lin Dong to earn Divine Magnificence points. When the Divine Magnificence points accumulated 10 million once again and broke through his physique to a true Heavenly Emperor level, at that time, the Imperial Abyss would be nothing more than a mole cricket. Not to mention that Lin Dong had always kept an extremely low profile. He was not the type of person who was willing to become famous in the first place. It was only in line with Lin Dong's character to brush off the matter and hide his achievements and fame. Unless he was really forced to do so, or was certain that he was already truly invincible, he would only expose himself. If he had not maintained this low-profile character, even with the system, Lin Dong would not have been able to obtain his current achievements. Perhaps he would have already been captured and sliced up for research back on Earth. After everyone had finished saying their goodbyes, Lin Dong opened his mouth to comfort. Everyone, there is no need to worry. Aren't you all clear about what kind of person I, Lin Dong, am? If I were the type of person who was arrogant and does not value his life, how could I have traveled all the way from Earth to now? So all you guys just need to wait for me on Earth and strive to all break through to the Eternal Realm as soon as possible so that I can take you guys on an arrogant tour of the universe. Lin Dong, don't worry and go. With Patriarch and I around, we will definitely urge everyone to cultivate properly. Bailey Yanhong promised. Brother Lin Dong, we will work hard and promise not to fail you. Lu Xiaoxiao promised with a serious face. Yun Shi and the others also nodded their heads. Looking at the look of determination that appeared in everyone's eyes, Lin Dong's heart was still relatively pleased. Although up until now, he had not figured out exactly how to deal with this cutthroat relationship. However, everyone seemed to understand and did not push him, so that a person like Lin Dong who possessed a character flaw did not have to make a difficult choice. In fact, they also had concerns. Perhaps it was because they felt that this current relationship was quite good. there was no need to poke holes in it. In the hearts of the group of women, as long as they could accompany Lin Dong, they were already satisfied. Moreover, the longer they followed Lin Dong, the more they understood him. This was a man who ate softness but not hardness. If one pushed too hard, there would be no benefit instead, and it would also make Lin Dong resentful. Therefore, they all acquiesced to such a relationship as well. Everyone believed that Lin Dong would give them a name sooner or later. Taking a step back, even if they did not, they were all willing to follow Lin Dong. This was because after coming into contact with Lin Dong, other men had really struggled to enter everyone's eyes. That's good. Due to time constraints, I have to rush to the Spirit Land domain as soon as possible, so I won't accompany you all. There are still long days ahead, and when everyone achieves the Eternal Realm, there will be plenty of time to be together. Lin Dong said with relief. In the end, Lin Dong left the earth under the unwilling gazes of the women and headed in the direction of the Spirit Land domain. With the coordinates given by Princess Ibe of the Elf clan, Lin Dong was not afraid of going in the wrong direction. Emperor Realm powerhouses ignored the boundaries of time and space and rushed with all their might. The speed was simply not too fast. Chapter 1377, Shocked into a Cold Sweat. Level 9 Civilization, Spirit Land Domain. While Lin Dong was rushing, Emperor Jiang and Emperor G also returned. DG was still in her soul body. The two of them first sought out Di Yao and Di Shun to ask if anything major had happened in the Spirit Land domain during this period of time. Mainly, they asked about Di Yuan's movements. The answer they got was that Di Yuan hadn't appeared in the Spirit Land domain at all during this period of time. This was surprising to Di Jiang. It was reasonable to say that it had been such a long time. With Di Yuan's Heavenly Emperor level strength, he should have long since finished resolving the Ultra Armament clan and the Soul Devouring clan. It was only right to then return to the Spirit Land domain once again to continue searching for Emperor G's whereabouts, but he didn't expect such an outcome. Since Di Yuan hadn't returned, nor had he caused any damage to the Spirit Land domain. Both Di Jiang and Di Ji were greatly relieved. Regardless of what caused Di Yuan to disappear, at least as of now, the Spirit Land domain was still safe and they still had time to prepare. After a discussion among the four. Currently, the most important thing was to remodel DG's physical body. The soul body would always be subject to many limitations. Only before remodeling Empress G's physical body, they still had to recuperate from their respective injuries and recover to their best state. Otherwise, once any accidents occurred, it would again result in the failure of Empress G's physical body remodeling, just like last time. After all, there was less of a powerful aid like Di Yuan. Emperor Yao and Emperor Shun went back to continue recuperating from their injuries, leaving Emperor G and Emperor G still in the same place. Elder Di Jiang, do you really want Lin Dong to come to the Spirit Land domain? DG asked out loud. You don't want Lin Dong to come? Don't want to see him and be with him? Di Jiang smiled and asked back. DG's cheeks reddened at the question and she hesitated for a moment before saying, I want to. It's just that I'm afraid of what if he comes and meets Di Yuan. With Di Yuan's character, he would definitely kill Lin Dong at all costs. You think Lin Dong is too weak? With a Heavenly Emperor level soul, would it be possible for Emperor Yuan to kill him whenever he wants? Emperor Jiang shook his head and said with a smile. But he also said that he has not reached the Heavenly Emperor level in reality, only his soul has arrived. Di Yuan is an actual Heavenly Emperor level powerhouse. DG was still a little worried. Emperor G, Lin Dong is not as simple as you think. With the fact that he can reverse the Violet Star Dipper mysterious technique, it can be seen, even if it is the present-day Emperor, who has become a Heavenly Emperor-level powerhouse, he can only nullify the Violet Star Dipper mysterious technique and cannot do the reversal, so there is still a big secret on Lin Dong, do you get it? Emperor Jiang pretended to be profound as he explained. In fact, he did not know whether Lin Dong could withstand, or not, Emperor Yuan who had become a Heavenly Emperor-level powerhouse. The current situation was such that one could only choose to trust Lin Dong. After Lin Dong came, even if Emperor Abyss returned, the Spirit Land domain would at least have a trace of resistance. Otherwise, with the four of them and those tens of half-step Emperor realms, it would be impossible to stop Emperor Yuan's footsteps. Moreover, hadn't Lin Dong said that? Emperor Abyss was left to him to deal with. Since people were so confident, then let's leave it to him. Hopefully, Lin Dong was not being self-indulgent. Emperor Jiang also knew that it was impossible for Lin Dong to win against Emperor Yuan, but as long as he was not crushed. It would be best to take Yuan away from the spirit land domain. But Empress G wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Emperor Jiang before she could finish. Empress G, Lindong, how can I say that he is also an Emperor realm powerhouse whose soul power has reached the Heavenly Emperor level? Coming is a big help. After Emperor Yao and Emperor Shan and the others have recovered from their injuries, we will first combine our efforts to help you complete the reshaping of your flesh. This time it must be a success, so Lindong is definitely going to come to help. If Emperor Yuan comes back, when that time comes, you will temporarily keep a distance between you and Lindong. If none of us say anything, in a short period of time, Emperor Yuan should not know about the relationship between you. That is fine then. DG could only nod her head and agree in the end. It was just like what Di Jiang had said. If Lindong came, there was still some hope. If Lindong did not come, only she herself could stabilize Emperor Yuan. And right now, DG did not want to have anything to do with Yuan. DG, you also go back. Prepare yourself well and restore your soul to its peak state before remodeling your physical body. You must succeed this time. Good. Elder Di Jiang, then I'll leave first. I'll have to trouble you again this time. Emperor G left after saying that. Emperor Jiang stood in place for a while. Originally, it was time for him to set up the formation that would reshape DG's physical body. But counting the time, it was still early. It would still take a while for Emperor Yao and Emperor Shun to recover from their injuries. He was now prepared to check out what was going on in the lair of the overarmed One clan. Why had Emperor Yuan disappeared for such a long time? It was reasonably out of the ordinary. There must be a demon when things go awry. Emperor Yuan then raced towards the lair of the Ultra Armament clan. The spirit land domain was still in a state of calm. But the great powers with half-step emperor realms all knew. This was the prelude to a storm. They had already received orders twice from the 5 spirit lantern emperors to prepare for a great battle. Many of the great powers had sent some of their extremely talented direct descendants elsewhere, just to leave some kindling behind, lest they be exterminated and have their inheritance cut off. Time was passing little by little. When Di Jiang came out of the spirit land domain and crossed the isolation zone, he saw that the place that originally belonged to the lair of the Ultra Armament clan had become a super huge black hole. Even this living fossil who had seen many great worlds and had existed since ancient times couldn't help but turn dumbfounded. Such a large black hole had completely exceeded his imagination. Not to mention seeing it, he had never even heard of it. Black holes are one of the most terrifying phenomena in the universe, and there are many kinds of situations in which they appear. Without a single exception, they all appeared when their power reached a critical point. The larger the area and the greater the mass, the greater the destructive power. A normal small black hole wasn't scary. After the power dissipated, it would soon follow and disappear. But this was the first time Di Jiang had seen such a large black hole. He could feel that the terrifying power in the black hole hadn't disappeared yet. In other words, the black hole would continue to expand. Even he, a half-step heavenly emperor level, didn't dare to go in easily. How in the world did this form? Emperor Jiang muttered. Then he added, could it be caused by the battle between Emperor Abyss and the Ultra Armor clan? Impossible. Emperor Jiang shook his head. It wasn't hard to understand that Yuan could have this strength. After all, it was a genuine heavenly emperor level powerhouse. What made Di Jiang unable to believe was how could the overarmed ones possess such strength? Even if it was their mother brain, it was impossible. When he thought about it, when the Ultra Armament clan invaded the Spirit Lan domain, he was beaten by them without a fight, and Emperor Jiang even led the 5 Spirit Lan emperors to kill the Ultra Armament clan's lair. If it wasn't for his whim to stop Yuan and the others from wanting to completely exterminate the mother brain of the Ultra Armament 1 race, he would have directly attacked at that time. Thinking about it now, Di Jiang broke out into a cold sweat. If he hadn't stopped it at that time, would the Spirit Lan 5 emperors have all been wiped out? Chapter 1378, Viewing. Di Jiang was shocked out of a cold sweat by the super huge black hole in front of him. The once level 8 civilization had already roughly 1/10 or so of its area covered by the black hole by visual estimation. And it was still expanding. It could be seen how big this black hole was. If it was truly left over from the battle between Emperor Yuan and the Ultra Armament clan, then there was no doubt that the Ultra Armament clan also had heavenly emperor level powerhouses in attendance. I'm afraid that only the collision of two heavenly Emperor-level powerhouses could form such a large black hole. It seemed that they had all severely underestimated the strength of the Ultra-Armament clan. The ones that were sent out to invade the Spirit Land domain in the first place were just a bunch of small fry. The truly strong ones had been guarding the mother brain of the Ultra-Armament 1 race. After a moment of careful recollection, Emperor Jiang remembered. No wonder that when everyone was preparing to attack the mother brain of the Ultra-Armament 1 race and completely exterminate the Ultra-Armament 1 race, he suddenly had an indescribable feeling in his heart. It was a feeling that something bad was about to happen, so he stopped Yuan and the others. After going back, I also deliberately started a fortune, but the result did not find any abnormality, so I didn't put it on my mind. Now that I think about it, it turns out that all of this was an omen. If there was no sudden whim, if the 5 Spirit Lan Emperors had come together to besiege the mother brain of the Ultra-Armament clan, I'm afraid that the entire army would have been wiped out. Even if there were 2 half-step Heavenly Emperor levels, it was still impossible to escape from a true Heavenly Emperor level. The difference in strength between the two sides was clear at a glance, completely different levels. As for why the Overgeared clan had delayed making a move against the Spirit Lan domain, only sending out some small fry to test the waters, Di Jiang didn't know. This might just be that the heavens would not kill the Spirit Lan domain. In that case, what about this time? Wasn't there still a chance of survival? Emperor Jiang thought over all the possibilities in his mind. In the end, he still had to place his hopes on Lindong, the variable. Only he was worthy of a silver lining. However, all of this was put aside for the time being. Looking at the huge black hole in front of him, Di Jian was calculating in his mind that since the Ultra-Armament clan also had Heavenly Emperor-level powerhouses. So who actually won the battle between Emperor Yuan and the Ultra-Armored One clan? Or did both lose? Although Di Yuan had just stepped into the Heavenly Emperor level, after he had fused his dual personalities, he was certainly not something that could be compared to an ordinary Heavenly Emperor level. Once upon a time, Di Jiang had experienced it himself. Knowing that after berserking, Di Yuan's strength would be dramatically increased. As a result, Di Yuan hadn't appeared in the Spirit Lan domain for such a long time. According to Di Jiang's guess, it should be that Emperor Abyss had disappeared because he had encountered a powerhouse who was also at the Heavenly Emperor level in a battle with the Ultra-Armament clan, and had been injured and found a place to recuperate from his injuries. In a battle between 2 Heavenly Emperor levels, one of them was injured, so what about the other? How was the Ultra Armor clan doing? This was a question that Emperor Jiang desperately wanted to know and understand, and it was very important to the Spirit Lan domain. It could even be said that it was related to the survival of countless living beings in the Spirit Lan domain. The result that Emperor Jiang most hoped for was that Emperor Yuan and the Heavenly Emperor level powerhouse of the overwhelming Armament clan were both defeated, or the type that was dying from serious injuries. Then each of them would find a place to recuperate for a few hundred or even a few thousand or tens of thousands of years. By the time he returned, I believe that Lin Dong would have also broken through to the Heavenly Emperor level and would be capable of fighting with one of them. At that time, the Spirit Land domain would have dodged a bullet and gained a glimmer of life. Of course, there was a better outcome. That was for the 2 Heavenly Emperor levels to die together. It was just that this possibility was just too low. So low that it was almost negligible. After all, for those who could reach the Heavenly Emperor level, who didn't have some means and cards? It was only possible unless a great power beyond the Heavenly Emperor level made a move. Thus, it was simply impossible for 2 Heavenly Emperor level powerhouses with similar strengths to end up in the same situation. Neither of them wanted to die, and at most, they would fight until they were seriously injured, and would definitely stop and retreat individually. Emperor Jiang didn't have the luxury of hoping that Emperor Yuan and the Ultra Armor clan would die together, as long as they lost both of them. Giving the Spirit Lan domain a buffer time would also give Lindong a chance to grow. The first time he had cast the Violet Star Dipper secret art and was backfired, the importance that Emperor Jiang placed on Lindong could be imagined. Giving him enough time, Di Jiang had reason to believe that Lindong would definitely not be any worse than Di Yuan. It was the same even if Di Yuan was an extremely rare twin body in the universe. In order to confirm the speculation in his heart, Di Jiang stared at the huge black hole for a long time before he finally gritted his teeth and dove in headfirst. He was going to go to the center of the black hole to see the traces left behind from the battle between the Heavenly Emperor levels. In this way, he would be able to determine exactly what kind of ending it had been. Involving two Heavenly Emperor level powerhouses, Di Jiang didn't have to go and cast the Violet Star Dipper secret art to project, it was useless. The strength was too much higher than him, and even if he got the results, they wouldn't be accurate, but would instead affect his own judgment. The more he leaned over to the center point of the black hole, the greater the mass and the stronger the energy, a suction force that was ever present, pulling everything within the black hole's range. This suction force didn't pose much of a threat to Di Jiang at first, but as he slowly went deeper, he gradually felt the terror. Even Di Jiang, a half-step Heavenly Emperor level powerhouse, had to be careful and didn't dare to be sloppy. It was possible to form such a large black hole. The strength of the energy that had erupted at that time was enough to make Di Yuan, a half-step Heavenly Emperor level, drink his heart out. After arriving at the center circle of the black hole, Di Jiang had already had to use all of his strength to resist the terrifying suction force. Once sucked in, one would be squeezed and cut by the countless overlapping spaces, and even if one survived, one would be transported to another other-dimensional space. No one knew where they would be transported to. If you are lucky, you will be transported to a suitable place to live and survive to slowly find your way home. If you were unlucky, you would be transported to a place where the conditions were extremely harsh, or to a forbidden area of the universe, and you would die without even knowing how you died. Don't look at the fact that Di Jiang's strength had reached the half-step Heavenly Emperor level, belonging to the pinnacle of the 9th level civilization, Spirit Lan domain. In fact, within the entire universe, half-step Heavenly Emperor level was just an average strength. It was the Heavenly Emperor level that belonged to the truly powerful, able to move freely in the universe's 10,000 realms, and would also be respected by the various civilizations of the universe. A great power, on the other hand, already belonged to the giant level of the universe. Wherever they went, they would cause a stir. Di Jiang felt the terrifying energy in the center circle of the black hole, his face filled with shock. The first time he had faced the full force of a Heavenly Emperor level's outburst directly, it made him feel deeply powerless. Was this the strength of a Heavenly Emperor level? It really wasn't something that could be compared to a half-step Heavenly Emperor level. It was no wonder that he was defenseless in Emperor Yuan's hands, only to be killed in seconds. The difference was indeed a little too great. Even Di Jiang felt that if he had been there, the mere energy of the explosion could have already killed him. A Heavenly Emperor level under full force eruption is surprisingly terrifying. Truly terrifying to the extreme, it's really not an existence that we can resist. Emperor Jiang muttered. Chapter 1379 Elven Forest. Actually, Emperor Jiang didn't know. The reason for the formation of this gigantic black hole was not the all-out collision of two Emperor realm powerhouses. Rather, it was the energy that had been accumulated by the Mother Emperor of the Ultra Armament clan after it had devoured multiple civilizations that it had detonated. That power was no less powerful than a Heavenly Emperor level powerhouse blowing itself up. The Mother Emperor of the Ultra Armament 1 clan was also not yet at the Heavenly Emperor level, and like Di Jiang, it was at the half-step Heavenly Emperor level. However, it had treasures bestowed upon it by great powers, and was able to use its half-step Heavenly Emperor level strength to battle a true Heavenly Emperor level. Of course, this kind of battle came at a price. The treasures of great powers were not that easy to manipulate, that was fighting and overdrawing one's life. In the end, with no way to retreat, the Mother Emperor of the overwhelming Armament clan chose to pull God Abyss to die with her. But who would have thought that even though God Abyss had just stepped into the Heavenly Emperor level, he was much more powerful than an ordinary Heavenly Emperor level. After going berserk, both his strength and the strength of his body had to be raised by a notch. Even then, Di Yuan had suffered very serious injuries and had to go into seclusion to recuperate. For an explosion of that much power at that time. Not to mention a half-step Heavenly Emperor level, even an ordinary Heavenly Emperor level powerhouse could be directly blown to death if they were not careful. It could be seen how strong the energy was that was detonated by the Mother Emperor of the Ultra Armament clan. Di Yuan couldn't even deliver such a powerful blow. Di Jiang, who had come to the center circle of the black hole, felt the energy fluctuations that terrified him. It was still left over from the battle. With Di Jiang's reasoning ability, reverse projecting up, one could roughly arrive at the situation at that time. It was because of this. That was why he was shocked and scared. It was simply impossible for a half-step Heavenly Emperor level to survive, and even if a Heavenly Emperor level powerhouse was at the center of the explosion, he probably wouldn't fare well. This made Di Jiang more certain of his suspicions. Yuan must have been injured before he had to shut down and recuperate, and by the looks of it, his injuries weren't light. Having gotten the answer he wanted, Jiang breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and turned to leave. Within a short period of time, Yuan shouldn't be returning to the Spirit Land domain. Then for the next period of time, it would be necessary for everyone to work together and make preparations. First, let Dong rush to the Spirit Land domain, then work together to help DG remodel her physical body. After accomplishing these two things, Jiang was prepared to teach Dong properly. For this son to be able to make it to where he was now in a low-level civilization, talent and luck were indispensable. With some proper guidance, it might not be impossible for him to step into the true Heavenly Emperor level before Emperor Yuan returned. After exiting the black hole, Jiang headed in the direction of the Spirit Land domain, crossing the isolation zone, and after arriving at the Spirit Land domain, he sent the location of the Spirit Land domain to Dong's communication number with an accompanying message for Dong to come as soon as possible. Then, he went to set up the formations needed for the Empyrean Empress to remodel her physical body and waited for Dong to arrive. At this moment, Dong was rushing. The space around him was constantly transforming. It was as if Dong had transformed into a time and space traveler. This way of rushing without any spatial constraints could only be achieved by an Emperor realm powerhouse. The speed was much faster than walking in the highest 12-dimensional space. Because of the existence of the system, no matter where Dong was, he was able to receive messages from others in the first instance. Even in the black hole was no exception. Dong glanced at it and ignored it. He had now determined the direction of the Spirit Land domain and waited until he was within the boundaries of the Spirit Land domain. The boundaries of a 9th-level civilization were quite large, and even if they reached the borders, there was still a long distance to go. Spirit Land domain. 5 Elements continent. The Elven Forest, this was where the elves lived. The 5 Elements continent was also the center of the Spirit Land domain, the largest continent. Not only were there countless races living on it, but there were also statues of the 5 Empire realm powerhouses of the Spirit Land domain, the 5 Emperors of Spirit Land. Every day, countless living beings came from all corners of the Spirit Land domain to pay homage to the Spirit Land 5 Emperors. The 5 Elements continent is divided into 5 regions, the southeast, northwest, north and center, representing the 5 common elements of gold, wood, water, fire and earth. The Elven Forest was located in the southernmost part of the 5 Elements continent, occupying a small corner in the region representing the wood attribute. The elves were also considered one of the more famous races in the Spirit Land domain. It wasn't that their strength was so strong. Rather, the women of the elf clan were too beautiful and were sought after by countless forces in the Spirit Land domain. Especially the young generation of those big powers. Anyone who had 2 elf clan mates would definitely become the most beautiful boy in the circle. Among the younger generation, those who could be rewarded with an elf woman were heirs or direct descendants who had made great contributions to their power. In the past, elven women were basically the best targets for those dark forces to capture. Often, an elf woman would be sold for a very high price in the underground trading world. There was nothing the elf clan could do about this. The overall strength is not enough, and there is no powerful backer to stand up for them, can only narrow the scope of activities. Try to gather together. But that's it, can't stop those who want to get rich heart. It is said that once, the tens of thousands of elf women who gathered together in the elf race were taken out by a force in a pot. It caused a great sensation. Subsequently, numerous elf clan women appeared in various underground auctions in the Spirit Land domain. That power could be said to have made a fortune. For this reason, the elf clan was furious. A few tens of thousands of clansmen was also a great loss for them. So it took a great deal of money to learn that the one who had done this to them turned out to be the Winged People clan that also resided in the wood attribute southern region of the 5 Elements continent. The then Queen of the Elves went to the Winged People clan to ask for a claim, but it turned out that the other party did not recognize it at all. She asked the elves to produce evidence. Where did the elves have any evidence? Even this information was bought at a high price. In the end, the Queen of the Elf clan took a hateful action, but she was seriously injured by the clan leader of the Winged People clan. She then abdicated. And then the queen who changed the fate of the elves, Isha, took over the position of the Elf Queen. After taking office, Isha began to make drastic reforms. The first thing is that the elves cannot be so fixed in one place, must go out and contact the outside world. The first thing Isha did was to take the elf women to visit the major powers in the spirit land domain, sending out the elf forest's unique everlasting water, the fountain of youth, and the elf women. In this way, she was able to gain the goodwill of those major powers. Instead of being secretly spied on and quietly captured, it would be better to directly send some out in a big way. At first, Isha's idea was opposed by almost the entire elven race. After all, who would want to give away their clan members to those big clans, as playthings? Being captured, that was not an option, but to give it away personally, wouldn't it be a sin for the whole clan? But Isha still did what she wanted. Under great pressure, she carried out her plan. Regardless of what the clan thought of her and how they scolded her behind her back, Isha bore it silently. She believed that as long as she persisted according to her own ideas, the elf clan could definitely change the status quo and walk out in a dignified manner without worrying about being captured like prey.